sellout, Father? Should I give up the bag?
Yeah, that's the technique. And the night's gone and the day comes. We are.
These analysts turned entrepreneurs face the tough task of pitching a random
thousands, and they're gonna be
Game, the captain of in-game leaders, masturbates.
A diversion.
Out of frustration of realizing the round is impossible to win, some man fires off a random shot into the wall.
And it's great to finally get to travel over here and do...
Cause uncontrollable rage. Smokes may be blown open unexpectedly. The subtext system may actually just be 64 tick. You may experience intermittent micro stutters.
Play on a clean kitchen table connection. End of quote, repeat the line.
It's the wrong answer, Zip. It's the wrong answer, Zippy. This is how you would...
Ich hasse aus.
Why?
Let's go.
Oh, guys.
Oh, there they are.
Personally, I think this is an absolute waste of time in the kitchen, washing your hands. I mean, at the end of...
I mean, this food is shit. I'm not paying for this.
I'm tired of being worried about flames.
Will allow players to blend in with their environment after staying static.
Everybody must play a game that they find to relax. It could be Rust, it could be Minecraft.
And now, moving on to the monitors.
You guys ready for me now?
Let's go, guys. Shit, man. I thought you were gonna save.
Yo,
good job.
Rookie, wake up now.
Hey, chill. One eco and we win, okay?
What do you mean, Nico? Just run around.
What the hell you mean there's another map?
Hey, what's going on there?
Fuck it, bro. Let's go.
What do you mean deflect this and gaslight you? My friends was talking.
He's gonna shit all over Fury, I can feel it. Revenge for the major.
I was playing almost 10 hours a day. When I come back to school, I was playing weekend, I was playing holidays, I was playing.
I wonder what's going through Cold's mind right now, watching the absolute talent at work. Oh my God.
As biologically immortal. That means they can't die.
The seasons.
Where are you? On the bottom.
Right.
You know, I've been selling Nico as an IGL for most of my career anyways.
So did you know that there's a certain type of squid where his stomach is located inside of its brain?
A revamped matchmaking and in-game ranking will have your queues popping again and again and again.
Fuck! Be good. Rob's good. Be good. Roll CT. Bring me the pistols. Let's fucking go.
Because the Lord moves in mysterious ways.
Like the CS2 movement. And they can't even get that right, can they?
There's the flash, that's going to catch Crims out, they're going to push on through, MBK gets one, but Crims with the spray down, he gets himself the triple!
To get you, you know the world was spent.
Man. Miso direkt.
Da. Okay.
I don't have time to talk to some deadbeat, salt of the dirt water guy.
The rabbit on the sourdough was exceptional.
constantly happening CS here. It's all here, and it's all CS, always.
Congratulations, Mr. Naflies, boy.
And he's ended world
Never. I can't understand.
Oh, Captain, my captain.
Get down, boy.
Oh, Captain, my captain.
All good, bro. Chill out.
Who you sacrifice because the team was functioning really, really well.
Why do you do this?
I just keep jumping and looking and looking and.
Could someone take a photo of my face? Is that all we're doing here?
It should be a human right, and a right is one that is afforded to all.
Why should age determine expectation?
Breath. Well, Breaking Bad. Okay.
For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly.
But did you know the fake flash play has a long and storied history?
Day off. Wrong answer. Start doing push-ups.
Hello?
Come one, come all to the annual ESL Butt League.
Welcome back to CS Psychology 101.
Out of nowhere, a figure jumps through the smoke. Art unloads the...
Bald man bad.
Блять.
What the fuck?
How the fuck else would you do this job? Monster Energy and bananas, my friend.
Unsatisfied. FPS dysfunction is nothing to be ashamed about, so ask yourself.
Can warm it up. How long?
Yeah.
Me that this game is ready?
I never said that. Let's hear about this tournament and we'll see.
Have it your way.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey bro, nothing much.
Why are you even here?
23 for party! Hey, hey, hey!
Talking of inappropriate, why don't we finally release the sex tape?
To get this #1 spot.
Я думаю, я не знаю, не понимаю, что сказать на английском, я не понимаю.
Thank you very much, Shiro. Thank you for your time.
Das ist eine absolute Katastrophe. Was soll er jetzt machen?
Why so serious? Just gonna slop this in here. Look at the whole thing. Beautiful.
Alex, hello? Hello?
We wish you a Merry Christmas.
We wish you a Merry Christmas.
Investment.
Do you like CSGO skins?
They're okay.
Socks aside to who I am, it's a fashion statement. It's not like I'm gonna slip and fall in the ocean or anything silly. Chad?
He's gonna throw the AWP in. Oh my god! Simple! What is happening?
Okay, now do it again.
When we make that stadium a library, there's only one sound you'll be able to hear.
The old flavor of Crims. Now that is a grape, ladies and gentlemen, that has been with us for years.
Oh, don't worry that it's getting old, it's getting old. I'm starting.
I don't want to be this kind of people who to be recognized every time I go out or something like this.
Zippy. Can I call you Zippy?
Actually, my name is Chipek, so...
Zip? Yeah, I just think Zippy's got like a cooler ring to it, you know, like for the youth.
And the pelts. Ooh, it's a bit off to the right. It's a bit off to the right.
Known as the Crimson Jelly.
Well, this is going to be really easy, maybe slightly embarrassing, but that's nothing new.
Like what?
Like this!
That's just my regular accent, mate. That's just how I sound.
Finals, Pronite and Crims. They just need 2 kills here and they will win it for the second time.
47 kills, 23 deaths. Or should I say, 4, 7, 23.
Okay. Weird timing. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Sorry about this.
I'll never forget when we had no toilet paper during COVID. It was a bit hard. We all went outside, but James never had that problem.
It's our first date.
Oh, okay. Pressure
some vodka then.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Man, my people needing.
Yo, I don't know, bruh. Bruh. Whoa! Oh my God!
Nice braise on it. It was very nice. It was almost like pulled pork in some ways.
I don't think you should touch it.
I don't think you should. I think this is
Debated before.
Oh, a bit partial to the old hand-to-hand combat then, I understand.
Mirage, one of Counter-Strike's most notorious maps.
May the Lord save their souls. Father.
Tomorrow night on ESL Pro League, it's the clash of the international squads.
And now the winning smile. Hey, why do you...
My friend, James here to save you.
Don't go. I don't want you to go. You've done so much.
I know. Somehow my bot is more red than Harry is, and that's unfortunate.
Back then, technology was different. Keyboards used a PS2 plug as USB wasn't widespread.
Yes, have fun at EPL and break a leg.
At Bristow Potteries in Malta ahead of the playoffs of EPL Season 17. And I'm here with Chief Pothead Jackie.
Good evening, fellow gamers, worldly citizens. For far too long has the strategery of this nation led.
And if there's one thing I love, it's big piles of greed.
Does your moisturizer suit your narrative?
I don't know why I say watch. Like, I want to put the T. The open watch. I want to put the T. I don't know why my...
Dobra, brat.
Don't look at me.
My job.
Look
That's my
forward.
job.
Look forward.
Side there. Look at that. Coming out of that. That's a bit of a money.
I had no idea what's going on.
Shadows of ourselves.
Oh. I loved him in Jumanji.
You've reached the age where everything in Counter-Strike is a challenge.
Someone calm and collected.
Many run.
This is impossible, honestly. I have no clue.
Giga chat, Hooksy, Giga chat, Hooksy, Lord Hooksy, Lord.
Not today, fella.
He turns to me and he said,
Why so serious? Why so serious?
Is back on the menu.
Yes! Woo!
I'm really good at this. How you started?
I guess we need A base.
KNG versus config. You know what I'm saying?
Whoa.
Game leader.
Yes, I know, I see.
Yeah, I mean, someone's probably going to get kicked tonight again.
You may see a plaster on my hand. Let's just say this is no longer a vegetarian dish.
It was CPL winter 2002. Zaiwu was 2 years old, and Monesi wouldn't be born for another 2 years and 5 months.
Finish him! Finish him!
Holy he's fast.
Don't actually kiss me.
No, I'm not gonna.
But like this,
How
so like
close
we're
can I
shaking.
get?
You can get to my cheek. You can get close. Yeah,
I can't lean all that way, bro.
So close.
Oh my god!
Actually, Mac, mate.
Oh, mapped.
Back in the day when we used to play, it was really passionate, but man, seeing in the kitchen, bringing that magic.
Importantly, it's the first ever fucking major win for Nico.
Yeah, we just kicked everyone, basically. And then we...
Waiters, you are clear. I repeat, you are clear. Get the fuck in there.
Absolutely, vile kind of looking, but that is what we want.
King Forty's got him hunted down. Time is up. Oh my
Some of them simply random.
What?
Just like a prison, there's extensive evidence of segregation within the facility.
He knows exactly what he's doing. He's one with the blade, as you say.
I am from London. Today we're going to be taking a look at the best region in the world, with North America locked and loaded.
Future star for just a year, when you can be a future star forever.
Please welcome the newest member of our team, Map.
It's a long time without CS, but I need you to focus. Show us what you got! Show those bots what you got!
This is bigger than my head, nearly.
Is heaven?
Hold on, what happened?
It's hell.
I will personally find you, and I will eliminate you. And trust me, because I know me. Henry!
It's the under, now it's the middle, and then we have the top, so...
That's the scientific name for the hair.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's close. Oh, that's really close.
With CS2, you'll be standing tall, polishing your trophy in no time.
They say the future doesn't fit you.
Oh no.
Ooh.
So you feel like you found home?
Yeah, until I'm kicked.
Now we're cooking, bro. Look at that go.
Oh, green mounting. Look at those wheels, they're chewing up.
Your time starts now.
It's so necessary that most people don't even think about it.
Well, we really backed up for this one. Oh my God! That's the #1 player in the world, ladies and gentlemen.
Measurements.
Measurements, yes. The measurements never lie. Never.
Like a pendulum where all the swings are blessed, but to play in this pop.
Everything fights for its time in the sun.
Wasn't it you two who were flown out to Seattle by about?
Look at you two, complaining about who's gonna squeeze into each other's hole first.
Of course.
Talked highs, now let's talk lows. If any cold callers...
Perfect, actually.
Alright, so we're gonna pop this flower.
Potential defense against the 4 symptoms of underachievement.
0 to 6.
0 to 6? You're right.
Not only does it have strength, but it has powers.
My inventory looks different every single day. I just turned 30 and I can't even spray anymore.
Oh, Jesus.
These
nuts?
Got him!
I don't think we have space for the R anyway. Look around you, Johnson, test or something.
With only one true allegiance.
And now we're gonna have to lock you up and throw.
This one's for Dom Toretto!
I think it's too late. He can stop sticking. He can
They say the text is out to get.
Really? Really?
Could have been a lot harder. I expected a bit more pushback on the UK Counter-Strike.
Regarding that is, when are you going to, shut the fuck up about this? Blame?
Ich weiß, es ist schwer, aber wir schaffen das zusammen, Alter. Hashtag gemeinsam, wir können das packen.
Tell me about.
I'm about to lump 20 on. Cool?
Out for a few surprises.
No, Chad.
Is that a raincoat?
Yes, it is.
Now that is a dank, dirty banana.
So this type of banana.
Oddsy. Keep his eyes glued exactly where you want them. Secondly,
this time we'll make a mistake. We're now falling. Gonna break through. He's on his left foot here. Didn't quite get the ball past the line.
Lurking in the shadows and the shallows, the saltwater croc.
Of ever-shifting tide.
Can I get you something? Glass of warm milk? Little Kool-Aid?
Don't communicate anymore. They might be rushing A, and you'll just sit there in silence.
Fucking Americans. So loud and obnoxious.
They will fix it with a patch on the 10th. Patch on.
Hey, where am I?
Está in Chile.
Yes, I'm the manager of this here establishment.
Are you telling me I need to upgrade my fucking video card again?
So that's the CS coming up. Watch it. Watch the score. It's gonna change. Watch the CS. It's Counter-Strike.
Okay, tags up. One. He's gonna. Oh, I'm starting to believe as well, Henry, because he's got a thing and say, stop blowing my mind. Welcome to Brazil. Nós tem a energia que faz a arena.
Next выиграем 100%.
You that guy. Here we go.
Always toxic.
Oh, Captain, my Captain.
I will personally ensure the funding of a global competitive matchmaking ladder on 256 sub-tick servers world.
Because safe investments are for pussies. FaZe haven't had it.
All right.
Save your skin with the all-new Potential.
There?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's viel Wachsteren.
Refamiliarizing yourself again.
Where are you, Justin?
An isolated land.
Fantastic. Can't spend precious team building time with my employees.
Buy an op, and then use the deagle.
Watching. I'll take responsibility and leave.
It could have been beautiful. It could have all been ours.
Yeah.
Skyboxes allow for a whole new world of nade lineups, so you can get as sweaty as you'd like.
Feels bad, man. That is not so poggers. Bible thump. QQ.
Seriously worried about flames.
Oh my god, this guy is so good.
So if it came down to me having to buy that for myself, probably just tell you no flat out.
Who's the wanker now?
We got pandas.
Yeah.
We actually have pandas
Oh
up
my
ahead.
god, I see why they call them giant, Harry.
He will never learn.
If we were to do a bunch of exercise, die, and then eat the meat, it'd be salad.
Oh, can you believe it, Harry?
FaZe Clan.
Oh no.
But the epidemic of Mirage addiction sadly shows no signs of slowing.
Let's roll.
Nice. Отлично, брат, отлично.
You want to know your balls and you want to get them in hard and fast, all right?
No, I don't care about Stana, man. He's a fucking gold Nova.
People twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that it blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me out, I'll shove it. I rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite.
ESL Pro League Season 19 is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Kadia, DHL, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, and Gaming Malta.
Hey, Chad.
That is right. All the Counter-Strike, all the damn time. We returned for ESL Pro League in its 19th season, where we've got some happy families on the sofa. Starting today, we've got the sofa of bros, we've got the sofa of adults, I guess.
Oh,
Matthew.
When you said bros, I didn't know where you were going to go on the next one. I was ready. I was on my toes.
It's all PG here. It's all PG. Oh, well, now it's not. Well,
now
done,
it's
Jason.
not. Yep.
How was the first day of school for everybody?
The first day was cool.
Yeah, I think we were all kind of dressed up, right? We wore our best clobber. We were impressing.
Yesterday, it was nice. Yeah, it was good. I had a t-shirt on. It wasn't my best dress.
Yeah, I didn't feel like I was best dressed either, man.
I
was wearing non-matching
coat.
green, you know? Like, it's a bold choice, you know?
You were
green
like
is a staple color.
You can do that mistake once. You get one
exactly. Day
free card, one free pass.
early mistake.
He was wearing the major final jacket that we give all the casters that work major finals.
Ah, yes. Henry is, how many of them? 3 of them?
3 of them.
Yeah.
How many's Jason got?
I too have 3.
Oh, damn.
Neck and neck,
okay,
yeah.
hold on. 3, which one?
There you go.
Let's
I thought I was the highest ranking officer.
Cologne 16,
Yeah.
Columbus 16, and Berlin 19.
All right, we're the same rank.
Oh.
Yep.
Congratulations, I suppose.
16, all right.
16 was kind of your year, Jake.
Yeah, it was a year for me. It was all downhill from there, though. You know, after that, it was just.
Oh.
Yeah, first day of school was great.
Yeah.
Looking forward to 20 more of them. Let's go.
We've got a lot, haven't we?
Yeah.
We've got a whole term full. Should we relive kind of what happened yesterday in terms of the groups? Because we've still got 4 groups, but Matthew, differences this season, 2 being played at the same damn time. This is Group A.
Yeah, it's all about efficiency. It's about saving the environment. Of course, we compacted all these groups to have 2 weeks instead of 4. This is Group A. We had a little bit of action yesterday already, and we are set with a FaZe versus Astralis that is definitely sexy as hell, and a bit of French Connection Fnatic 3D Max. And I got nothing to do with this. I'm not responsible for that matchup.
I beg to differ, Matthew. Group
You want to talk
B.
about Vitality?
Vitality, thank God. Holy hell, I was kind of scared with that first map versus Sharks.
I was into it.
We had a content piece ready.
Yeah.
We had a
Shark
content
should
piece
have had
ready.
him.
We did.
Shark should have had him.
Why?
I don't know. It would have just been cool, wouldn't it? Would have been fun.
Thanks.
Would have been really fun. I would have loved to see Matthew's
We had something in the bag ready. We actually had a
really
content
did.
piece if that was to happen. It's going to happen
But it didn't,
anyway.
so you'll never see it. Yeah, today actually, schedule, because there's a lot more games. We've got 6 of them to be exact, over 2 streams. This is going to be what's going down on the A stream.
16 games per group. That's a lot of games.
That is a lot of games.
That's a lot of
Quick
games.
maths as well. I'm liking the last game. Matthew already mentioned it, but FaZe Astralis.
Thanks.
We get that rematch of what went down in Chengdu. I like that.
I'm liking the first game. Why not? You know, I love watching the Mongols play.
They're going to win today as well.
I think they're going to win today.
you think so?
Okay.
I think it's a big day.
2-0.
You think so?
Yep.
Damn.
All right.
Big day for the Mongols.
Snappy's coming in with
Where
his.
is that coming from?
He's coming in with his like win by committee mindset. I'm ready for some snappy magic.
What about Tai Lu versus G2?
Yeah, that's a bit of a different story.
Yeah, that's one of the
It's a bit
games.
harder to sell. Someone want to jump on that one? Someone want to take
that
the
is
upset?
one of the games today, undoubtedly.
The only way to sell that game is G2 is going to find a way to lose. Is can they find a way to lose?
Okay, I guess.
I mean, don't look so confused. They obviously can. We've seen them do it in the past.
Lose to Tyler.
When did that happen?
Just heartbreaking.
Just lose in general. We've seen them lose before.
We've seen them lose.
We need the magic 8 ball up here to decide. Should we relive what actually did go down yesterday in our plays of the day? And I hear it was all about aces yesterday. So let's roll clip number 1 because we can see our first ace of yesterday.
Now, is this in order or is this just clips?
No, I think we get to pick the order.
Okay,
actually.
cool.
So we get to decide which one we thought was the coolest.
Well,
and I think this is Swisher to open up games.
When you say the coolest, so this is the coolest one now, or this is the least cool?
No, we get to decide. We get to rank them.
Oh, now.
There's not been like, there's no governing body above us, Henry.
Okay.
Come on, you're at the very top.
So
here.
I didn't really watch that one. That was
It's okay. We watched for you. Don't worry.
It was good. It's dualies. You always got to
It
appreciate
was like
dualies.
a pistol round dually ace.
It's like a solid like 7 out of 10. There's nothing. There's
7 out of 10.
They play it again.
We're going to play it one more time for you, Henry. Come on.
Only for Henry.
Pay close attention here.
So what do you think,
It's
Henry?
the first.
I'm not a big fan of the dualies.
What?
I think they're kind of cheesy.
What?
They don't have much application
Jason.
outside the pistol
Oh,
round. I don't think it's a
God.
very noble gun.
Well, we now have a new candidate for the
very
worst take of pro.
Exactly.
Why is this?
Because it's just like you don't use it in any other round but the pistol suggests it's like no good, I would say.
That's not true. We saw someone buy it yesterday in a Nico round in the second round.
I rember that.
Eternal Fire, yeah.
Didn't work out.
No, he
noted
killed
it
instantly.
by its the strangeness, you know. That was
So you were not impressed by the clip?
I didn't really watch it again.
No way.
No, I was talking about the Julies. No, it's pretty good. 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10.
7 out of 10.
Yeah, not bad.
Should we blind rate these? Should we put this as like the second or third?
Yeah, let's give him a number out of 10. I like Henry's
10?
little.
Okay.
So 7.
7 out of 10.
It's okay.
Out of
7 out of 10 out of 10 system.
7 out of 10.
It's a maniac system.
Maniac system.
Yeah. You know what? 6.5 out of 10.
6.5.
6.5 out of 10. All right, let's roll the next
let's
one.
do the next one, yeah.
We're never going to remember these numbers.
It's okay. I will.
No,
Okay.
6.5 out of 10.
Who is
There we
this?
go. It's a Glock. I feel the Glock is kind of cheesy. It's not a very noble
any
weapon.
Jason,
I
Don't
think
even
this
go down
is.
that
I think
road.
this is Mezzi.
This is young Mezzi. UK
Yeah.
lad himself. It's
Yes,
already a
that's
10 out of
Mezzi.
10, actually. I don't even need to watch.
Ugh.
Immediate 10 out of 10.
Not biased at all.
Look at this.
Block a bit more honorable.
Playing around the angle.
Yeah. That's a good point, actually.
Yeah,
Thank
you
for
didn't think
noticing.
about that, did you? This one is honor maxing, this clip. What do you think about that one, Henry?
I mean, it wasn't the most exciting clip. He got a few kills. I'll give that a 5 out of 10.
5 out of 10.
In terms of the hype meter, like it was a nice, impactful round.
You're a UK boy.
I mean, that's not the reason I'm voting 5 out of 10.
See? It's not supposed to be
I was basing it on the quality of the play.
Nationality never actually really came into the discussion.
I'm not saying.
How do you feel about it?
I'm with Henry. It wasn't that great. It wasn't that
5 out of
impressive.
10?
Yeah,
So we're putting that under
below. It's under the dual lead
Impactful
action.
round, you're going to be happy you won it.
Jason,
but you're like,
come on.
That's a showstopper.
No, yeah, you're pleasantly surprised.
Are you agreeing with 5 out of 10 then?
I might have given that a 4, to be honest.
Oh my God.
I'm not the bad guy.
All right, well, we'll round
in a
up. We'll
bad
round up
mood.
for Britain. We'll round up.
It's a 5.
5 out of 10. 5 out of 10.
Middle of the pack. Clip 3. Let's see what this is.
I wish I could see who
Oh,
that is.
M4s. I like this.
This is Afro.
We're into the rifle rounds. I like it.
Afro was on a
against
heater
BP,
yesterday. He
destroying
looked
that
very
push.
good.
Yeah, he had a really good series.
He actually looked
All
fantastic.
M4. It's all looking good. Another ace. Another ace.
That's easily a
solid.
7. That's easily a 7. It's direct.
There's
directly
nothing.
at the top of the mountain
jaw
right now.
dropping. He does the basics
I
well.
felt like when VP went into that bomb site, they did a lot of 1-by-1, and you could see he wasn't really that much pressure. I agree, it's 7 out of 10. He played it very well, but I felt like
he
VP
did.
kind of played it quite badly. That's all. Yeah.
Oh my God. The
7 out
mood
of
is
10?
really low.
7
right
out
now.
of 10.
Do we have anything that's going to hype the hell out of us?
We
have something in store.
These have all been aces. You might have noticed the reoccurring theme there, right?
okay.
So
Dun, dun, dun.
7 out of 10, and this next one, because I've actually
hope it's
seen this.
a bang.
Oh, you've seen the content
sweet
already.
pea.
Here we go.
This one I think is banging, and it's Malbs. It's our boy Malbs.
Okay, yeah, we like him.
Kind of the Guatemalan star, really. Check this out.
Oh, I like this already. This is more like it. Nothing but
Okay.
headshots. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, it's stellar.
Now we're talking.
Gets the blood pumping, gets the people going.
That's what we needed
It's
in
a
the
shame
morning.
about the reload, but
It's okay,
other than
forget
that,
about that,
it's a
forget about
really
that.
quick, clean ace.
That's the best
Immediate-
one.
Yeah,
Is that like a
immediately.
9? I'm thinking that's like a 9.
A noble weapon as well. The
A
USB.
noble weapon.
Yeah.
A
good to
9
see
out of
that.
10.
Gentleman's gun.
A gentleman's gun, yeah.
9 out of 10 is
9 out of 10
that's
is
fair.
very
So I
good.
guess our
I
official
might have given
rank.
that a 10 out of 10. I'm not
Yeah?
gonna lie to you.
No, it's not a 10.
Look, that's a hard angle to get 4
No, it's
kills
not
at.
for you, maybe.
All right, well, Jesus Christ.
I think 9
Guess
out of
all
10.
eyes on Maniacs.
No, it would have been a perfect 10 if he didn't have to reload for the final kill. You got to agree there. Come on. If you're going to get the ace that quickly, you want it
you
to
leave
be
no
all
room
in
for
one back.
improvement if you go 10 out of 10.
Yeah,
That's a
so
problem.
that's why it comes down
All
to
right,
1 in
I
my
can bring
mind.
that. Yeah, you've bailed me out there.
9
You
out of
gave me
10
an
is still
escape
very
route.
good.
9 out
It's
of
very
10
good.
is
It's
still,
very good
and it's
mark.
still the
It's great.
best. It's still the biggest number
It is
we've
the
given
best.
out. So the official ranking,
We have
Matthew, you said you would
Malbs,
remember
we have
all the
Malbs,
numbers.
and we have
Swisher with the
Afro.
dualies is 7.
That's number 3. And then we have Mezzi. So we go Malbs, Afro, Mezzi. No, Mezzi is the last one, and then Swisher third.
Swisher and Messi.
Got it.
Okay,
I'm
nice.
happy with that. That's
Okay.
good.
We good?
That's
Yeah.
actually
UK on the bottom,
objective. I
as
like it.
always.
As always.
Sucks
Yeah.
to be us.
Back to the UK discussion.
How did we end up in the UK?
How are we all taking Brexit? Let's have a nice round table.
We're a couple years deep now. How's everyone feeling looking back?
But yeah, no, I think that was pretty good.
I liked it.
But Brexit was pretty good.
No,
No more of it.
There's another map.
Come one, come all to the annual ESL Butt League.
No, I don't care about Stana, man. He's a fucking gold Nova.
Why should age determine expectation?
Now, something that we enjoyed last season was, of course, viewer mail. Jason, do you want to do a rendition of what was the old theme?
Viewer mail.
Oh, it's so
That's
not bad at all.
Yeah.
Harry, what have we got in the bag at the door?
We have a bunch of stuff. I don't know. I mean, we just selected a bunch of different things, and I'm just going to get them bought up in any old order. That's kind of the vibe I'm going for here. Very chaotic. I don't know what's coming. Y'all don't know what's coming. But let's take a look at our first little item.
Just to be clear, people have sent these into an email address, right?
Yes.
That's what's going on. It's not a physical mail mailbag. It's
No,
actual,
this
an email
is
address.
you send this to an email, EPL mailbag at efg.gg if you want to send in your mail. Can someone read this out?
Yeah, it is rather far away. Hope you're doing well. Was curious to know I am working as an IGL for a university team and my own international 5-man friend team, but also working on analysis work on my YouTube channel. My question is, what do you feel was the most important thing for you to work on when developing as an IGL? For example, early round calling, defaults, mid-round rotations, anti-stratting, pre-game prep, individual performance. Thanks, guys.
Oh, what a question.
Radio.
Well, from all the in-game leaders we have here.
That is a
I guess.
huge question.
It is a great question.
For me, it was actually, I would say the hardest thing for me to learn was controlling my anger. Like going after, like, we can talk about all the prep and everything.
Still having issues with it?
When you go to like a semi-final or something, or a LAN, and you've done all this homework, you've tried so hard for so long, and people fuck things up. Being able to control your rage and being able to like say how have we messed this up with the
getting hit in the face with a Snickers bar.
Yeah, exactly, that sort of thing. So for me, that was the hardest thing I had to overcome. What about you, Harry?
I like it.
I have never IGL'd in my life,
fair.
not even casually.
Not even in punk friends, having a good time.
I barely
face
even
it.
talk, Matthew. That's kind
not
of
true. We both know that's not true.
Yeah,
sometimes you have your ideas coming out.
Yeah, but a one-off idea ain't the same as calling. Kadian would agree with me there, right? Everyone wants to IGL when you're winning.
A weekend IGL, we call it.
Yeah,
That's the difference between a strategist and a captain. Being a captain and an in-game leader is the hardest thing, I think. Because lots of people can call and they have the ideas at the right time, but holding your nerve and being able to keep it together when shit hits the fan, as maybe you can attest to, it's very difficult to actually make sure you're actually there and focus and not tilting like everyone else.
No, 100%. I mean, if you talk about the emotional side of things and the emotional management, you're right there. It's very important. I think something else that is key is the ability to translate any idea you have in your mind in a simple way. Like, get people to understand what the hell it is you want to do. Like, however you want to do a strategy, whatever call you want to do mid-round, sometimes from what is in your mind to what comes out on the TeamSpeak or whatever vocal you're using is quite different. And it can get frustrating, but you have to simplify. You have to simplify out, get people to buy in whatever you want to do, and you have to do it clearly and simply, and that's not always easy.
Efficiency.
I do actually have one question on this end, right? When it comes to IGLing, right? Do you think that you take a tailored approach to every individual on your team? Like, maybe they respond to it better, or is it like you lead in your specific way and everyone else buys into that?
So I think it's too draining mentally if you have to tailor every single style to every single player. It's not going to work out. So the way I would do it is you probably have to be true to whatever it is you do, like your own identity, and you can adjust a little bit, right? I think,
and your star players, you're probably pretty accommodating to the big boy stars.
One X-Factor player, I normally kind of just let him do whatever he wants. I don't want to overrule him, want him to dictate what he's doing every round.
As long as it's not damaging to the team, I guess that's fine.
Sure.
We got a sneak peek to the next one, Harry.
Yeah, go on. Let's take a look at this.
I love this by the sounds of it.
Dear EPL, please enjoy the 2 attached R8 supercuts. The R8 is by far the most superior weapon to have been introduced Tinto Counter-Strike by a large margin. From its conception as a one-shot ace, give to its current status as simply a better version of the AWP.
All right, hot
The
take.
little pistol has the potential for great things. Yours sincerely, Jackson Wrench.
Roll the clip. Do we get to see the clips?
Yes, we do. We have them locked and loaded. Here's the R8 Supercuts, baby.
Wait.
Oh!
I like this. This is basically like an AWP.
Oh! This is fire.
Yeah, he's amazing.
That's great.
Oh, that one was sick, dude. That second kill on the ramp.
We didn't have a reaction on that one. Okay,
I like that. Okay, that's sold me on the R8. Is that an honorable gun, Henry?
I guess so. It's so bad. You kind of like a lot of honor to use that. Like
it's like a self-handicap.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I haven't used it in CS2.
Respect.
I assume it's the same as CSGO, right? Has anyone tried it?
No.
I cannot say that I have.
Yeah, I guess it's
Actually,
the same.
I did once as a joke.
Okay.
And I did it while we were in Chengdu. I ended up playing up against Mongolian pros.
Oh yeah,
and it was not a
round.
It was not a good time to be using the R8. Let me tell you, 20% loss, 180 ping, R8 equipped, right-clicking down Anubis like canals all the way to the end, just spamming and hoping. But I did hit one crazy shot, and it feels good when you do it.
Did you actually give it a shot in CS:GO when it came out? The R8.
Of course,
I probably tried like
broken when it came out.
Yeah, you remember
the first 48 hours was fantastic.
Yeah, probably 2 days, and then that changed.
Yeah.
Yes.
I could see it was going to happen.
Henry and I played a show match with the R8s. We played it on a Western map.
Yeah, the Wild West. I was actually very good at that. I had some highlights on YouTube of. I should send that into the mailbag.
Yeah, you should.
Highlights of my R8 clips.
Absolutely.
Run that clip.
There used to be a bug.
Don't forget.
There used to be a bug with like the right click. If you held it, you could instantly shoot with left.
Yeah.
And I actually want that to be how the right click works. Instead of like fanning the hammer, I want it to be like you're like cocking the gun early, so then you have like one instant shot. I think that would be a really cool way to balance it, but that's just my mad rambling.
Send your ideas.
Yeah.
It is a complete rework.
Exactly.
Like I think the burst fire on the FAMAS is actually pretty good in CS2. Have you given that a go?
All right.
It's actually.
I used to use it a lot.
I've been using it. It's actually pretty decent. Like actually,
that's just the nostalgia talking.
I personally think the R8 is in a great place where it just is not being used.
Let us know your thoughts.
I think it's perfectly
in
geared.
viewer mail. Let us know whether you hate or rate the R8. Next one. Let's see.
If you could rename maps, what would you name them?
Rename
maps. I'm going to throw one map out and then we can weigh in as a group on what we would rename it. Let's start with Inferno. Worst map coming in first. What would we call it?
Oh, so you don't have an actual suggestion. You're just picking the map that we read.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll throw one out there.
I know.
Tiny, little, garbage, narrow map. That's my
not a catchy name, is it?
Not a catchy name, but it's true.
Yeah, call it
true.
Claustrophobia or something.
Yeah, claustrophobia. Claustrophobia.
Okay,
can you spell claustrophobia?
I think I can in French, probably in English too. I can. CLAUSTROPHOBIA.
Can you use it in a
Somebody's got to
sentence?
tell me if that's right. I don't know.
I think it was. I think that
It
might have
sounds
been
real.
right.
I wasn't really paying attention to the spelling bee.
Yeah.
I'm just agreeing.
Well,
Put me on the spot, but I was
So
there.
Inferno's
What
done.
about Train?
Claustrophobia. Train? Well.
You do that one. Rail yard?
I think they nailed that one.
Yeah, that one you can't really do much with it. It's kind of on the nose, isn't it?
What about like Overpass?
Overpass.
Oh, I hate Overpass.
I hate Overpass so much.
Do we know? I used to know that what city it was. It's based off of city in Germany, right? It's Berlin.
Berlin.
It is Berlin. Well, I don't think they will let us use that name though.
No.
Try and find something else.
It's taken, sadly.
It's kind of taken.
The city of Berlin's after us.
They're suing us right
now. I know, it's all in the sewers. The rats.
But it's already a map.
That used to be great. This used to be a great map.
Yeah.
Bring that back.
I don't know. I feel like the map names are actually pretty solid, like as is. I think they've done a good job of naming the maps.
Yeah.
There's never a map name that comes up and I'm like, why the hell have they called it that? Like,
Okay, what's one example? I need
understand.
one example of that. Why is Inferno called Inferno?
Yeah, no, that's why I picked it. I think it's like the easiest one.
I mean, Mirage doesn't really have anything to it either. Like, why is it? Because it's what desert and it's supposed to be like an additional like Mirage. Is that what we're going for?
Yeah.
Can we not come up with something better? I can, but somebody can probably. Someone that's creative.
Somebody better. Yeah.
You can also let us know.
Did we clear that up for them, do you think?
I feel like we have
our general consensus is no, actually, we wouldn't really name maps. Okay.
I hope that helps.
Do we have anything else in the mailbag?
We don't. Mailbag's empty for now.
Okay.
For now.
Well, then we need more mail.
What's the mail address?
Oh,
Harry?
God. It's
mailbag
it's EPL mailbag at efg.gg.
Damn, you
pretty certain that's it.
Producer says
I nailed
correct.
it. I nailed
it. Guys, I know this is going to come as a shock, but the world doesn't actually just revolve around us. There is another stream, and that means there's other casters, which I believe we can check in with now.
Hello from the B stream. My name is Travis. Alongside me is Brandon. And if you want a break from the A stream antics, then you know where to go. We've got G2 versus Tyloo, Virtus Pro versus Saw, and Imperial versus Eternal Fire as well. And they should be 3 brilliant BO3s.
Yeah, they really should be. And look, we haven't got, obviously, the table tennis. We haven't got the 1v1 arena or golf, for that matter. But maybe we could set up our computers, get a 5v5 going against some of the talent and the players. Freya, what do you think?
I mean, if anybody wants me on their team for the 5v5,
yeah, I'm in.
UK Massive, let's
in-game
go.
leader, though.
Me as an
after all those points,
the 5 of us could beat any 5 that they put together for these.
Okay.
Yep. When do we settle that? CS though, Jason.
I'm comfortable with it.
Okay.
No, you did the 1v1 last season.
I did. I lost to back, and that was it.
It's all right.
Shout out.
Good. I remember there was a few kills. No, it wasn't a white wash. It was fine.
We've got Maniac, and he's always good for a quad kill from Catwalk on Barrage all the way up to the V holes. He gets it every time. Every single time.
Every single
You didn't like that comment,
kills
did you?
every time they come to the bomb site.
I can see I piqued your interest on that one. It's been hurt.
But why do they call it Mirage?
That's a good point.
Whilst we settle that discussion, we do have Falcons take on the Mongols in the first game, and I caught up with Dupree earlier in the day.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Yo, it's another day of Pro League. I can't wait to get started. It's G2 versus Tyloo to kick off the coverage today. It's probably one of the biggest mismatches of the entire opening rounds, Brandon, but I'm here for it. I want
pretty well against Vitality, right? So anything really is possible. I think the biggest question for me, I think the couch kind of highlighted it perfectly, is there a world in which G2 can lose this game? I feel like Tyloo have actually kind of got a good chance at maybe taking a map off them. Maybe I'm just coping, but that's kind of the way I feel about it. I feel like this match is actually pretty unpredictable.
I mean, talking of unpredictable, I mean, there's so many things that we could talk about between these two teams about being, you know, inconsistent as well. I mean, I think one little tangent I want to get off my chest with Tyloo is that their entire roster is inconsistent. I mean, they have 11 players on their books, of course, on HLTV. They've had 6 who are playing actively. The other 5, I believe, are at the moment, I don't know, Dan King is a streamer in China, for example, right? He's not an active player anymore. But yeah, I mean, they recently made changes. They benched Advent, they benched Kaze and Orman, yet they played with Advent and Kaze for IEM Chengdu. Lyrics was originally signed, of course, as a replacement for Kaze and Advent, as he's an AWP IGL, Brandon, but he's played a total of 4 maps for this team, so we don't even know where he is right now.
I was a little bit critical of them in Chengdu, and I described it as Tyloo are trying to find their identity, and they're trying to basically generate momentum following to the next major. And I still feel like that's the case, and I feel like every single tournament they attend now is just about getting European practice and trying to create the right recipe for these players to succeed when that major rolls around. And I feel like there's a very interesting discussion there. You're right. It's a lot of instability with the players coming out and then coming back into the roster. But when I've been watching them recently, especially at the Esports World Cup qualifier, I was actually pleasantly surprised. It looks like they are finally gelling and getting something going. So I'm excited to see how they can compete. Obviously, they're going up against G2, which is one of the favorites to, well, not only make sort of the playoffs, and I feel like that's almost a guarantee at this point, because if you take a look at G2's recent results, like, they have just been fantastically consistent, yet they still constantly get questioned as to, well, what is going wrong? And it makes a lot of sense when you think about it, because you've got m0NESY, you've got Nico, the best player in the world in CS2 in m0NESY, one of the best players ever to touch the game in CSGO in Nico, and yet people are not happy with how they're performing. Where are the trophies?
Exactly. I mean, I think, truth be told, I don't think even G2 themselves know which G2 is going to turn up on the day, right? But because of m0NESY being, probably top 2 player in the world this year and having Nico on the team, people expect this roster to contend at every single event. They are, as you say, they are at least making consistent playoffs, but there are lots of question marks. There's the drop-off of form from Hunter. There's the inconsistency of Nico, which he has admitted himself on social media. Question marks over Nexa. I mean, honestly, I think they are actually the bigger issues. People will criticize Hooksy and say, listen, I mean, he's the mastermind behind the operations. Maybe he should be questioned more. But I think there are bigger issues than him, and obviously you win and lose as a team. So he can't control how his teammates perform individually, like Hunter, like Nico, like Nexa. Honestly, it's hard to say, but at least in this matchup, Brandon, if it's not an easy 2-0, I'll be very surprised.
Agree. And I feel like you've got to actually take a look at one of Hunter and one of Nexa to see who's going to step up to support this man, because he's been absolutely exceptional. I mean, we've already said it. I'd say even go as far as say the best player in Counter-Strike 2. 18 years old, tearing up the scene, 1.31 rated, and this is against the best teams in the world. Who's going to save m0NESY and Nico? And which player is going to be the one to really step up here? We saw glimpses of it with Nexa at the major, but Hunter, I feel like a lot of question marks get thrown his direction, because I'm not really too sure what's happened, but it's not been the same Hunter we're used to seeing.
And we want to see the Hunter performing at the absolute peak of his powers, right? I mean, I love watching him play. The duo with him and Nico has won so many incredible clutches and big events, of course, in the past. And it's actually crazy that it feels so long ago now that they won Kato and Cologne, right? It's only last year still. So it's a weird one. I mean, I think there is still potential this team can win an event. If you've got m0NESY on the roster, then you should have that potential. It's a question whether the others perform, because right now, really, m0NESY has been the only consistent performer throughout all the events they've played. At least overall, as we said, they are still making playoffs. We've got the veto appearing on our screen right now, and truth be told, I think whatever Tyloo pick, it's going to be an uphill battle. We know that. We mentioned their roster issues beforehand. We don't exactly know where they're going. I mean, of course, I think Advent is probably one of the lowest rated players individually currently playing in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. So the firepower Tyloo have, the riflers like your Jamyoung, like those sort of players, need to go above and beyond to give themselves a chance in this series. And G2 actually get a pick of Inferno as well, Brandon, and we know that they are like, top 2 T side in the world, I think, on Inferno, if I'm not mistaken.
Is scary. I guess another little tidbit as well is that Tyloo play all 7 maps, so they could get a free ban. I think banning Anubis was a good decision, kind of against G2, because Tyloo have looked pretty shaky on it. G2 have always looked really comfortable on it. So you head to Ancient, a map that's been pretty decent for obviously G2, but for Tyloo it's been a bit hit and miss. Inferno, yeah, that's the struggle. I feel like if Tyloo want a say in this series, you're gonna need the likes of Jamyoung, you need the likes of Kaze just popping off. But Mercury's been playing really well recently. That's a little caveat I'll throw in just as we kind of sprinkle on the garnish before heading into map 1. Mercury was outstanding last week, but it's just whether Tyloo can carry that form domestically into the international stage. And now you're playing against one of the best teams. You can kind of see why we're questioning things here. Obviously, rank 45 versus rank 4. It all kicks off here on Ancient as well. G2 starting on the CT side. Tyloo looking to set the pace.
Well, let's see how the underdogs perform. We've both watched a lot of Tyloo, and we do love watching these players, but it's the question of whether they can compete against the best in the world. And really, regionally, they've been struggling, I feel like, a little bit, of course, against the likes of Lin Vision and the Mongols, especially to qualify for those big events, right? So that's the question mark that we need to figure out. Already the first kill goes the way of Nexa. Some aggression toward mid for G2, and Hooksy holding the line down B lane. They will give up the plant to Tyloo. Nico will hear that, obviously, give that information over to his teammates, and they'll play retake without a kit.
also got a little bit of alert going on, but it might all be null and void if all the players on the bomb site keep getting dealt with. There's Mercury, but he only finds one. So ZDR now left completely isolated. That bomb can just be stuck, and Nexa even just confirms it. Solid retake from G2.
Yeah, that's exactly the start they wanted. I mean, it's obviously when it's your first map of Pro League, you might be in a situation where, well, you could start a bit slow. You saw that with Saw yesterday. I'm not going to pretend that Saw and 3D Max was a bigger differential than Tyloo and G2, but they definitely started slow on a number of occasions. And if G2 started slow, then obviously there could be situations where Tyloo could build up a little bit of a lead early on and put some pressure on, but that relaxes things straight away. But as we know, the meta with the T-side bomb plant dictates the Galil force buy. Tyloo have some firepower to work with in round 2.
Yeah, come on, let's see something then. Mercury Kaze waiting patiently. Hooksy just patrolling out towards cave, and a good flash sets Nico on the angle. This is just about containment for Tyloo right now. They're just trying to get as many pieces of information as possible to best construct their mid-round. The issue is that G2 are a team that are very intrusive when it comes to taking space, already denying that B ramp, so you can't look for these angles on the Galil, which will force you into cave, which again forces you into an SMG.
Yeah, absolutely. Just feeling out the map, Tyloo, at the moment. Everyone's got a smile on his face, which is a good sign. You want Tyloo to be feeling sort of free and loose in a game like this, knowing they're massive underdogs. No pressure on Tyloo whatsoever in this game. The pressure is weirdly on G2 to make it easy and comfortable, as it so should be. But as I said, first game of Pro League can always be a bit squeaky. 35 seconds. Looks like we're going in toward A. Nexa is here with the M4. He's got Monesi support in Donut with the FAMAS. Multiple force him wide, and actually choosing to play the Cubby instead. Monesi tries his frag, and then Nico helps out as well. From that CT position, he actually gets 2 in the end. Nexa goes down. Bomb plant will be attempted. Then Nico just holds W and gets himself a 3rd. Good work from ZDR. It's actually a 2 versus 2 here. Bomb can go down. Look at that. They're split across the map right now. There's a lurk through B, and actually both G2 rotators are coming in from Donut and Big Flank. ZDR needs to try and stay alive for as long as possible, but he can't. And now Mercury needs to get his skates on.
Drops in the site, and Mercury's here just in time. So there's every world in which he could swing and potentially deny, but Hunter's on the angle and it's not planted for him. That was the crucial gunfight. Doesn't quite pan out. It's interesting to see that we've got, in 2 rounds now, really late lurks out of Tyloo, just on the other side of the map. And that hasn't really come into a full effect yet for them, but I wonder if that's something they're going to implement further forward. But this is a really good round. Even with the force investment, they still make this competitive. They still make it a 2-on-2, and they get the bomb down. So they're already posing questions to G2 quite early on.
Yeah, there's been some question marks over ZDR individually as well, and that is a good sign from him early doors to at least get some work done like that. Nice little spray through the smoke, through Donut to get that trade. Obviously, he knew the information there. A good recovery from G2 again. Hunter knew the right angle to hold. And the control that he's got on shelf easily deals with Jam Young through that smoke. Can ball back and play flash support as well. There actually will Scarpa into Jaguar and through Cave. And now Hooksy's under a little bit of pressure. Mercury running him down with a Tech 9. Drive-by. 4 versus 4.
Yeah, Tyloo down on B again. 3 bomb plants in 3 rounds. And suddenly, G2 were thrown into another retake. Boost up as well. ZDR on the off angle with the M4. Hoping to spot out Monesi, and he does. Nice. This is quickly turning a little bit sour for G2. Plenty of time here on this retake. They didn't buy a kit again. But I guess it doesn't matter if Nex is just finding all of the shots immediately, even through the wall. Hunter will now start to stick the digits. Mercury said DR really trying their best to spam, but none of it is connecting. Mercury potentially could swing. Oh, and he's killing everyone. Mercury saves the round. It's the Tech 9 for Tai Lu. And they survive. They win it out against G2.
I mean, you brought it up, Brandon. I think the biggest issue for G2 there is nothing to do with the retake, nothing to do with that sort of position they put themselves in against Mercury. They didn't buy a kit. And we know G2 and bomb diffusers and kits in the past have been a bit of a question mark. And I think it's kind of an oversight for Nexus to have, what was it, 1750 in the bank? And to know that they've had to face 2 bomb plants in the last couple of rounds. And lack of diffuse kit cost them. That is a great round to win if you're Tai Lu. G2 have not had a chance to build up their bank yet. They're going to fully force MP9, Deagles and 5-7. And Tai Lu, a weaponry advantage.
I really
here.
like this call as well. You just send it straight in towards A on an execute because you know the utility is going to be barren, or at least there's going to be a compromise between that and the weaponry. Jam Young, though, gets absolutely deleted by m0NESY, and now the smokes just provide a safe barrier. And Tai Lu, oh, they're actually just going to run through it. Nex is also in the smoke. Cat and mouse, potentially with the SMGs. Nex are pressed up against a few of them, but can only find the first.
Oh, but the Deagles are here. Nico finds one. And now Mercury, the hero of the previous round, unfortunately, is very stuck. And G2, well, they can just win any round like that, can't they? With that force buy. Lovely on the Deagles. Hooksy getting a little bit fired up there, saying, that's more like it. Can't be losing the rounds against the pistols. Let's win one back. Oh, that's a great reaction from m0NESY. And yeah, I mean, I thought Nexa with this smoke play was actually going to do a lot more work than just the one. I've seen multiple instances of that play working out for a multi-kill, but in the Deagles on Nico, as you'd expect, look very clean indeed. Early CAC timeout for Tai Lu.
Even with Nexa making that play, sure, he goes 1 for 1, but at the end of the day, what's he done? He's created a lot of space for the team to rotate in and be here in time. Notice how Tai Lu, once her attention is shifted off of Nexa and back onto the bomb site, you've got 2 players fighting Donut. There's already Nico in towards CT and Temple, so it did generate a lot of room for G2. So a fantastic round back immediately. It puts a little dampener onto the otherwise, I'd say, pretty warm start from Tai Lu. I've been very impressed with what they've been providing, and I feel like that's the only round we didn't see that had a bomb plant. So they've got more than enough money to invest in. There won't be an AWP for Kaze. In fact, he goes down to a Tech 9. So they could definitely try and make something happen. They've been very good at getting onto the bomb sites. It's just a question of holding.
Ancient does kind of lean that way, and it sometimes, doesn't it? I mean, very often a CT side will play retake on A, probably the most retakeable bomb site in the entire game, A on Ancient. So they're happy to try that. Well, Hooksy, a little bit lost in the sauce there for a second, but with that saved Mac 10 over from the previous round, he's choosing to stick with it, even though it's up against 3 AKs. So he's going to have to stay maneuverable, is Hooksy, in this round on the defense to make sure that Mac 10 does the work. Tyler will rotate round, pick up the bomb in spawn, and looks like they will be setting up for A again. I have seen them be a little bit guilty of going through those smokes a little bit too often toward the A site. We saw Nexa almost punish them with more than just the one in that previous round, so looks like they're going to have some freedom this time, however. Mercury trying to have a look toward Jaguar. There's the spot on Hooksy. He's just playing the jiggle to pop the smoke down. And there is that smoke outside A. 40 seconds. Tai Lu looks like they're going to wait it out.
You see, Hunter was already looking just in case Tai Lu wanted to go for that play again. Instead, it's going to be a nice little setup here. m0NESY going to have the first contact. Hunter also playing anti-flash, staring at Donut. Here, rain in the smokes, but it doesn't feel like a commitment whatsoever. m0NESY trying to find this kill, but it's ZDR that actually strikes first on towards Hunter. This was filming to be a B play, but instead they're going to try and wrap through mid, go into Donut, but they need to get past m0NESY, who's in A main. Full blinded though, Kaze will deal with him. The bomb potentially can be put down, especially with that one from Jam Young.
Holy hell, what a strategy that was from Tai Lu. Put pressure outside A, you're balked by a smoke, you have one player making a bit of a fake toward that B bomb site, ZDR still providing kills for main, and you go through mid, through donut, back to A, not even to the opposite side. I mean, with the time on the clock, that might have been their only choice. They've got to make sure they confirm it now. Nexa still fighting for this one. He has got a kit this time, as Nexa, but you know, I really think there's definitely no time for this anymore. He's just playing for exits, trying to limit the T economy, and he does well to take Jamyang. But what a strat that was from Tyloo. Limited by the clock, sure, which is why they chose what they did. But they hit the shots. You saw Nico run through that CT smoke. He tried. Well, that was close. He tried to deny the bomb plant, knowing it was coming through with 5 seconds on the clock. See that smoke there, smacking Monazy. ZDR does well to readjust and actually take Hunter out. This is the flash that comes through, and Kaze takes Monazy while he's basically full blind. There's Nico trying to deny the plant as I suspected, but Jamyang's got his number.
Good reaction to immediately resetting towards Donut there, because it felt like with Mercury, who was scaling B ramp at the time with 20 seconds, that if he found a kill, Tyloo would maybe just try and reevaluate and go over to B instead. But I don't think I think they realized just in the nick of time that they didn't actually have enough seconds on the clock to even put the bomb down on B. So they throw it all in towards Donut instead. And it's that split second call that completely overwhelms G2. They're just not ready for it. So that's a very cool round. And I think what we saw as well from the defense, G2, following back to your point early, where you're saying, look, A is probably one of the most easiest sites to retake, is what's becoming a little bit meta now on the CT side is actually leave A completely open to kick off your campaign. You'll fight 2 in towards mid, you'll send 3 over towards B and shove. That's what happened last round. Instead, that's not going to be the case, and a fast play in towards B immediately. Tyloo churned up a little bit by the utility. They nearly line up for Nico, but Jamyon gets the best of him, and Hooksy can only find one on the Mac 10. Another bomb site barraged by Tyloo.
And another round that Hooksy had to play with the Mac 10. Oh, ZTR's going to lurk the smoke. Oh, the timing. Nexa caught off guard. ZDR's being a bit of a nuisance for G2 in these early stages. We mentioned Advent. We know that his individual level is not up to par. ZDR hasn't really had the numbers either recently. Advent can afford to maybe be a little bit lower in the scoreboard, as he's, of course, the leader. Been lots of question marks about whether he should still be on the team. They announced, of course, he was benched, and he's back in again. No matter how much searching we do, it's hard to find a definitive answer on what Tyloo's plan is with that. But Tyloo trusts Advent. I think Advent trusts the organization as well. What a great round to win for Tyloo again. Evening up at 3 apiece, and this opening half very interesting now. You can see the fast beat play coming through, and Jamyang, that's the kind of kills we need to see him get. Those sort of clean entries. Kaze, I think, actually kills Hooksy through his teammate there, as we see it from his POV. The phase from ZDR is perfect. So, round 7, and we're evens with G2 on a weird buy.
This buy is a little bit wacky, isn't it? And it's pretty much dismantled instantly. Yeah, there's the rifle.
And it's gone.
They're in mid. Nexa? Maybe a Nexa 5-7 moment in Donut? Not quite. And ZDR is still lurking. And Tyloo just keep enforcing this play. Always one lurker on the extremity, waiting patiently to punish these rotates. And it has caught G2 off on a number of these rounds. They take the lead.
Nice from ZDR. Wasn't it like Maui or someone who tweeted that he's like, if you search up his name, the only result you find is not a Counter-Strike player, but like a space engineer or something in like a Chinese university? Honestly. Well, he's engineering something now. He's putting G2 into the stratosphere, perhaps. What a great start to the game. Jamyang straight out through mid. Tyloo not holding back. Staying aggressive, getting that control. Hunter, of course, is not to know whether they've got toward the mid boxes yet. Even when he breaks open that smoke. And looks like G2 are going to try and respond. Flash coming through. In comes the fight. And Mercury. Oh, he takes both Nico and Hooksy. It's beautiful. Monazy will deal with Mercury. And there is Hunter. Great recovery straight off the bat from G2 just when they were under pressure.
That's them just forcing the issue onto Tyloo. And even though it works out in favor of Tyloo over towards B ramp, this time the players in mid are just cut off. Tyloo looking to reset here. 2 players heading towards that B bomb site. m0NESY has now been spotted, but information goes both ways. Hunter can now smoke off Cave, and as Tyloo, they'll still continue to burst. The spam doesn't connect whatsoever. So yet again, we're in a situation where G2 have to retake a bomb site. Ouch.
Oh my goodness. Kaze trying just to play the time. But that default position is a bit more wallbangable than you really think. So it's Advent, of all people, in a 1 versus 3. Can the old Chinese legend run back the clock? Timing peak, perhaps. You can hear the players crossing the angle, and he gives it a go. Fair play on the swing to try and at least catch one and then play behind the cave position. But m0NESY deletes it immediately, as he so should. Another quick fire shot from him. It's what we expect, and G2 stay in touch. Weird thing to say, but they do.
Yeah, I feel like this is what G2 are going to have to do a little bit more. Just be a little bit more proactive. Don't be scared of sort of what's been happening in the first sort of 8 rounds. There's been a lot of retakes, which means money's still pretty decent here for Tyloo. Kaze even on the AWP as well, and that's something that's really been limited for m0NESY. Not yet seen him on the sniper whatsoever. B didn't work out last round, that's fine. They'll go back to A, and m0NESY, if he pushes this elbow smoke, he'll have a very quick timing on the flank. ZDR spots one, but can't get the best of HooXi.
Oh. HooXi had a... thought he was dead to rights there. ZDR had him locked in that little cubby in lane, but couldn't deal with it. And m0NESY is doing exactly what you're saying. This could be pretty tasty. Keep an eye on that minimap. Keep an eye on his timing. I don't think anyone is questioning that at the moment. G2 is still trying to make noise elsewhere to stop this from being guessed. It's checked at the last second, but just not in time. And he gets a 2-piece. Could even make it 3. It's gorgeous for m0NESY. And G2 will retake a 5-4 lead.
Yeah, I'd tell you what though, I really like the variation out of Tyloo. I like the fact that they are mixing in these slow controlled rounds where they're poking and prodding all over the map, trying to just keep the defense rooted, and at the same time just going for these explosive plays. This one's a little bit faster out the T side, immediately in towards A. They're able to overwhelm, but the issue is, and what m0NESY highlights, is where there's not enough sort of consideration or pressure being applied at the early stages of the round, it just means you've got all these options open to flank, and Tyloo just weren't ready for this play whatsoever. Good timing on the swing with Hunter and Nico coming out of tempo at exactly the same time m0NESY comes around the corner, so even if one falls as a guaranteed trade.
Absolutely. Fight for m0NESY on shelf as the smoke goes up. He's got Hunter support. Oh, that nade. I was going to say it might just smack Mercury right in the chest. Puts him down to 37, but he does get Jaguar control from it. Does HooXi give it a hard clear? He is just jiggling right now. Maybe actually he isn't aware that they could already be in. Because if Mercury actually does shift up here, he would catch HooXi with a smoke out. ZDR putting pressure on A in the meantime. Say putting pressure. I think he's being pretty silent about it at the moment. The bomb is gravitating toward that side of the map, and looks like Mercury's just going to try to provide a frag on that lurk, which, as you've mentioned already, Brandon, does kind of put them in an interesting position in these rounds. It's often worked out in the early stages. G2 have had to figure them out, and let's see if Nexa can figure them out now. He manages to deal with ZTR. Good timing on the incendiary as well. ZTR goes early, and that's when Mercury pounces. Okay, that's a kill in response, and now he'll go down to Nico, but they have left the equation immediately. They've left Kaze here to try and still sell it, but the bomb is crossing mid, and they're going straight into m0NESY. Oh, they're doing it again. Kaze has won the duo and the duel on Nexa, and Hunter has to step up. He only gets the one, and Nico coming in from CT. You're absolutely right, Brandon. They are doing it again. Nico, 1v2. Kaze low. A chance to do something with this. Low HP. Oh, Jamyoung tagged down as well. And now he knows the position of both players. But Jamyoung finds it. What another round to win for Tyloo.
They just run it right back. They run it right back because G2 didn't see the donut wrap in the previous time of asking. And as soon as Mercury gets this kill, you see the retreat out of A main. G2 think, well, potentially this is going to be a B play. With Nico getting that kill, that confirms things over towards B, but it also delays his timing. Tyloo just win these fights because they double up and they fight 2-on-1 in a number of these players. I really like this. You're double faking, but you're also double faking the site that you're actually going to hit in the first place. Hooksy finally taking matters into his own hands, deals with Mercury, ZDR over the top. That's a fantastic double to get.
Yeah, good stuff from Hooksy at the right time. Been a fun opening half, and Tyloo very happy to say it's being kept very competitive here. We just want a close game for the content, for the entertainment. And now we could have some content on our hands here because Mr. Munazy has his AWP out. Tyloo preparing a execute with their final 3 players, but the AWP takes point as it so should, and Munazy does it again. Doubles up beautifully. It's down to Jam Young. He should get peeked as that Molotov gets put down. He does remove Hunter. Quick fake. So we've got plenty of time actually to play with these fakes as Jam Young here. But of course, only half health. And G2, there's no need to throw any of their bodies in on this one. AWP will be picked up. Can he save it? The answer is no. They're already there, of course, holding the line, holding the escape, and Nexa takes it. G2 guaranteed at least a tie on the half.
Well done from G2, because despite all of these antics, the one thing that G2 can do is just make their structure consistent, and that's with their defaults. Good find here from Hooksy, and then he immediately gets set up via flashbang. So suddenly you neutralize half the control of the map immediately. It means Munazy can be set up on this angle. That's actually a team flash. You see it fly over Munazy's shoulder that blinds up Advent for Munazy to find that second kill. Feels like it could actually be a 7-5 here for G2 because it's Mac-10, a couple of pistols. Need Kaze and Jam Young to pop off with the AKs here for Tyloo.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Slow positioning, and oh, you mentioned pop off with the AKs. Nice little boost there, and Kaze just deletes Nico. Not with the weapon we've come to know that Kaze uses over the years. But a lovely catch. It gives them an advantage. Mercury, he once again has Jaguar control, but Hunter and Hooksy are playing this one nicely together. One player up, one player down. This is going to be impossible for Mercury to do much with, even with this, if this flash works out. Oh, I say that. He actually does fantastically well to deal with Hooksy. Usually that's impenetrable, but thankfully, for G2's sake, Munazy is often impenetrable. And once again, they're trying this fake through mid, through Donut. And I think ZDR should be able to get this bomb plant ahead of Nexa.
And Nexa's going to have to wait as well. And now we look at Kaze and his positioning over towards Shelf. If he can find Hunter, then this creates a lot of pressure being applied to G2, but it goes the other way. And now the shoe's on the other foot. And notice how all these players are isolated now from Tyloo. Jam Young on an island. ZDR just trapped in Donut with a P250. Time's ticking down. Of course, there's kits on these players, but Jam Young takes the fight. Immediate trade, and now ZDR, they've got to find him. They've got to gut him out of Donut, and they haven't seen him on the bomb site. Hunter turns around and will lock it in. Oh, Munazy will stick the defuse, so just about G2 gets 7-5 as the half rolls over.
Hunter, yo, how we doing, mate? All good, brother. And you?
I'm not too bad. How do you feel about being back in Malta?
I feel good, honestly. Like, I can't wait to play more official games.
Okay. Yeah, that's where you've been. Well, you get a lot of officials in this format.
Yeah. We just arrived from China. Before China, we played the major. So, like, it's packed schedule, but I like it for now, and I just can't wait to play on Wednesday again.
Okay, yeah, the season's rolling right now. Now,
here,
yeah.
How do you like it?
Look, it's a holiday destination. That's why I picked this one, and the tax is pretty good, and the weather's nice.
Yeah. Okay, I understand. Everything good.
Yeah. Now,
weather is not so nice.
Not right now.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah. How's everything going with the photos, the SSD setup? Everything good?
Everything good so far. Now we have some interviews and skits, I think. So yeah.
What do you think about the new setup, being able to face the opponent again?
Very good, very good. Looking forward to play. I think it's very good.
Okay. All right, let me ask Nexus some questions. He's getting in the zone. Next up, how we doing, buddy?
Good.
You're here. It's Pro League. You ready to have a good time?
Yeah, haven't played Pro League in quite some time, but nice to be here in Malta.
Yeah. Look, well, you're doing the team speed. That's good. Yeah, one of the most important things to do during the setup, I'd say.
Yep, for sure.
We got any news? Anything that you want to share with us? Anything that's happened in the week from China to here?
No. I feel like I just came back from China yesterday, and now I'm already in Malta. So.
Yeah, did a few loads of laundry.
Yep. Just laundry, and that's it.
He has better life in OG.
Oh wow! They probably didn't hear that one, but that's all right. We'll get that removed. Now we're coming to Pro League. It's not necessarily the most high stakes event because it's a studio LAN event. How do you motivate yourself for something like this?
Just motivated for every tournament. Just happy to be here, bring the good vibes, and
Bring good vibes. Happy to be here, playing up to the memes.
Yep, exactly.
All right. Thank you for your time and good luck.
Thank you.
A respectable opening half for Pro League for Tai Lu, but now they have to face the barrage of G2 on their T side of Ancient, Brandon.
Yeah, I feel like we just saw in the break there, Chad posed an interesting question to Nexa. He said, where it's a studio LAN, like how do you motivate yourself to keep performing at this high level? I feel like there's a lot more motivation potentially here, especially in this opening match for Tai Lu. And hello, what's this? Rather than going towards A, they're heading straight towards B. Advent sees the whole roster of G2 and does a lot of damage. But Hooksy finds the opener. It's IGL and IGL Violence, and the dual Berettas can't find anything within the hands of Mercury because Hunter is just taking names.
He can even deal with Jamyang long range now as well. He's hit one bullet, which means the dualies from this range probably will be a one-hit headshot on Jamyang. Flash over the top, spots the second as well. I think he realizes both are there. Yes, he does. He's got this all in the palm of his hand, does Hunter. There's another, looking for a quad kill. ZDR locked in the corner. Munizzy looks for a kill for himself, and he'll take it instead. Lovely from G2. Advent getting overrun. And sadly, his 1-10 start to this game is very much on par for his form.
I'll tell you what, though. It's good to see Hunter hit the ground running.
Agreed.
Right, already like 16 kills. I think he got this one here as well, right at the very end. So there we go. Pose the question. He's answered the call. Highest performing player just on the server in
great
general.
To see. Of course, there'll be a lot tougher tests in Pro League for G2 to come, but even though we're both Tai Lu enjoyers, I think we know the reality of this situation. It was a great fight from Tai Lu on the first half. Now they're in a tough position, very tough position. Full eco, G2 know that this should be, once they figured out at least one player, the default pistol, we'll know this is a freebie round. 9-5, Tai Lu will get the guns out, trying to get M4s as quickly as possible rather than forced in this one. Hunter holding in the boxes in mid, spots the shoulder of Jamyang, and now he'll get rushed down to put a smoke down to defend himself, and actually helped up by Nexa. He does get spammed down in the end by Kaze, but there's Nico getting a couple as well. Nicely done, G2, 4 alive. building up that T-side economy early doors.
Yeah, this is where it gets dangerous, to be honest, because where you're on the T side, if you're Tyloo, you can kind of weave in all of these sort of confusing and complicated mid-rounds to kind of keep G2 guessing. Now the issue is you're just going up against G2 on T-side Ancient, and they're the ones that can be in control potentially of the majority of these gunfights. So all of the fights will probably be on their own terms. So it's up to Tyloo now. They've got the guns in play to really force the issue and get a reaction out of G2. We saw that with Hooksy as he was over towards Shelf for scaling, taking that B space. Very common thing for CT sides to do. So I'll be interested to see how the AWP sets up as well. Maybe Kaze, rather than prioritizing the temple angle on A, maybe goes in towards mid and try and helps fight and get space early for Tyloo, because I feel like that's what they need, something to hold on to in the round and make G2 tussle for it.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. With that full eco, Kaze has just enough to be able to buy a glass cannon AWP. As you can see, exactly 4,750 purchased. But of course, he's going to be very squishy, so let's see if he can do some work with it. Nap 10 of Hooksy up close. Mercury will be flashed in. Good reaction. Advent. There's some nice impact there with the flash assist. It's his job on this team to set up his stars. Works out for Mercury. Nico locked behind the Molotov. Almost actually deals with Advent as he hops back behind the site. But a really important opening frag for Tyloo in this opening gun round of this second half.
They got really good space as well. That they had mids, they've now fallen back off it. ZDR's just jiggling in case the G2 reset and take control. But the smoke in towards elbow is only just fading. So instead, Modesty is going to fight for control towards Cheetah. But it'll be Nico that claims the lives of both. And that's a really good opportunity now for G2 because they can now throw this into a B execute. And Jamyoung is the only player remaining who needs to go big with a multi-kill here.
For Jamyoung, finding Nico would be good. And he actually goes for a swing on timing. Actually works out nicely for him. He deals with Nexa. Would have liked one more. Now this makes it ever more difficult because, of course, Kaze... Oh, okay, here we go. Kaze's on that glass cannon up, but we are actually transporting the bomb over to the opposite side. 22 seconds, that's more than enough time to get this sorted. But I think Kaze realizes that he could be here and could be dealing with Nico at the perfect timing. What is the pathing like for Nico? Oh, he's a lucky boy. Kaze misses the shot, and Nico will be allowed that plant. If that bomb was dropped to the floor, that was round done. Kaze had a chance, couldn't deliver. But there's still a chance for Tyloo to get back into this one. Hunter will have to team up with Nico. That's exactly what he will do. Deals with ZDR nicely, and I think Kaze realizes that there's no point fighting for this anymore. It's crazy, isn't it? Millimeters and fractions in Counter-Strike mean that Tyloo, unfortunately, can't take their opening gun round, and G2 squeak a 10th and double digits.
Yeah, tastes their own medicine for Tyloo. And it nearly comes back to bite G2 as well. The fact that Nico is... You use the term squishy to describe Kaze. I'll use that to describe Nico as well, right? 11 HP as he's transporting the bomb over. But it all works out in the end, and it's crucial that once Hunter just gets into Donut and he's now sort of setting up this crossfire with Nico, like you can never really retake this, especially with Hunter just being on 20 kills. It would all depend on him not looking the right way on ZDR and his timing to walk in. Good collection of kills here, and the round was really competitive right until the very end. As soon as the bomb gets put down and this kill gets locked in.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, fine margins there for Tyloo. Fine margins that they need to try and work with, but Kaze's hit a collat, and that sets up Advent on the P250, but Mercury with the 5-7 still doing some damage. Okay, a 2-on-2. Nexus 40 HP. Kaze, his HP doesn't matter because he's on the AWP. Tyloo could steal this one away.
At this one, if Jamyoung can just somehow get into the action with that CZ, he's got Kevlar. They're now with the bomb down, and with Tyloo allowing G2 to get into some good after-plant positions here. It's going to make it ever harder as the time ticks on. At least they've got that smoke on Jamyoung picked up. He can block off Nexa. A tap on the bomb will come through. Kaze is trying to hold the line, but Manisi's now playing the cubby, and that's so hard to deal with if you're the CZ player. And there goes Kaze. Jamyang now stuck in the open. Manisi swings. And G2, to be fair to them, in the midst of the madness, they've done well to recover that.
I think you hit the nail on the head. As soon as they're able to get into positions that can formulate an afterplant, it gets way too difficult for these pistols to not only have the element of surprise, but to close them down. Because Manisi takes a step back, he's playing deeper in towards ramp. Nexa never reveals himself until the last possible moment, where he can guarantee the kill or set up Manisi for this headshot on towards Jamyang. It's really well played in such a chaotic moment for G2.
Immediate battle in the following round in mid. Utility fight commences once again. Manisi down to 45. Trying to break up in that smoke. Maybe looking to try and get control of B lane, of course, because it's such an important part of the map. If CTs have control of it, you can lock them out, and they didn't realize it was a double setup there between Jamyang and Mercury. That's actually pretty nice from Tyloo. That little tiny cubby, which we saw Hooksy get a kill from earlier on, of course, on G2 CT half, can very often be overlooked. And obviously, when there are two players there baiting each other in, it will be overlooked. So they get a 2-for-1. G2 forced to Scarpa.
And it's all about just making sure you don't trip over your own shoelaces here if you're Tyloo. You've got the advantage. You have all this control. Where ZDR has spotted Hunter in towards middle, that's going to keep him rooted for just a couple of extra seconds. I like the Mercury's come over towards Cave because it frees up ZDR to go donut and support Kaze. Manisi on the angle, but Kaze is that little bit faster, and ZDR steps in as well. There's that support network for Tyloo, and it throws it all onto Nexa in a 1-on-4. There's 20 seconds left. It feels like his bell is just about to be rung. And that's a very good round from Tyloo. I really like the fact that they just take a step back. They kind of weigh up what's going on in the round. And the fact that Mercury steps in over towards Cave and just allows ZDR that rotation is everything. Because if this kill goes the other way, suddenly you're in a lot of trouble if you're Tyloo.
Actually a really well played hold there from Tyloo. Like their best CT round yet, without a doubt. And yeah, the problem is it can't be a flash in the pan when you're 11-6 behind. Gonna have to double down on this. Hunter down to a Tech 9, but G2 with a full purchase otherwise, just lacking the money to Yorp. He's on an AK, he's fine. No worries. Will it be no worries for G2? Tyloo trying their best to stay in touch in this game. Mercury's put up a great performance. I mentioned his name, of course, and he realizes that Jaguar has now been taken. See the shadows of the smoke. A nice little double setup. Advent's actually been forced into Cave, though, and he'll get taken down straight away. Do they check Mercury in the corner? No, they don't, but it's only Hooksy to go down, and Jamyang tries a quick trade. Gets absolutely demolished by Nico, though.
Yeah, that's a save. That's a forced one by Tyloo. Damn, that's so rough. The second kill from Nico was just so sick, and that just completely shuts down everything. I like the idea of having Advent being that bait setup for Mercury, but the instantaneous trades out of G2 just makes things very complicated there for that CT side. Bomb set to explode. G2 about to go up to map point, and Tyloo's map pick looked really good in this first half.
Terrorists win.
And we've seen some good rounds out of Tyloo, but now they need to be perfect for, well, a lot in a row.
Yeah, indeed. That second shot from Nico there is so strong. Puts G2 up to 12. And should be feeling pretty comfortable now. Tyloo have to find the magic that came back in that previous round, of course. That got them that 4 alive CT round. ZDR tries to play aggressive on a timing, but just as he swings, He puts his crosshair in that specific angle. Is when Munazi takes his head off. Hunter deals with the other one as well. And 21-8 for Hunter, having a great game. You questioned him, and he's delivered straight away. It'll be tougher tests. The series is by no means over yet. But yeah, this first map, I think, is done. 5 versus 2 for G2. Kaze has a kit, he has a flash, but we know what's going to happen with this one. Nexa pushes forward, takes the kill. Kaze's about to get, well, quintuple swung, perhaps. He gets one, and there's the second coming through for Nexa. He deals with it, and G2 take a very comfortable, in the end, 13-6 on Ancient.
Kaze, can we walk and talk? Yeah? How's it going, bro? Coming in hot to Pro League this season?
Just took a long flight, 20 hours flight.
And now you got lights and cameras in your face. I'll keep it short because I understand, you must be kind of tired. 20-hour flight, you said?
Yeah.
Oh, you soul. But you got time to reset coming into this tournament. Mm-hmm. You guys feeling confident? You got to kind of stretch your legs a bit in Chengdu?
Yeah, I would say so. Kind of, I would say our confidence should be good, I would say, coming into this tournament. Yeah.
I mean, confidence comes and goes, but in terms of the hard work you've put into this tournament, you ready to surprise a couple of the teams here?
Yeah, I would say so.
Hell yeah, bro.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Well, I don't want to take too much of your time. You've got photos to take and I'm sure some sleep to catch up on. You're going to be hitting some EU Face It before you leave?
Yeah, definitely. We'll play a lot of Face It here because the level here is quite good, I would say, compared to Asia. Yeah, the levels here is quite strong, I would say.
Are there any of the players that we're less familiar with that you would introduce us to? What do your boys bring to the server?
I would say the same thing. The firepower for Asians are quite strong. Definitely will say that.
Yeah. So when they get all hot from the EU FPL, we're going to see you hitting some headies, kicking ass in Pro League.
Yeah, I would say so.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you get your photos done. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Xie.
If I were to tell you the story of Tyloo, I'd know where to begin. I'm just not sure where I'd go from there. Tyloo were the OGs. We loved them. Fast-paced, high-sensitivity gamers. They were the upset merchants, and they remained so. Never got past the point, but I didn't care. Fast forward, and this org fell on hard times. Picked up Peacemaker, and, well, you guessed it, they never recovered. Put it this way, as soon as Bondic and Peacemaker are in a lineup with a Chinese core, you know someone's cooked some foul stuff. 19 different names on the roster in the last year alone. This org makes 2023 Ninjas look like 2018 Astralis. Roll on, we've come a full circle, a Chinese core. The good news is, the current lineup comes in with some reps. I'm not asking y'all for playoffs. Just take us back down memory lane one more time, and we'll see if the Tyloo tale has another twist.
was a competitive start to the game for Tai Lu, but as we kind of suspected, the second half when G2 got onto that T side is where they used their firepower and pulled away, Brandon.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I was quite happy with what I saw out of Tai Lu, though, because they gave us some really competitive rounds in that first half. It felt like they were really trying to reinvent themselves on the CT side, but ultimately, yeah, a familiar feeling of just kind of being outclassed by the firepower, and also Hunter really stepped up and has arrived here at Pro League, which is a good sign for things to come. Also, a quick note, because I want to talk about it, the A stream, I mean, the Mongols completely destroyed the Falcons, 13-3.
Listen, I was on board with Henry G with what he said on the couch earlier on. I thought Mongols were going to beat Falcons. I think it was not even a wild statement, but the fact it was 13-3 is absolutely ridiculous. But so, yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how that series finishes. But yeah, you're absolutely right about Hunter. I mean, of course, as I said in the game, he's going to have tougher tests on the horizon. But to get a confident start in Pro League, at least in the opening map, against Tai Lu is a really good sign for him. We need to see Hunter at full tilt for this G2 to not just be a playoff team, but to be a championship winning team again.
Yeah, and I feel like obviously that's got to be the expectation for this team, right? They have to be shooting to lift the trophy here in Malta. I don't think they'd have any other sort of expectations in mind. I mean, I feel like they might say, oh, well, we're looking for playoffs and we'll see what happens. But in the back of their mind for G2, it's always going to be focused on trying to lift that trophy, trying to silence some of the doubters, trying to get Nexo's hands on the trophy for the first time since returning to G2. So I feel like that is definitely the expectation. This is a really good step in the right direction because Tai Lu were really posing some tripwires in that game and they were able to navigate them successfully. And that was without Manasi really being on the up all that game. I think he had it in maybe 2 rounds out of about the 20 that were played. So I feel like you've got a lot of positives you can take away from that if you're G2, but also some good showings if you're Tai Lu as well, because Mercury had a fantastic game. Jam Young was carving open some really good entries and the bomb plants were just fantastic. Here is our aim high head-to-head. Mercury versus Hunter in a game in which Tai Lu get 6 rounds. Mercury nearly matching the level of Hunter is fantastic. I think it's a really good step in the right direction for this team, and the resurgence of Mercury and him stepping up and being that extra element to Tai Lu is something they desperately need moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, we can obviously see some of those highlights coming in now for Hunter, of course, as well. And yeah, you're absolutely spot on. I mean, I mentioned the sort of roster question marks of Tai Lu. We saw this clutch from Mercury, of course, in the very early stages of the game. That kind of set up Tai Lu to have their T-half be incredibly competitive. ZDR had some impactful flanks, but it was Mercury being the point man so often, as you can see here. And yeah, I think they need firepower from Tai Lu. You can't afford to have, an old IGL like Advent, and he is the setup man. He's setting up his stars. He wants them to be the players delivering. That's exactly what his plan is. We saw him flash for them multiple times over toward B lane to take those points that we saw from Mercury there. And if Mercury and Jamyang are fragging, this team can be dangerous, and they can, be a problem for some of the other teams, of course, in these groups, and maybe even win a couple of BO3s. So it's possible. We're not writing them off. They deserve some props for what they've managed to show, at least in that first half, especially because some of those mid raps toward A, Brandon, were pretty fun actually.
Yeah, they were really cool, and I guess the worry that I have, the main, not criticism of Tai Lu, but the main question I pose to them is, when you've got the floor being as low as it is, how high does the ceiling need to be for the likes of Jam Young, Mercury, Kaze? Like, how high and how much output do you need out of these 3 players in particular to kind of get Advent and the rest of the team actually winning some of these maps? That's what I'm really concerned about, just moving forward with this Tai Lu roster. But we'll have to see how it works out, because again, good ideas in there and definitely posing some problems in that first half to G2. We now move on to Inferno, and we didn't even speak about Ancient really before we went live with this game. But Inferno, Trav, you said this is one of G2's best maps. Talk us through why.
we've seen it so much in the big games in the history of this roster. I mean, Hooksy actually, for me, is one of the best callers in the world on Inferno. I think it's been spoken about a lot by some of the A-Stream talent as well, other big events too. I mean, Hooksy has consistently done this, and he even actually did this dating back to some of Copenhagen Flames' big matches, right, as well, when he was putting that roster on the map and, upgrading all those players' future, basically, right, on that Copenhagen Flames roster. So, Copenhagen Flames mentioned. I'm sure there's one person in chat that would love to hear that name return. But I think it's great to see him do this, continuing to do this on G2. And there's been so many T-sides on this map from Hooksy. I think there was some stat in particular where they had the best T-side of all the top 10 teams for like a 3 or 6 month stretch, I think, last year. Maybe even the edge of those successes they had, of course, as well around Kato and Cologne. So, we're expecting more of that. And honestly, if Tyloo can actually put more rounds on the board than they got on Ancient, on Inferno, I think that's actually job well done for them.
Oh, wow. Okay. I want to see Tyloo get a bit freaky with it.
Okay.
I want them to kind of be chaotic. I want them, especially on the CT side, just to run at G2. Obviously in a controlled manner. I don't want them just on a W, but I want them to really just get up in the face, disrupt the default, really just upset G2, be unpredictable in your movements. I think that's the best way to try and win some of these rounds. And you're speaking about this T side of G2. If you unsettle it early, if you're Tyloo, if you suddenly start to get a lead, you know what momentum's like in CS2. I'm just saying, I want to cope. I really feel like, look.
Just cope, man. It's fine. It's absolutely, absolutely feel like you can, because I'm in the same boat. I like this roster. I like the players. I've been a Jamyoung enjoyer. I mean, isn't there like a famous HLTV user or something that goes by like Jamyoung enjoyer or something? He's like on every single Tyloo thread. Like, honestly, I love this guy and I want to see him perform well. We'll have to see whether that'll be the case. Inferno is about to come in and we'll see if Hooksy can keep up with what I have touted him as a great leader on this map. Of course, a lot of people have blamed Hooksy, of course, over the years of this roster. A lot of people have pinned the blame on singular players on lots of rosters over the years. But you win and lose as a team. If Hunter starts playing well and Hooksy can set up stars like him, like Nico, if Nico can iron out that inconsistency that he himself has spoken about on his socials, and this G2 can be a winner again and not just a playoff contender. We're into Inferno. It's Tyloo on the CT side.
Karza's got a Zeus on the pistol.
Hell yeah.
Come on. Let's see it. And he's right by that half wall over at B. Silent boost in the apartments in the meantime for G2. They're just spreading their roots, getting a lot of map control. I like this double balcony setup, but the thing is, ZDR has been dinked immediately. Hunter going to go toe-to-toe with both of them, and ZDR gets the best of him.
This is what I like from CT Pistols on Inferno. I don't like seeing CT sides play back, play pit, play site, play crossfires. You can just get overrun. It's your last port of call, isn't it? That's why we're playing aggressive, and that is a great clear from Jamyoung. Nico down. Munazi only gets one. The mid flank is very quick, and now Nexa, well, he's stuck. He's got some timing on Mercury, and that's a nice kill to take. But how does he get to the bomb quick enough? 50 seconds. It's now been swarmed by Tyloo. You've got a player in Boiler. He even picked up that smoke as well. It's a little bit erroneous. There's a significant gap in that. And I might give Nexa something to play with. Tyloo need to make sure they don't peek one by one here. Continuing to hold the bomb. Maybe Nexa expecting a long flank. Advent ready to swing off of his teammate's contact. He'll do exactly that and then go back to the same position. This is perfect from Tyloo at the moment. They're not giving Nexa anything. And Nexa's trying his best to force him into the open, and almost by accident, I think he kills Jamyoung there. I think there was a good chance he was aiming at Advent, but Advent takes the kill, and Tyloo do figure out the situation.
Yeah, I like that a lot. You take the contact here, you fall back into a crossfire. One player actually stays on the balcony, so you've got different points of elevation there for Tyloo. And Mercury's that unknown element who has never revealed himself right until the last possible moment to deal with Munazi. Nico was holding for that banana push, but he gets shut down immediately. And once again, you're in that situation where it's two Tyloo players taking on just one of G2. No bomb plant, no money, just the Glocks hoping to burst and maybe get past ZDR and his FAMAS. That's scary. It's okay. It's all fine.
When you hear G2 running at you, You are likely to get a little bit spooked. So DR almost clashes with a teammate, but no worries. All good in the hood for Tyler, and this should be a comfortable round. Still playing top banana. That nade should be pretty tasty. Oh my goodness. Huxley's been chunked down to 10 HP, finished off. Nexa last alive. Can Tyloo build upon this anti-eco win? They're going to start with all 5 players alive. Of course, the only tiny issue with that is that G2 are going to bring out the AKs, and Tyloo need to find a way to win their bonus buy.
How would you rate that ace on the scale of 1 to 10?
Yes, we've been rating aces, haven't we? I mean, how many points do you think it detracts from it, considering it's against Glocks?
I would add 1 point because Advent was initially trying to get this kill.
Okay.
So that's a bonus 1, so therefore I put it up 2.
Yes. Yes, it's one you should be even expecting Jamyong to take. But it's important for his confidence, of course. That's a lovely stat patter. That's the wrong way around. Stat padder. There we go. English is hard sometimes. Okay, spamming smokes, bottom banana. Looking to see if Tyloo will go aggressive, of course. They're expecting that, knowing that Tyloo still have the SMGs and the FAMASs.
Oh, hello. Kars is lining up a flash, and he's staring at Mercury's monitor, ready for the perfect swing. And, well, it does work out for at least the first. ZDR has now been overwhelmed in towards Boiler, though, and that's the difficulty. Top brackets unlocked for G2, and they're not happy with just that control. With Hooksy taking space over towards Long, he can wrap in towards CT, and this could potentially MB.
Yeah, this is such a power position now for Hooksy. Absolutely perfect. Advent removed. 4 versus 2 for G2. But I was actually going back toward the A site, and that is a reaction and a half from Kaze. He does about the maximum he could possibly do there. Fair play. Unfortunately, the A site will be taken. Jamyong is quite a long way away. He doesn't have a kit. There's no one to pick up. Not sure. If there is, it's worth giving this one a look. Actually, it is here pretty quickly, so he could continue to push on this one. He's got some cash, incendiary toward pit. That will force Hooksy into the open. He hears the tag. Now he tries to isolate the doors. He isolates Hooksy, lovely. But Nico was, of course, going to take him out with that crossfire. So G2 off the board on Inferno.
I really like the sort of pace set in the middle of the round here from G2, because once you establish this top brackets control, Hooksy just slides in towards Arches, waits patiently for a rotation to be caught off. He grabs that, and then it's still Nexa waiting patiently in Boiler for Kaze to overextend. And obviously the timing is a little bit elusive there for Nexa, but if his crosshair is just aiming at the balcony, surely Kaze doesn't get those 2 kills. So I feel like everything was set in stone for G2 as soon as they got the control out towards top brackets, and a timeout being called immediately for Tyloo. They're not satisfied with how that round went. They understand the value of momentum as well, and they just want to keep building off the foundations they set after winning the pistol.
Yeah, spot on. If you're Tyloo, you have to look at it like, well, that was our bonus buy. That actually wasn't too bad. We've limited the G2 economy to just 1 player alive. And look what it's left with him in the following round, of course. Only Nico survived. So 3 Galils. We all know the Galil to be a very, very good weapon.
They're actually compromised on this buy. ZDR gets completely shell-shocked by the nade. Jamyong at least goes down with 1, but they're compromised because they want Kaze on the AWP. Instead he's on the Mag 7 this round, which isn't the doesn't really quite pack the same punch as an AWP. And yet again, we're seeing this space out long. Hunter's now taking it, and rather than waiting like Hooksy did, he's just completing the wrap.
Is this going to be guessed by Advent? I don't think so. 3, 2, and yes, that can't even get a chance to count to 1. We knew what was happening there. And the half buy from Tyloo, well, sadly for them, not be able to do much. The Mag 7 on Kaze, I respect the attempt. A glass cannon Mag 7.
Yeah, I didn't even notice.
the XM would be a bit more of a cannon than the Mag 7 these days. The XM is clearly just the best gun in the game at the moment. But Kaze pushing down mid. Nexa, I'll take that one every day of the week. And Mercury with his Deagle is last to be found. But he, honestly, it's somewhat worth him saving his Kevlar to make sure he can buy up that full utility in the following round. It's a boring option, but it's the best option, as it so often is on Inferno, sadly.
I feel like we've seen a lot more retakes, though.
Yeah,
since
agree.
CS2 came out. However, I, again, share the same sentiment as the guys on the couch. This map sucks. It just feels horrible to play. I don't know what it is. I feel like it's because every angle just feels narrow, and you kind of do get that familiar feeling at times that you got in CSGO with Inferno, that as soon as you kill one site, the other players just aren't going to rotate, and that's the round one. It feels very like anti-CS.
It's weird, isn't it? It is weird. There's a reason why. I mean, it actually was played quite a lot in the major and has some incredible matches on it, of course, but there's a reason why, at least, tier 2 online, lots of matches at that level and lots of qualifiers as well. Ancient is the map that now is in favor as the middle ground map that everyone goes to, whether it's a third map decider or a best of one. Good utility from Advent. A nice little setup in apartments. Kaze, he works it out for 2. That's a lovely play from Tyloo. A lovely change up. Apps pressure. And G2 walk right into it.
That was at the same time that nades were being just thrown down Banana and overwhelming Nico. And off the back of taking the kill, they also take the space, Tyloo. So you kind of funneled G2 into a setup where you have to go into apartments or you have to go towards top bracket. Apps hasn't been contested outside of the pistol round, so G2 think that could be a source of strength. Manassi now would have to have a remarkable ace. This would be a 10 out of 10 if he's able to pull this one off, and that is a great start onto ZDR. Checks for long, and now reveals that Kaze is also in at short. And Kaze doesn't really have to do anything. He can just wait patiently. Manassi's also worried about the flank. What cerebral energy on the server for both of these teams, but it's Manassi that waits patiently yet again. Kaze not extending, a drop of the pistol just to give over some audio, but 30 seconds left. Tyloo are playing this well by not facing Manassi. However, that is a sick jump. Not quite the kill collection, but a fake out on the bomb invites further pressure. Mercury gets the best of him, but you can kind of see it shaping up a little bit.
Mate, did you see Manassi's face there? He was like, oh, if I had that kill, I knew I could do this. It's actually crazy. Like, he couldn't have possibly played that better. You're not supposed to win that round, but obviously, if he hit the shot, that would have been incredible. But the way he takes the apps player, the way he made the jump onto short to almost push Kaze off the angle. I mean, watching this guy play, even situations like that, is it makes you happy. It brings you a joy, and Manassi also felt that clearly on the player cam, and well, Kaze's not going to be feeling much joy after that because he's caught him as Manassi once again. Early 5v4 for G2.
Yeah, edged the smoke and found the opener. And our Hunter knows this orb isn't recoverable because it's right there in front of him. Oh, there you go. Punishes immediately. ZDR up close. That molly's not going to upset him. So that's a guaranteed trade, and ZDR even follows up for one more. That completely removes this A threat, and that forces G2 in towards B. But Tyloo have rotated. There's no one home. But it might be completely fine because G2 are second-guessing themselves at B.
The battle of rotations on Inferno. It's always... Unfortunately, we get plenty of saves, but this is the bit that's fun to watch. This could be very curious now. Advent, that's a lovely timing peak. He deals with Nico. Hooksy finds one more, but ZDR still lurking around that boiler position. But Manassi, now the boy is in a good position. Jamyoung, does he just shift out when this bomb plant comes down? No, he doesn't. He plays it slow. Smoke will come through, and first flicker attempt is taken. Nade blows open a slight corner of the smoke, but he's just so damn fast, isn't he? Unstoppable, triple kill, clutch.
Yeah, that's a really good recovery, not only for Munacy, but also G2, because you think back to how that round started, it came with 2 openers. Munacy found the first on towards Kaze, Hunter denied, Mercury had the chance to grab that sniper, and from here, ZDR does so much work into just manifesting that they would come back towards this A bomb site, G2. They assume that there might be rotations over towards B immediately after they've completely nullified all the space that G2 had there in the first place. But no, it was the other way around. ZDR is feeling a little bit threatened. Orb's still here for Kaze, but the first shot rings out as a miss. In fact, he's the power player. The power player in this round with him and Mercury.
Yeah. Man, as soon as Munacy picked up that AWP in the previous round, by the way, I was like, yeah, he's won this. And he's doing more work in the following 2. Oh, nice shot from Nexa as well. Mercury down, ZDR tried his best, but Kaze is here, and will try his best. Unfortunately, it's only 1 before he's forced to fall away. G2 will be going up 4-3. Once again, a round kicked off by Munacy. It's just got that aura. You know when you like talk about sports people that have aura? Top of their game, Tiger Woods is a great example. When you walk, anywhere you walk, people just like kind of look at you, agape, to say, goodness me, it's actually him. I feel like Munacy could be that player. Maybe he even already is that player now. He's 18, and he's already got opponents quaking in their boots whenever he's in a clutch or whenever he's holding an angle. Kaz is happy.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you be? I mean, this has been a really good recovery ever since they've got the rifles online here for G2. They won the clutches that they needed to as well. They've just broken the economy of Tyloo now as well. The only thing that was saved was an AWP of note. I'm sure Advent saved, but it was a 5-7 and armor. I'll have to see if those words come back to bite me in round number 8. But I feel like the thing with Munacy is it just feels, when you watch him, it just feels effortless.
Inevitable, right?
Yeah, like everything he does, boost up, see you later. There's your AWP dealt with, and now it's Advent trying to wield his magic stick.
I mean, that's an easy shot by Munacy's standards, but still, already, as we talk about him, he kicks off another round for G2. There's a reason he's been the point man for this roster as of late, and a reason why we need, for G2's sake, if they're to win championships, we need all of them to deliver together, and that's when we know they can win the Katos, win the Colognes. All right. G2's job in this round is to avoid the Advent AWP. In this instance, they might actually have to worry about everyone rather than just the AWP. They're walking toward A. 50 seconds. There are lots of USPs here. There's a Zeus on ZDR. It's, I'd say, about a 2% chance, but there's a world.
This is a very curious round, and I really, again, like this from G2, because it's the first instance in which they've sort of established, oh, nice shots coming in. We'll come back to that in a moment, because, I mean, they're just completely clearing up Tyloo. But this is the first instance where they've actually progressed further than the half wall on Banana. That's the first time we've seen the CT smoke, the coffin smoke rain in. Sure, we've seen Hunter go for a wrap in towards CT, and we had that round from G2, but outside of that, it's been a heavy prioritization on grabbing this space out towards long. So by adding those smokes in is a slight variant, and you're hoping you at least keep the stack at B if that's where Tyloo were operating, or draw those rotations away towards an empty bomb site. In fact, neither of those things happen, but it's interesting just to kind of see that the measures that Hooksy's now put in play. This is now 5 rounds, and it feels like, again, we're getting Hooksy asking of Nico just to contest the flow of the smoke, wipes it clean for Munacy to deal with Advent early. How many openers has he got? Like, is that 4 for 4 in the last 4 rounds?
I'm pretty sure, yes. I mean, obviously we'll check the stats on that one, but that is, I mean, what can you do? I mean, you're starting the round 4v5 every time on an Inferno of all maps. That is just a nightmare. Poor old Jamyoung is launched out of the logs by Nico and his Molotov and his AK. And they're going to take top Banana very comfortably. Kaze forced back away. Honestly, it looks like GT might just decide to take this here and now. The rotation is in for Mercury, so there are 2 players in position. Make that all 3. But are they just going to make it a ruse again? Looks like they are. Hooksy's playing with his food right now, but in a good way. These rotations are fooling Tyloo again and again.
The good thing about this as well is you can even do this in the next round.
Yeah.
But you can actually just go to B, because Tyloo are going to assume this is now 2 rounds out of 2. Sure, they didn't see it the first time, but it's 2 rounds out of 2 for G2 where they've thrown these smokes and they've gone A. So maybe it's 3rd time's the charm where they throw the smokes, actually commit into the site. This is guaranteed a save. You can see the Kaze wants nothing more to do with this round. So M4s, AKs being carried forward. 3 of them is that magic number. That's kind of the sort of critical mass that you think, okay, that's enough to really save. And G2 know this. They can throw bodies in to try and hunt this. Any weapon they restrict is a net positive for them future-proofing the rest of this first half.
Get ready, Tyloo. There's a barrage coming. Can you save your rifles? Have about, I'd say, another 5 seconds, 3 seconds. They should be all right. Yes, they do. Only a couple of seconds, actually. And that GT weren't close enough to hunt this time. Important for Tyloo. But G2 in the driving seat, as we expected. Oh, look at that, man. Little right-click HE on the smoke from Manazi. It looks like it actually was a self-HE to blow open the smoke there. Perfect timing on it. Advent caught. He knows all the tricks in the book, does Manazi. There's one player in World CS who will find you a lineup on any map in particular. It'll be him. Nico up toward Banana straight away in the following round. A bit more aggressively this time. Like he wants to actually take a duel, but he'll fall back behind those smokes for now, and they'll take top mid instead. Hooksy, oh my goodness. What a spin on Kaze. They're running riot now, Brandon.
Yeah, they are. That's literally as simple as it gets, to be honest. A double flash, commitment through the mid smoke. And the player on top Balk just couldn't see a damn thing. There's not really too much more you can say apart from G2 are entering flow state. We're really starting to go through that checklist of why they're such a prolific team on this T side. This is now going to be 7. If Tyloo aren't careful, they could be facing a reality in which they win the pistol, they get the follow-up round, and they could be ending the half 9-3 down.
Crazy, right? That is crazy.
You know it's bad when Munasy's hunting you with the AWP and he's the first guy in.
He's going to boost Hunter up. Chuckles, I'm in danger. Is probably how Tyloo feel at the moment. I don't think Jamyang is too long for this world. What can he do? Can he fight? Great first on Nico, but there comes Nexa. And Advent, he only got the PT-50. He has got Kevlar to save, but they're going to be hunting him down, and there he goes. It's 7-3 to G2. Of course, reminder, on the main stream, on the A stream, Falcons and Mongols currently doing battle. Mongols won the first map against Falcons 13-3. Incredible. But the second map is a lot closer. Falcons 7-5 up at half, if I'm not mistaken. And of course, winner of this plays winner of that.
Yeah, it could be G2 versus the Mongols, which could be quite fun. Or it could be Tyloo versus the Mongols. In the upper bracket.
Asia region El Clasico, we call that. Maybe not as much as it used to be.
Oh,
but
that'll still be fun though.
Would be.
And I think it's quite funny actually how it feels like all the teams from the sort of the Asia region just end up playing each other at the European events. One way or another, they always end up having these domestic rivalries on the international stage, which is kind of fun. But they're also thinking, well, maybe we want some more practice against European teams. We've got this at home.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that Falcons-Mongols matchup, if my pre-tournament notes don't deceive me, I'm pretty sure that's oldest average age team against youngest average age team, if I'm not mistaken. So
sounds right.
Yeah, we know, of course, Senzu and Zenio, like, they're both 16, if I'm not mistaken, can't remember. But
yes, yeah, they are.
It's Kind of a weird matchup in that sense for an opening round to have the two extremes in that scenario. Cool one, though, and looks like Falcons are fighting now. Last couple of rounds of the half for G2. Tyloo would absolutely love another 7-5. They'd rip your hand off for it at this stage, for sure.
Feels like it's just going to be the B play now. Honestly, getting boosted to have a little look, and that scope alone forces a smoke out of Tyloo. They're a little bit nervy here. 45 seconds left. It's a good time to pull it, but they need the rotation of Mercury as well. But even if he comes over, he's not going to come with utility. So it's one smoke, one flash to hold G2 back.
Preparing it now, 25 seconds, in we go, and Hunter will take first point. Second orange is who he has to face, and actually Advent does a fantastic job. He's taken down both Hunter and Nico. There we go, Advent. That's what we want to see. Nexa will get tagged up by Kaze Zorp. Pistol pulled out, has to strafe away. And 8 seconds on the clock. How on earth did G2 find a plant? The answer is they probably don't. One kill will come through, but there's ZDR, and there is Mercury. And there is Tyloo's fourth.
Yeah, huge round from Advent, just locking down things over second oranges. He was a player that got set up, actually, from Coffin to Flashbang, but was lined up, and it completely offset G2. Also, Smoke was a tiny little bit delayed when it came into the entry path in from G2 as well. So the player at CT could lay down some spam, take a little bit of a distraction, do some chip damage, and soften them up for Advent. If he even needed that help. Doesn't look like he did. Double kill. Locked in. Got more kills in that round than he did the entirety of Ancient. Sorry, Advent.
Had to get the sorry in there quickly. And the guy is a legend in Chinese Counter-Strike. He's brought up so much young talent over the years. And Jamyang, of course, is one of them alongside Mercury. That duo, we've seen them do so much, of course, in the ESL Challenger lands that we've both covered. Fun team to watch. Can they fight fire with fire? They're going to use that flash to the best of their ability, but doesn't actually work out. G2 do a good job of shifting away from it. So ZDR decides to take matters into his own hands. Nexa will go down as he aggresses into the boiler position and actually escapes through the apps. So 5v4 for Tyloo, 50 seconds. It's like G2 haven't really made a decision exactly what they want to do just yet, and with Jamyang taking Hooksy, that makes it ever more difficult.
Such a sick angle, that one. Just on top of the letterbox, you can line your head up with the flower pot, and it's really difficult to kind of adjust in time before you're able to take anyone out. Hooksy going back to the scene of the crime over towards Long. That's where he's been finding a lot of success, but that's been accounted for by Tyloo. Mercury will get the best of Manassi as well. This potentially is going to be a 7-5 half, and it really does feel that way. Mercury locks it in. Tyloo scramble and recover. Rounds at the very end. It's another 7-5 half.
Welcome back to G2 and Tyloo doing battle in the opening round of Pro League Season 19. Another good fight from Tyloo on the first half. They've managed to pull it back to a 7-5 and on the CT side instead as well. There might be a chance for them to do something on this T side, but it does rely on the pistol. What does Advent have up his sleeve with his utility?
Well, we've got to be a bit careful here because look at this. A triple threat over towards the sandbags. Nika taking first contact and then Hunter and Hooksy could potentially mop up the rest. Advent thought about flashing banana and instead they reevaluate. Reset over towards top bracket. Smoke will rain in towards the long side and Munacy just backs off. They might even wrap to B here. I don't think they're going to walk through this smoke. Yeah, okay, it's a clear wrap on towards CT. Never mind, they're running through the smoke. They change their mind again instantly, and Munacy's just right behind them, but they're jumping everywhere. It's so difficult to hit the hitboxes at the back of the head, and Jam Young carves open Hunter at the bare minimum. He wants more on towards Nico as well. It's a 4-on-4 retake until Munacy steps in and deals with 2. This is so chaotic, and Kaze on the bomb site has also just found a double. What is happening? Nico, Kaze now can butt heads at the base of this bomb site, and it's Nico to deliver the killing blow. So much happened there. I wanted to give it to you, and then all the kills came back in a matter of moments.
Mate, I don't. It was fun. It was fun to watch. I don't mind in the slightest. What a round. And that's just funny how pistol rounds can work, right? We're watching Munacy. He's got, here we go, 3 kills in the side perhaps, and he can't connect on the second at all. And then that's when he reactivates, resets, gets a fresh reload. He's going to hit 2 taps here, 1 and 2. Look at that. Clean as anything. And Nico knows exactly where to put his crosshair there as well because he sees the arm of Kaze. It makes the positioning of it a lot easier to judge. And although he fought back brilliantly there, Kaze, G2 managed to fight their way back in. Pistol for G2. Tyloo with the plant. Go for a force. And it's 3 Galils and 2 Mac 10s.
That was wild. That's exactly what I was asking for. When Tyloo entering onto Inferno, make it crazy. We saw that cool Western clip as well, where it was like, oh, give us some nostalgia, make some memories, Tyloo, and they've got the chance to potentially do it. Munacy, full blind, of course. That doesn't phase him, and suddenly the cleanup crew is here for G2. Advent quick switches, and that completely costs him his life. Kaze now staring down the barrel of a 1-on-4, but can't get past the MP9. It's G2 that now create an even bigger buffer against Tyloo.
Yeah, that should put Tyloo, and will put Tyloo on an eco as well. G2 are going to make their way up to 10-5. Very similar pattern, actually, to map 1. Just on a different side this time, of course. Comfortable anti-force buy from G2 in the end. Advent wasn't ready for a player so close. As you can see, the quick switch and trying to set himself up for a duel toward the boiler side. Didn't happen. There was already a player pushing him down. For future matches, though, I think it's important to look at the positives for Tyloo, especially on a round such as this, when we've got some time to chat, as it's just a full eco. If Tyloo are going to win games, you need to see ZDR, Jam Young, those sorts of players like Mercury 2. They need to be the ones fragging, and if Advent is on that sort of KD 6-8 like he has now, that's fine. That's absolutely acceptable. It's maps where sometimes he can be consistently 1-13, for example, which makes it slightly harder for Tyloo. But I'm holding out some hope. We saw some good stuff on Ancient. They're keeping G2 honest. It's not an absolute 13-13-2 destruction, for example. Some games where they can do some work in this tournament for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like that's a really kind of good mentality to have, especially in a game like this, where you talk about confidence building. I think for ZDR especially, he comes into this game against G2 and he's basically top performing for his team, just behind Jam Young. Like that is exceptional. That will surely instill him with a lot of belief. There is that eco being mopped up as foreseen, not a single casualty for G2 either, and their buy is pretty based. I mean, it's a combination of just MP9s and M4s, so it's solid groundwork for the next gun round coming up, but they can still treat it as a bonus. If things go a little bit awry here, if Tai Lu are able to grab this round, and they really need to with all the AKs, you can kind of chalk that up to being, oh, well, you had a Galil, a FAMAS, and an MP9.
Yeah, this is the round that Tai Lu desperately need to take. If G2 are able to take this one cleanly, that just kind of puts the opening nail in the coffin. And the first G of the GG will be wrote. Jamyoung. Oh, see ya, Nico. That's what we want to see from Jamyoung. A little jump spot from Nico, and he's gone.
Yeah, so I'll type in the backspace on the G. Instead, type in NS. A good space also being taken here from Tai Lu, because at the same time, it feels like Tai Lu will grab the space in apartments, but this is nice from G2. Good mid-round in taking the space back off Banana. This will also facilitate a rotation over early. They might be here just in time. It all depends when this flash play is going to be lined up, because right now, on the cards, it's an apartments pop, but that smoke's going to slow things down. Again, this is really good macro management from G2, because they're denying all the potential pop plays that can come through Tai Lu.
Oh, Manasy's got an incendiary as well. This could be round ending for Tai Lu. He's priming to throw it in exactly the right spot at the right time. 22 seconds left in the round. In it goes. He does have to be wary of this apps pop, though. And actually, don't ask me how he hits a dink on ZDR, but ZDR still takes him down. And that should be round over. That is actually well judged from Tai Lu. I was worried that incendiary would put pay to all their plans, and Manasy was able to multi-frag, but only a dink this time. And they will get their opening gun round here.
That only becomes a disaster if Manasy mollies into balcony instead.
Yes.
I actually kind of like the discipline out of Tai Lu, because they have got a set plan in mind, and where the round state doesn't change. And what I mean by that is G2 don't go looking for info in towards top mid. They don't really have a little peek in towards the balcony, and they don't really set themselves up on Banana either. I really liked the timing of the utility from G2, but they didn't actually go searching too far beyond the bomb sites. They were really relying on their crossfires getting the job done. And it... third guessing, which is why potentially we see that rotate going over towards B. Silence is just echoing there. And Manasy is the only player that can really do anything on that A bomb site.
He's got his AWP out now, though. So angles that will be held by Manasy will definitely be slightly different and a lot more favourable for him. Let's see if we can get some more magic. Jamyoung. Oh, magic from Jamyoung, of course. I mean, it was his lovely opening tap on the jump on the half wall by Nico. That started that one off nicely. He's toward B this time, is Manasy, and he'll be forced away by the utility. Flash over the top, and then they're going to take it. Nicely blinded up, but now is when they cross, and Manasy, ooh. The heels of Jamyoung. He's a lucky boy. He's still got a smoke, but in comes that incendiary, and he knew it was coming. He was promming that smoke for a long time, and now he is very stuck. He's more stuck than a stuck thing, as I like to say. Manasy and Hooksy could try and play in tandem there as well to maybe force him out of that corner. But they're going to leave it for now. They do have an HE lineup as well if they want to use it. That's on the other side of the map, so not going to happen for now. And there we go, Manasy does catch him jumping away. That's one of those HEs down.
This is tough,
seconds, and now
you invested so much time to get Jamyoung out of that corner, and now instead you're just lining up utility and hoping that you draw a rotation away. But 15 seconds is when they enter top brackets. Sure, you've got rid of Hunter, but you still just get past Pit and Mini Pit. This is really fine, I feel like. However, the molly goes in, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You're right. Hit the nail on the head. No time. Nico and Nexa combine and take 3 players for the price of 1.
Yeah, that's a weird one from Tyloo. Like, you see what the plan was early round, but then once Jamyoung was stuck in that corner, actually, it's crazy how much time G2 wasted off the clock just by keeping Jamyoung where he was there. I mean, what was it, like 20 seconds maybe more?
If not more.
That caught him in that corner and just kept ticking down the round. And then Tyloo decided to commit to A with such little time left on the clock. I don't think it was ever going to go their way in that scenario. G2 up to 11, 2 away from confirming the opening BO3 of Pro League.
Oh no, don't let Butter on this angle, because he will just wallbang you out the server. There's a good find on towards Advent. And he can continue to take contact. Remember, Hooksy's never been revealed this entire time. Yes, he will drop the retake utility, which might force them into the scope. Instead, it will keep Jamyoung at bay. And Tyloo want nothing more to do with Banana at this current moment in time. Resetting towards top brackets, take that other primary zone of control on Inferno. And from there, you can formulate a mid-round. I feel like that's what didn't happen in that previous, where they did waste so much time, as we're talking about. They didn't have enough intel on A to know where that setup truly lay.
Yeah. Tyloo making sure they don't get caught by the clock this time. Taking peeks toward long, Mercury giving a look. Fortunately for Jamyoung, he's very low. They are actually shifting the bomb back now toward Munazi, but that's a swing and a half. Unfortunately, it's Mr. Hooksy. Oh, he gets 2. They actually do a double take there. And Hooksy almost took all 3. But the call comes quick, unfortunately, for Tyloo. And ZDR is in a 1 versus 3. Plenty of time for him to get the bomb planted and repositioned, but he's got Hunter and Nico hand in hand in Banana ready to face. Finds 1 and the second. Hang on a moment. 45 health still intact. Next looking to swing, and ZDR. That's a round to remember in Malta for him. He keeps Tyloo shouting about their form.
Oh, that's sick. I really like the decision making there as well. ZDR needs to take space beyond the bomb site. He needs to catch G2 unawares in this rotate. And in fact, he chooses the harder path. Unbeknownst to him, 2 players walking up Banana, but their trade spacing is slightly off because of the timing of their walk round that half wall. It gives them the extra half a second to adjust and have those kills in isolation. And then the presence of mind just to extend on towards Nexa. The last thing Nexa is expecting is for ZDR to be that close over towards CT. So perfectly played. Tyloo are making this one a lot more of a conversation piece. And there, you highlighted it, Trav. You wanted them to get more rounds than they did on their map pick. Well, they've just done it at the hands of ZDR.
What a round. I thought that maybe, you know, when we'd switch to the player cams, we'd see a little bit of a celebration, maybe them shouting, maybe some agitation in a good way. It was calm and silent, as if it was everyday work for ZDR. Honestly, that is something for him to put in the memory bank, that's for sure, because that is an incredible clutch. Played it absolutely to perfection. Any tiny percentage that G2 got wrong, Tyloo and ZDR took advantage of it in that situation. Damage done to Nico early on in the following round, and of course their money is now down to at $50 level on many players. They're broke other than this buy. So if Tyloo were able to take this one, there's a small chance. They're going to be going straight in toward B. Jamyoung sees the first on the fountain, trying to deal with him, and does. Nico is stuck, needs a multi-frag. He finds 1, somehow finds 2. He just holds down mouse 1 and gets another headshot. 3 versus 3. Does that set up G2 for a retake attempt?
I mean, look, if they go now, ZDR is so far removed from the fight. And he was the bane of G2's existence in the previous. So if they're able to conquer the bomb site, then suddenly, well, it could have been a little bit more interesting. ZDR falling there, the timer's not far gone, but I feel like the G2 are pretty much committed to this save. So it makes a lot of sense with the economy running so thin, as you highlighted. So Tyloo will go up towards 8 rounds. G2 at the very least will save 3 rifles, which is pretty decent for them. They're also hunting just in case they can get rid of Kaze and Mercury on the way out, which would be very beneficial to them.
Yeah, that's smart. They're going to limit Tyloo here pretty significantly. Kaze will save the AWP, but as you say, they had to get a full reinvestment in action. You know what? I know the save is the right choice. The save is the right choice, but Hunter had a kit, he had a smoke, it was a 3v2, I know time was ticking down, but I still hate the fact we don't see those retakes attempted, right? The money situation makes the save the right choice every single time, but still, it is frustrating. That could have been a way to get G2 to 12. I'm sure in different circumstances, if they maybe had, 6k per player, 4k per player, they'd probably go for it, but they realize this game has actually got the possibility of being a lot closer now.
Boo, min-maxing. It absolutely is the right decision, to be honest. And the fact they even get rid of another rifle right at the very end. Sure, Kaze keeps his AWP, but it's bare bones for both of these teams. This is a very important swing round. If Tyloo win it, suddenly they're within one round of play away from G2. If G2 win this round, surely they close out the game 13-8. That's how fine the margins are, and that's how crucial this round 20 is.
So you're saying there's a chance for Tyloo?
If they win this, yes. If they don't win this round, there's no hope.
I know. Let's see. Nexa, double setup on the balcony. That's a great play, actually. Playing the bait setup, and Kaze, hello. That's the A-bomb site clear. Huxi and Munazi are on the opposite side of the map. Bomb will go down. You know what the answer is here, folks. It's going to be 11-9. Following round, all G2 will likely have is an AWP and an MP9. There's no reason to force too much around that. The gap is 2. My voice cracked. I was so shocked.
Potentially soon to be 1. But you have got Munazi on the AWP. Which I never want to write this guy off. Yeah, I don't want to say this is a knock-on guarantee, but this is Tyloo showing a really good just resolve, and their resilience in this game has been fantastic. Nearly losing their life there, and still potentially could. This corner might be overlooked. Okay, Kaze. ZDR dies to the bomb explosion. Munazi doesn't want to get caught off guard here, and it looks like he won't. They're doing it.
Listen, I want to be a believer too. I really do. This was a lovely pack-based play there, top mid, and this second shot from Kaze was critical.
And this one.
Yeah, very important. Seeing it from his POV is pretty crazy. Right, what can they do with Munazi on his AWP? Well, we know on his day he can basically take down an entire server. Molotov is spreading, he's actually forcing himself forward, and Jamyoung's done it again. That's the second time he's gone straight up against Munazi in these recent rounds, and he's removed one of the biggest threats. God damn. I can let you guys know as well that Falcons and Mongols are going to get to a third map right now. Falcons have taken map 2. That's another lovely tap from Jamyoung. Takes down Nico, reacts for Huxi. Triple for Jamyoung. Any Jamyoungers in chat?
Certainly Jamyoung and Joy will be there, I'm guaranteeing. It's just been fantastic. I feel like what's been the key to Tyloo's success is just the pace changes. We saw in that previous round, you said it was pack-based mentality, but it was also instantaneous. And this round follows the same suit, except the activation point on all of the players bundling in towards B is waiting for mistakes out of G2. Nexa, thought about the ninja. It's not happening, especially with 10 seconds, but you are trying to at least contain some of these players and lock them into the bomb site. Will it explode? Don't think so. So Tyloo dodge a bullet. But also what they're doing is really setting G2 up for failure in these previous rounds. There's that opening. Jamyoung's been so surgical in the way he operates in Banana. Within one round of play. Come on, Tyloo. Force us to that decider.
It's very British of us to be supporting the underdogs.
It's very British, yeah.
Listen, I can assure you that we are unbiased and we just want a good game. But supporting the underdog in this sense would give us a good game, which is exactly. The British underdog is a phenomenon, that's for sure. This time it's the Chinese underdog trying to deal with G2. A strong favourite for at least another deep playoff run. We've mentioned, of course, that to translate this consistent run of playoffs into a championship, we need to see big performances from the likes of your Hunters, your Nikos, your Nexus. Nexus having a good map. Hunter is not replicating the high numbers we saw from map 1. Tyloo are in this map and in this game.
Will still be this change up for G2. It's got to be aggression somewhere on the map. You can see that they are prodding here with Hunter setting up flashbangs for Nico and Hooksy. A lot of damage done to Jam Young, which softens them up potentially for an early casualty, and Hooksy will deliver it. That's a really good adjustment.
Yeah, that's a big opening. G2 have not been able to get those in the last few rounds. Oh, and Manazi could be in position here. If Tyloo look to shift their way back toward mid, the utility is being prepared. Minute to go. And he's ready to pounce. Mercury will have that Molotov Prime. That will clear up, of course, the underback position. Oh, it's glorious, but maybe a little bit too greedy there for Manazi, actually. The flick on the first is so good, but Hunter, hello. Oh, he turns around and he almost gets spooked. Now they have to try and clear him out. And he's so blinded up, but he still gets them all. What is that from Hunter? What a wild round, and the grins on faces tell it all.
Yeah, that was really clever from Hunter, because he waited. Because if the player doesn't turn around on him, then he could potentially line them up. He has to improvise a little bit with that flashbang play, but ultimately, that could be the most MVP clutch moment of the entire map for G2, forcing it to a guarantee of OT. It could be a little bit more. Great flash.
I can't believe the right click flash actually there is absolutely perfect as well. Does the most he can possibly do in the cubby. Makes his play sing, and it's beautiful.
And I feel a little bit emboldened by it. Hunter's even aggressed in towards mid off the back of the smoke. And Manazi will take the first contact, and Hunter strikes on towards Jam Young. It feels like now we're at the beginning of the end, and all of this good work from Tyloo has been undone by some hero moments from both Manazi and Hunter. Mercury will at least get rid of one of the threats. Hooksy steps in and deals with ZDR. And we are in a 3-on-2. This is still very winnable for Tyloo, especially because I anticipate Hooksy to come back round the corner, but he delivers with one more. Advent thrown into the clutch. It's not happening. It's G2 who get over that stumbling block. It's scary, though. Tyloo pose a lot of threats, and that's either question marks asked to G2, or it's also showing what Tyloo can bring to ESL Pro League Season 19.
Absolutely, very excited to see how that one panned out, and in the end it sadly ended a bit slower than I'd hoped, but G2, as you saw at the end there, Hooksy with his teammate playing together in Banana, just absolutely confirming the situation, taking no risks. They have the insurance policy there with 2 players pushing, and the fist bumps will come through. G2 get over the opening stumbling block.
Yeah, you've got to take a big sigh of relief there if you're G2, because as you pointed out, Trav, look, Manazi was having a great game. Nexa was right there alongside him, but Nico, Hunter, we didn't really hear much from them. We didn't have to scream their name throughout the entirety of that map. It wasn't until the penultimate round in which Hunter has this sick play with the flashbang that sets G2 up for series point. But until then, someone's got to bail out this team, and it's actually posing a very similar question we had to Tyloo as we came into this, where we said, okay, 2 players are performing well. Where's the third one? Where's the rest of the pieces and the supporting network of players? That happened for G2 on Inferno. That was literally the same result.
Yeah, I mean, we saw an incredible Hunter performance, of course, on Ancient. Inferno, as we said, a little bit quieter, but it doesn't matter. It kind of felt like in the entire game, he wasn't really in position to really deliver numbers-wise. And as you say, when other teammates do the job, you don't need to be the singular player to deliver, right? And when he was put in a position with that long cubby play, it was an amusing one, which probably works maybe 3 times out of 10 perhaps with the positioning of that smoke, but still, yeah, he dealt with it beautifully, and a great recovery for G2 when Tyloo posed definitely some pressure at the end of that map.
Yeah, look, good talking points from Tyloo. Jam Young has been essential in his entry kills and has really been stepping up. ZDR has had some clutch moments, which I didn't think he had that in his locker, and he really delivers. That 1-on-3 was exceptional to keep Tyloo afloat on that comeback. And Kaze was piping up right towards the tail end. These are the players we're looking for. Haven't even mentioned Mercury. He was really good on Ancient, a little bit absent on Inferno, but here are the stars that you kind of cluster together if you're Tyloo and think, wow, potentially we've got something we can build with here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been long-term watchers of Tyloo. We've always loved seeing if they can make that next step, if they can make a major. Unfortunately, as we've seen for them in ESL Challenger League and various other online qualifiers that get you through to the big events, there are flashes. They do make a few, but for the big majors, they've been overtaken by the likes of Mongols and Lin Vision, of course. So, yeah, we want to see more from them. I'm sure, as you rightly pointed out earlier, Brandon, their focus is very much on the Shanghai Major. Can they get their roster into a state to qualify for Shanghai, which would be the biggest showpiece, of course, of the year for them? It's possible, but a lot of work needs to be done. And as you say, there are still question marks. We need these individuals that we saw play well against G2 today, especially Jam Young. We need to see them deliver consistently.
I feel like that's the key underlying tone. It's about consistency for this team in a team that has obviously undergone a lot of change, but also not a lot of change, and also playing 7 maps. There's a lot to get right, but fortunately, if that is the main goal, if that's the long-term vision for this project, then they've got a lot of time to figure that out. And steps in the right direction at Chengdu, steps in the right direction here at Pro League is a fantastic showing for them. So I'm excited. Obviously, they moved down to the middle bracket. They're nowhere near eliminated yet. They've got lots more games to play. G2 will surge on towards that upper bracket semi-final, and we can now take a step back and just think about what is going to happen here, because I think it's important that G2 survive the scare. Maybe that's just a wake-up call that they needed a little bit, but I feel like they've already had a lot of alarm bells ringing before Pro League even started.
Yeah, I believe we have the Hunter MVP graphic for you ready as well, because he had a fantastic performance on that opening map, and he ends it looking very nice as well. 33-20 and a lovely 1.34 rating as well. And it's funny, like, I mean, that's the exact sort of KD that we need to see from Hunter against some of the best teams in the world, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, it's easier said than done. But realistically, we've spoken about it a number of times. If we want G2 to be championship winning team and not just a consistent playoff team, Hunter needs to deliver. And as we can see, some of the highlights from that map 1 of Ancient, he was just kind of like owning the whole map pretty much. As you can see, frags in every single position, and that pistol run was superb as well. But yeah, I mean, the old Hunter, the Hunter that we know can be so impactful, so consistent, and brilliant to watch. There are glimpses, but it can't just be glimpses if you're G2. This is a good start, though.
Look, he's got the capacity to do it, and I feel like that's the key takeaway. I mean, this round right here, with this play, with the triple, this single-handedly wins G2 the map. Because if it goes the other way, suddenly you're staring at 11-11 and you're thinking, okay, well, Tyloo can come back. This could even be a 3rd map. So single-handedly, he bails G2 out of that scenario. He bails them out. G2, it's a fantastic start to them. I believe we've got an interview as well with Hooksy, if he's on the line. There might be a little bit of a delay, Hooksy. I'm sorry if that is the case, but we will try our best to coordinate with you. Can you hear us?
All right. Yeah, all good.
Maybe.
Okay, yeah. So we'll try and work with the delay. I'll give you a quick opening question.
Like
I followed you for a long time, of course, from the Copenhagen Flames days. From the Copenhagen Flames days. Is there any lesson? Of course, you put that team to an incredible heights in the playoffs of majors, of course. Is there anything that you still take from those days to the modern day in G2 as a strategy or a thought process that works for you?
Yeah, I think that one thing that I reminded myself of actually after Chengdu is that we need to play a bit more with freedom and let players use their own like strength and stuff like this. And that's something we will try and do this tournament and onwards. I think after the addition of Tess, we got a lot of structure and focus on fundamentals, and maybe we swung a bit too much in that direction. And now we need to get back to that way we played when we were winning trophies. And I think that will benefit everyone individually as well.
Sounds good to me, and it feels like you are starting to strike that balance. I want to talk about this match, in particular Tai Lu, because their T sides, it really did seem like at some moments, especially on Ancient, they were really kind of catching you off guard a little bit with the amount of times they were double faking in towards the bomb sites. Can you just talk us through just sort of how you are able to overcome the odds when it feels like Tai Lu are posing significant problems at you? They nearly came back on Inferno there.
I think that we were not ready for them to play that way on T. They almost copied the playstyle of Virtus Pro. And I think we just had to adapt a little bit, and then it was smooth sailing from there when we came on our T side. And on Inferno, I think, honestly, we were in control the whole time until this round with the 1v4 or 1v3 or whatever it was. It was a pretty sick round by him. But that kind of screwed our money a little bit, and then we decided to force buy. That didn't go so well, and then a CT half can go out of control pretty fast when it's MR12. So I'm not too worried about their comeback or the fact that we didn't completely smash them. I think it's the first it's the first game of a tournament, and that's always a bit wobbly for us. But somehow we always pull through.
Yeah, that was great to see for you guys. One final question before we let you go. It's Falcons or Mongols in the next round. They're currently in a third map decider. Is there any preference there? Is there any thoughts?
I don't know. I don't know what to expect from Falcons because they had such a long break. I know that our track record against the Asian teams are pretty good, so I guess the Mongols would be fine. But it doesn't matter who we play. We are still the favorites, and we are going for the win no matter who we play.
That's a great mindset. Thank you so much for talking to us, man, and best of luck for the next match.
Yeah. Look, all we can say is apologies for that. I mean, they are worthy of having the delay though, because I feel like he produces a lot of valuable insight there, especially when he's saying, "Look, I'm not too worried about how it went." And CT side, I feel like you got to really just take that into context with the money and MR12. So it makes a lot of sense. I feel like the mindset is very good from G2, and I hope that they can sort of silence some of the critics coming into this. I feel like playoffs will almost be a guarantee for this team. It's just about how far they can push it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, yeah, we do our best with the interview. I hope it adds some comedic effect, doesn't it? So, yeah, it makes it amusing, that's for sure. But yeah, always great to hear from the players, of course, and great to hear from Hooksy and to pick his brain. And yeah, we're looking forward to seeing how they perform in the rest of the tournament, of course. But there is still 2 more BO3s to come today, and we have one of the talking points of the tournament to cast next. It's VP versus Saw, and we'll see you in a little bit for that one.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. It's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Faceit Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
He can't do a thing here. Cello just wasting his time.
Wait,
crazy shot. Hang on. Backstab him from
Impact. He's done it. He's won the round.
Pros and nose. There's one. Alistair in the corner. Molotov towards heaven. Asking time. But Frozen might make something of this. Alistair going to get caught. 118 when he pulls on the bomb. He's still alive, but he's still finding. Bye-bye Ings. Bye-bye Flying Quest. Smoke! Double kill for him! Oh no, Hooksy into the 1v3. How have we got here? Zaka on the edge of the smoke!
Is perfect from Ings. 10 seconds left. Not going to be easy, especially now they've lost their heads. It's Ings with 4. Dominant defense.
In the corner. Into the first. Into the second as well. Manesi put himself into the 1 versus 1. No Starry was in rotation as well. And Manesi just knocked him out to the final 1v3. That is a monstrous way to close it. This isn't going to be easy. He's all alone. Oh, the flash is so good. Let's Melon, though, can't get the kill. Zaka does manage to trade it out. A collateral landed by Munisi. He keeps on dragging. A pillar of strength here from Munisi, looking for the ace, denied away. Nexa surely has to clutch this up now. He's through the smoke, going to move his way in. He spotted Star. He gives his position. Wants that to keep Lid Vision alive. Zaka fighting 3-4. Oh my God, Zaka.
Walk up with this all holding, and Matchmouth's lining up util. Jimmy tries to bail them out, but Naf with the ace does not let them in.
The scout remains against 4. Oh my God, this guy! No scope merchant! What is that? What?
It's low. Hooksy can win this on his own. Essential 1v3. And he's got it in the palm of his hand. Hooksy holds strong.
Monacy tries to make this play. He wins that fight. This is the ball rolling for Monacy. A safe plant nets him the bomb to play around. They think they've uprooted Monacy. They couldn't be further from the truth. Monacy runs him down!
And look at this, 2 flashes. Carrigan wants to try and punish top. Skulls safe from the flashes. It's a double from Skulls. Lock it and loaded. It's a triple. Ball from Skulls.
G2 in the top side. Monacy or Hunter rather dead early. Hooksy followed up on 2. Impact! 3v3 for G2. Hooksy is the man trying to take them there. Hooksy is on for the ace. And it's just Shui left to beat. Door ready to be swung. And he waits to the final 5 in the round. Timing is bad though. Exertion chases down Nico and Monacy's got to do it alone. Agile on the AWP. Roland down. Monacy rising to the occasion.
Bro spotting this AWP.
YouTube, but doesn't want to penalize his
Oh, no one's looking. Oh, Bro will get 2. A third is crazy. Bro can come on. Clutch. Outrageous from Bro.
Kisarata is in contract jail in the Fury Tower.
Well, firstly, congratulations, everyone. You are the lucky few who have made it through the auditions.
What auditions?
Now, it's time for some dry runs. Now, I'm sure you've all memorized your lines.
You guys never send me the script.
But the script is here if you need it. Now, Hugo, please, go on. Interior. Night. A troop patrols an underground bunker. We follow a tunnel leading to an impenetrable metal door. Inside, a meeting takes place.
Look around, gentlemen. I was tasked to assemble the greatest minds Counter-Strike has to offer. But none of them could make it. You read the brief? Kisarata is in contract jail in the Fury Tower. I ask for your best tries to get him out. Well, what do we have here?
Take it by force.
Impressive as ever, Victor. Kirill?
But you always made the plan the best.
Alexei?
I may have something, but it's complex.
Try me.
We hit the north entrance and we hit it hard. We send in Alpha for a full force breach. With the Furia forces occupied north, Beta squad sneaks in through the southern entrance.
Alexei, sorry, please, just for me. Can you simplify it?
Okay, concentrate. Let's take the north entrance labeled A. The south, B. We send one squad north to hit A, but what we're actually doing is hitting B.
The diversion. It's so crazy. It's just my work.
Of all the IGLs I've worked with, you are the only one who gets it. It's genius. Call in Alpha and Beta. Let's go get our men.
A huge tower stands against a mountain. A bridge extends to the north entrance. Alpha squad look on from a distance.
Well. We so back, baby.
Yo, focus up, boys. We're gonna be super exposed on that bridge.
Good job we have you, King.
Wait. Do we really have to do this, like, nice subwoofing? What? You don't know? It's fake. He's a fucking idiot.
Whoa. He bought me a beer at an after-party once. Super nice guy.
The classic.
He invited me to a pug once with his French mates.
Putain, mais arrête, t'es nul.
They were shouting loads of encouragement.
You think you're besties now because you have him on Steam?
This guy. Oh, I say hi to Maniac like twice. He looks fucking obsessed.
So cringe you have fans at the desk. But yeah, so I was a fucking idiot.
Guys, please, let's pick up from where you're crossing the bridge to cause a diversion.
It's awful quiet, no? Yeah, too quiet.
An orb booms from the Furia Tower. Bullets go wide as the group begin to run. Bullets hitting everywhere. With the men themselves.
Oh, Jesus, that hopper. Washed?
Smokes, boys.
The squad deploy smokes across the bridge. Zaiwu and Magisk take a moment to breathe. Nico remains on guard.
Out of nowhere, a figure jumps through the smoke. Art unloads the full magazine without hitting anyone until Nico one-taps him.
He will never learn. I think we have the attention. Beta squad, move in.
Beta squad move in a single cohesive unit up the south side of the Furia Tower, taking it in turns to cover their teammates. Robs is at the back.
Wait, hold on. Rob's at the back.
Yeah, you're the lurker, right? That's kind of how it would go down.
Yeah, but there's lurkers and then there's lurkers. It makes the most sense if he's at the back. No, I'm leader with the group. I mean, for sure ahead of him. Wait, where'd he go?
Don't be confused. Blame's a method actor.
Give me a sec. Blame?
What man's actually saving a table reader?
Blame?
That's commitment though. Damn, he's good. My idol.
Well, we feared this would happen. That's why we have a backup plan. Floppy here. He'll be the mocap artist for Blame.
We got the company that CGI'd in Carrie Fisher to Star Wars, so we're in great hands.
Bro, why you got the gear on already?
Because I'm always ready. When you need a man who can do it all, I'm that man. Forget device. Can't stop the flop, can't stop the flop. Bam! What a shot on the Tazid. Inhuman reaction. Bam! Looks like another save from VP. So, what will it be, boys?
Just Blame's lines, Ricky.
Right. Now, where were we?
Waiters, you are clear. I repeat, you are clear. Get the fuck in there.
After you, boys.
Beta Squad scale the tower to its highest point and swiftly breach the final cell door. As the smoke clears, Que Serato is revealed.
My friend, I'm here to save you. Save me? From what? From contract jail. Come to Europe and fulfill your potential.
Nah, I'm good. What? I don't understand.
You will never understand. The end.
That's it? Well, good luck with the funding, guys. This will save esports for sure.
Underwhelming.
I can keep this?
Vai pra pista, mexe o seu corpo e me excita. Vai pra pista até amanhã, hasta la vista. Vai pra pista, mexe o seu corpo e me excita. E vai pra pista, olha pro DJ, olha
Hello guys.
What's up guys? What we have to do?
What?
Is it live? Yes? Okay. Let's go then.
Why am I playing with online life? I don't even have weapons in
the... Weapons in the chest, man.
No.
Why is this guy starting with the gun?
Go the other way.
Leave me alone. I don't have weapon. Don't come inside.
Where?
Huh? Leave me alone.
No! Paste.
Ooh. Roman is shifting.
I was running, Michelle. I was running.
What?
Sorry, you gotta help me, man.
Oh, what a move. Easy. Olha, look! My weapons, bro. You go sleep.
Oh man.
Oh, move! Again my pistols.
Same spawn with the same weapon.
Again the last noob.
I can get any weapon.
I hear someone.
Yes, sir. Chill. Don't go,
Hey,
man.
is this a major?
Vou meter a casa toda. Tá bugadinho. Oi.
Such noob. The noob is always camping.
Shut up, guys.
No! Ai!
Let's say starting position again.
Spawning in the same spot.
Top bridge jumping again.
Yes.
10 HP, suicide.
Easy win.
Shut up. I killed the noob, you jerks.
Ui. Not there, Roman.
9 bullets. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Sit down, Bishop.
GG. I won. Easy.
change it all. We
chosen for the game. Live for the glory, fighting through the pain, fighting through the pain, through the pain, through the pain, fighting through the pain. We can take it all. what you've got on your mind. We can solve your problems tonight. Take another hit and rendezvous in the sky. Ooh, we got places to be. See some things you won't believe. Ignoring all them calls on your phone. Baby, tell me how you feel when you're standing next to me. Even though you've got somebody at home. Keep this between us. Ain't nobody have to know. Give me a reason. Why is it so hard to let go? Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings. Let's find out if you fly. Let's find out if you find out if you crash and burning straight to the ground. Faster than a speeding bullet, don't make a sound. I can do this all on my own, but it's always better when you have somebody to hold. Keep this between us. Ain't nobody have to know. Give me a reason. Why is it so hard to let go? Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings. Let's find out if you fly. Let's find out if you fly. Find out if you.
For the nights with the words in my mouth, something's underwater moving into color. Oh. Got a lifeline, been dialing it up, piecing me together, architecture. Oh, maybe I'm slipping on liquid love. Think there was a medicine and I feel better. Oh, it's like the parts of me and I'm perfect. So high, I know you love was a nice try. Been coming up slowly before you rise and you know I forgive and forget it, then you cry, crocodile tears. Pull the blinds when we felt like a ghost. Back down to the bottom, gravity gets heavy. Oh, you held too tight when I needed you most. There's something we hold, there's something we carry. Oh, there's something we hold, there's something we carry. So high, I know you love was a nice try. Been coming up slowly before you rise and you know I forgive and forget it, then you cry, crocodile tears. So high, I know your love was a nice try. Been coming up slowly before you rise and you know I forgive and forget it, then you cry, crocodile tears. There's something we carry. So high, I know you, that was a nice try. Been coming slowly before you bite, and you know I forgive and forget it, then you cry, crocodile tears. So high, I know you, that was a nice try. Been coming slowly before you bite, and you know I forgive and forget it, then you cry, crocodile tears.
Yo, what's up? Welcome back to Pro League Season 19, and we have another quality BO3 to bring you. It's Virtus Pro versus Saw, and Brandon, we find them in a place in the tournament, in a bracket in the tournament, where we actually didn't expect them to be.
I'd say the conversations for both of them as well, right? I feel like the matchup should be flipped over. This should be the winner qualifying through to the playoffs. Instead, we are faced with the prospect of one of these teams going down to the last chance qualifier for Group A. And I'm really excited because for the likes of Saw, we saw that. We watched that live coming up here. It was against 3D Max yesterday. They lost 2-0, but it really felt like they should have at least had one of those maps. They had a really cool comeback on Vertigo. Their T-side was exceptional, and then overtime it just really let them down. Same case for Inferno. They were way out in the lead, but the shoe was on the other foot, and that was 19-17. That required 2 OTs, but 3D Max just about got it over the line, and it was that round that Maka had with the 5-7 and the FAMAS that really started to betray Saw. And you take a look at this, and it's a fantastic result for 3D Max, but I feel like Saw can take a lot of confidence from that game despite the result. And you come into this game, it doesn't really get much harder than VP in these groups. So it's going to be a tough one for them, but they should still be proud of what they achieved yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how Saw bounce back, to be honest, because we saw it was basically the individuals that were kind of keeping them in the series in a way. I mean, 3D Max obviously had to clutch out some rounds to get them to the overtimes. But especially on that map too, I mean, there were so many instances. We talk about that Maka FAMAS 5-7 moment, but Aros DOS had 3 or 4 really important holds. I'm pretty sure, if memory serves me correctly, he dropped 40 and lost. Yep. That's never a nice feeling. Ujux had that insane M4 hold on the B site as well. And yeah, it was a surprising result. But we can look at the head-to-head now, of course. With Aros DOS, Mr. Sweet Rice himself, up against Electronic. And yeah, I mean, it's actually quite close between the two. And Aros DOS right now is actually in the form of his life, in my opinion.
I tell you what's funny to me when you take a look at this graphic immediately, 55 kills versus 52, you think, oh, that's close. Rostos did that in 2 maps, and the majority of them came on Inferno. And for Electronic and Virtus.pro, that was a 3-map series against Fnatic. So I feel like this is quite a cool head-to-head to bring up, because obviously when we take a look at Saw, we talk about story, we talk about jerks, and Rostos is kind of this like fringe player trying to make it into the conversation. Well, he's now here, and Electronic is that big money signing that Virtus.pro have got. He's the guy that they have brought in to try and revamp their roster, try and take it and ascend it to that next level. And it's just the case of whether Saw can continue to punch upwards, or Virtus.pro can continue on their, I guess, expected trajectory.
Yeah, I mean, VP without a doubt are the biggest talking point of the group, right? I mean, when you sign Electronic in a move like that, which was actually, not sort of telegraphed by any of the leakers on Twitter, right? True. So it was a shock to a lot of people. Of course, and Electronic is a proven winner, as I believe we've got a graphic for that as well. I mean, he said to Freya, I believe in the interview, that he's not exactly playing his standard roles. But it should be a significant improvement over Mir, because Mir was the weak link on the previous edition of VP, of course. Electronic wasn't exactly lighting up the scoreboard on Cloud9, but of course there are reasons behind that. Leading sometimes, and then obviously playing a slightly weird system when it is often AWPerless. He did the best in his roles, and as you can see, he is a proven winner. And I think logic dictates this makes VP better. The question is, does it affect the numbers of Flit, who is one of CS2's best players at the moment, and Fame, of course, who was a star in his own right. VP, we say they're scarier, but they did lose to Fnatic yesterday.
They did, but at the same time with that, I feel like, look, it's the first outing for Electronic and the team, yes. And they said it best themselves in an interview where they said, look, changes aren't going to happen overnight. It's going to take a while for Electronic to first be reintroduced into this system, but don't get me wrong, Electronic will be feeling very comfortable in the way that he plays in this structure. You think back to the old Na'Vi days. This is very much like VP sort of style of Counter-Strike, wait until the last possible moment to explode onto a bomb site. There was elements and essences of that in Cloud9, and now you take away the responsibility of leading, which obviously Boomich was doing that towards the tail end of his tenure in Cloud9, but suddenly you're now left with this scenario. Electronic is focusing on the thing that made himself that consistent factor, and that was him focusing on his crosshair. He's in a system that he's familiar with as well, so it all logic really dictates to this team kind of ascending into the next level. My question is, obviously you've got the narratives, and I can go over the narratives for VP. They play down to their opponent's level. They're paid by the round. It's really fun. We repeat these every event. I've got a new one. How many voices is too many in this team? I can tell you why as well, because Jame obviously leads from the front, very independent voice. You've also got Flit in this system that is also being a lot of the secondary caller. How much influence is Electronic going to have? And at the same time, how are you going to counterbalance that? If you're Jame, if you're VP in the structure, how much do you take away and how much do you add to keep Electronic satisfied, but also keep the balance of the team on kilter?
It's a good question. And yeah, I mean, we've seen roster moves like this, which dictate a team ascending, and often they've descended, right? So you got to make sure, if there's one person I trust to be put in this position, to be fair, it is Jame. I mean, he's made it work with, tougher situations in the past, without a doubt. So yeah, it's going to be really curious to see how it all integrates over time. You can't judge it, of course, off the opening BO3 of a brand new tournament. I think, props that deserve to be mentioned to Fnatic as well. It was great to see how Body celebrated at the end of that victory, because, gelling as a unit with players like Mattis, Kyubi, of course, coming in from those sort of known tier 2 rosters after putting in superb performances. Gelling on LAN is the most important thing for them. So that was a great result to kick it off. But yeah, BP and Saw is where we concentrate, and they're both in a position of where they need a bounce back. And there's going to be one of these two teams which are going to be knocked down 2 pegs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like the conversation piece for Saw is, how do you sort of manipulate the veto in a way that favors you, in a way that benefits you. We'll take a look at that in a couple of minutes. But I feel like you take a look at this team. Jerks was coming online, especially on Vertigo. Rostos was overperforming on Inferno. How much of that level can be maintained? And where's Story in all this conversation? He was there chugging along against 3D Max, but you can't have him chugging along in a team like this, where he's so proactive on the CT side. On the T side, he takes a little bit of a step back, and that's where Jerks starts to slot in. It's a lot of dynamics in this team, and we're going to see that veto now rolling through on screen. And spoiler, we've been leaked it a little bit, and I feel like this veto actually really favors Saw as it comes through on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have a look at it now, and I'm going to just read you out two very simple stats. Yes, the caveat is they're spread out over some time. Some of them are online. Like, it makes sense, right? But with the picks we have coming through here for VP and Saw have only lost 1 overpass in 7, and VP have lost their last 5 Vertigos. I mean, trends are going to have to be bucked. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like, look, you take a look at what happened on Vertigo yesterday for VP, and they were overrun by a very well-drilled Fnatic team. Fnatic had just got some energy in this tournament that they have brought forward, and I feel like slowly, as you mentioned, that team is now gelling together. We've got to give a little bit of proving time, of course, for VP, but inherently 80% of your squad remains the same, and it's only that 20% that has changed. It should be a upwards sort of swing for Electronic. He should be outputting a lot higher numbers and contributions than Mir was, and that's not a discredit to Mir. That's just for a benefit of how good of a player Electronic is and how much of a statement this signing sent shockwaves around the community.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see if they can at least compound it. I mean, you would look at this roster that VP have now, and arguably you'd say name value, it's better than the roster they won the major with, which is kind of crazy when you look at it now. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the future pans out for them. And yeah, of course, I mean, this matchup in particular has a lot of history to it. I'm sure there'll be more than one Portuguese supporter that won't be forgetting the infamous clutch that Stododo lost to Jame in the Antwerp Major 2-2 qualifier match. Of course, Mateus and Roman were part of that Saw roster where that happened. So yeah, there's some memories there. It's a very famous one, and I remember watching that live at the time and being absolutely gobsmacked at how that went down. I can't imagine what it must be like to be the player. We remember, I'm sure the reaction of Stododo after that is ingrained in many Saw fans' minds. But this is a new era, this is a new Pro League, and this is a new matchup with two slightly different rosters. So I can't wait to get into it and see who takes the first initiative in this series.
Yeah, overpass up first, of course, as well. And for Saw, that means they get to start on the defense, and they need to try and just make sense of what VP are looking to achieve here on the attack. And it's very cool, calm, calculated control out of VP so often, as it always is. But there's definite weaknesses that can potentially be exploited. On the CT side in particular, you'll notice that VP will often, in events prior, will leave a lot of timing windows for these players to kind of get access and get involved a lot more at connector and over towards toilets. I wonder if that's a game plan heading in. Well, we're about to find out, well, even in the second half, I suppose, because Saw will start on that defense. It's going to be VP with new look Electronic starting on the T side. Obviously, a map that was quite formidable under his Cloud9 reign. Let's see what he brings over to this VP.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out, of course. And remember, I mean, I mentioned Saw have only lost 1 overpass in 7. Of course, they beat Cloud9 on it in the Spring Showdown, and that was when they had Electronic. So, yeah, there's some revenge out here for sure for Electronic. I think he'll be ready and raring to go in this one, without a doubt. Anyway, T-Pistol underway. Lots of utility on the back of Jamie. He has a full belt in this pistol. Electronic has a smoke as well. So 2 players without Kevlar for VP. And we are setting up to take bathrooms and possibly full execute onto the A site here.
This is quick by VP standards. Like, already the smokes being lined up. The utility is about to be just dispensed all over this site, and now Story's got to be screaming in TeamSpeak that he needs help, or maybe he doesn't need it at all. First kill found by the USP, but the bomb site on lock by VP.
Yeah, this is purely for the plant, right? This utility basically guarantees it unless one player goes above and beyond. Story can only get the one, so now this retake has to be sped up. There's no kit in play here for Saw. Flick playing close in the smoke, destroyed by Story as well. And now Norbert is very stuck, having to play up in their faces. And he does really well. He actually only gets one from that. It's Jame and Electronic to help out. Jame finds another, and Materis is stuck between Jame and Electronic, and that's not a place you want to be. 4 kills between the two of them. VP, great start.
Really well done from Norbert there, because he had to take space beyond the bomb site. You could tell what VP wanted to do. They wanted to get up close and personal with the Glocks against the USPs in towards these tricky angles like Bank and Dumpster. But immediately, as soon as one player takes contact, the entire forces of VP will swing on either side and make it so difficult for these players to effectively fan out over the bomb site. And when you're in that 1-on-2, James taking the contact, you can just wait for Electronic to then just settle in the kill. And that's exactly what happens. And despite having that player advantage, it's VP that come away with the pistol.
Yeah, it was quite a lot of advantage there as well. You can see the players glancing across. We've had that little demonstration, of course, by Sponge and Moses of the smart glass on the main stage as well. Do a quick tech pause, hopefully not too long. See the admin's having a chat right now. Headsets are being switched around. Maybe a small audio issue, something like that. Of course, those tournament headsets are very noise cancelling, as we know. So maybe he just has to take them off purely to hear him. Looks like we're setting back up again. Only a quick tech pause. Tiris gives a glance to his teammates. So much experience on this Saw roster. Materis and Saw combination for over 4 years now alongside Roman. But a full eco for Saw in the following, of course. Play for the M4s as quickly as possible. And VP got a MAC-10, 3 kills and a UMP on Flit. I'm seeing a couple of players use the UMP lately. And I'll be honest, Brandon, I have no idea why. I feel like it sucks right now. It's not 2017.
They're trying to be like the cool kids on the block, right? I mean, when's someone going to whip out the Bison? Like that'll be a piece. But yeah, it's becoming a little bit more vogue using the UMP.
Yeah, I remember.
What's good about obviously the setup at Pro League, and you can actually see the players, is you talk about noise cancelling, and it's like, okay, well, you might be able to not hear us, but you can see us getting visibly really hyped up. There's that stack though in towards B. Rosdos does find Norbert, player we definitely highlighted in this head-to-head. That's a rifle recovered, but it should be fine as the pieces are slowly starting to fall into place for VP. 2 casualties is not the end of the world. If it gets a little bit more expensive, then that could be a disaster, but Jame, make sure it isn't so.
Nicely done by Jame. Cleaned up. And yeah, it's as you say, I mean, it's not exactly 2017. It was terrifying how good the UMP was back then. And it was one of those weapons as well, as we see Flit give it some use, that professional players kind of didn't discover, right? Until a few people started using it, then it snowballed. Just like when the Krieg and Org came into action, they were in sort of a similar state for the entirety of CSGO until the money... the price of them, of course, got reduced, and then they started getting used, and then the Krieg and Org era began. And it was the same with the UMP back in 2017. But of course, it won't be used this time. As you say, it was some era, that's for sure. Now I go into the first gun round of VP versus Saw in this mid-bracket. Eking the bomb over toward B. Currently 3 there to defend it. But probably won't be going too fast, as we know this is versus Pro after all.
I'm excited to see some of these sort of like punchier rounds out of VP, and when that will start to kind of come into their wheelhouse a little bit more. J1 Electronic alluded to that in the most recent interviews that they've done. And we have seen VP with kind of the birth of CS2 get a little bit more energetic in some of these mid rounds. They've got good space in here, especially over towards Connector. You see that James just falls back from bathrooms, and that resmoke comes in at a perfect moment for Saw, so they can lock down B a little bit more. And if VP want to go for this, they have to run through utility.
Yeah, that's a good point. That smoke actually was spot on because they were sort of egging themselves on to push, right? It's going to have to be with a flash and through that smoke. Hujux actually does well to get a 1-for-1 there. Fame trades him very quickly, but 20 seconds on the clock. Haha, classic VP. 4 versus 4. We're still throwing in utility. Flip will deal with Roman on that rotation, and this is probably what VP do. They make you go for these swings so late on, but now there's 6 seconds on the clock, and James is fighting with the bomb out. Has he got it? I think so. It's going to be really close, but Mutuis is here. Plant is down. How are they doing it again, Brandon? Literally 1 second to spare. There was still a player in water. James still gets a kill. Strafes round for the plant, and Story is forced away. By the round, by the clock, VP.
It's just exceptional how mind gamey these end of rounds are. And what I mean by that is the fact that when you've got 6 seconds left and the bomb is only just being committed, you've got a choice to make if you're Saw. Do you want to swing and try and deny it? If you do that, then potentially you're going straight into a setup, which is what happened in the first 2 instances when VP starts to walk into that B bomb site. But if you want to try and play for the retake, you haven't really got the utility because you've dispensed it all trying to keep VP out of the bomb site in the first place. So essentially you're left with these 2 one-on-ones. Story does really well to find these picks as the VP players are flooding in towards this bomb site. That one there on Electronic, and you feel like Rostos has got the best of Fame, and that's the round said and done. But no, James goes hunting
5 seconds
and needs to plant that bomb. He was being covered, and by him tucking himself in that corner also prevents the AWP from swinging onto his position. It's so meticulous, and it is so microscopic, the margins that round goes in favor, and they're tilting rounds to lose. If you're Saw, you feel like you're ahead the entire step of the way, only to then lose and have to save an AWP.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say, if you're Saw, that sort of thing pisses you off, right? Because, like, how on earth do you get away with that? James is fighting water with 6 and then 5 seconds on the clock. It's borderline hilarious that they get away with rounds like this, but he's done it again. I mean, the strafe when he pulled the bomb out was absolutely perfect. In those sort of instances, if you're like holding E to pull out the bomb, that takes time. He pulled out the bomb first, so the animation didn't have to play out, right? So he could get the plant in just the nick of time. Mutuis perhaps could have wallbanged that area and maybe denied it, but it's a hard one to judge when you don't know exactly where he is. Of course, very wall-bangable, that area of the corner of the site. So, yeah, it's classic VP. And it might not be the first time we say that in this game. That is a lovely boost on short, though. Materis deals with Flip with the MP9. And getting 5 versus 4s in those sort of circumstances can be precious.
Oh, Roman's just spotted players. I think information's gone both ways. It was quite loud over towards long, so at least the rotations are here. Has a chance to deal with Fame, but it will be Story's AWP that punishes instead. But here, the rifles just start to swarm instead, and, well, BP, they've taken A, and they've gone B. Norbert's got the space after finding the 1 kill. Over on that side of the map, just dismissing rotations, and Electronic's even on the hunt. There's a Rostos. That's fine. That's not the upper Story who's just waiting in bank. It's a familiar feeling. He was here literally last round.
He manages to deal with Electronic. I thought Electronic was going to go around bank for a second, but yeah, Electronic is having a great start to this game, and so are VP, and Story isn't going to be allowed to run away. Norbert chases him down. They give the AWP a glance. We'll have to see in a few seconds whether they've picked it up or not. Sometimes, of course, VP and other teams are very happy to run a T-side without an AWP. Overpass is slightly more unusual, though, I feel like. T-side AWP can be very impactful, especially up against Story. I'll see whether it was picked up in a moment or two, but here's Electronics round. Easy flank on Arosdos. It looks like it was. So it's in James' hand now. He's yet to die in this game. That sounds like James to me.
Classic James. Still need a response, and that'll either fall in towards taking B short, such as Jerks is doing. Electronica has got to be careful. Timing favours him, so he'll find the opener. And now Saw will probably be disincentivized to do this with just one player for the rest of the half. They'll have to look elsewhere, but that's a source of strength in connector. You see them dropping the utility over from short in that position, but that's the Fame presence. No one is home. So VP have got a lot more map control than they initially think.
Yeah. See if they can do something with it, but as you say, don't have the knowledge just yet. 50 seconds. Nade over toward the pillar. But no one there to receive it this time. It's going to have to be one of these sort of players to go above and beyond here. In these sort of circumstances, you have to get a multi-frag in action. There's going to be a flash set up here. Arrows just waiting behind the monster smoke. In they come, but actually they go ahead of the flash. That is mistimed from VP. And Arrows DOS will take that every day of the week. Suddenly, they're a man ahead in this round. And damage done as well to Arrows DOS to continue for VP, but it has to be quick now. 18 seconds. Questioning whether a save is being committed to because they're still shifting up connector. Now they're running, but Long is the best position for these sort of circumstances, and Roman plays it perfectly. It's the last place you hard clear. He gets himself 2. James is trying his best to plant, but he knows it's not going to happen. He'll get the kill. He'll escape toward Long, but Saw get on the board.
Yeah, definitely missed time there with that flash, and it could be just a theory of the fact that every time they've done that play for VP, I think that's now the second or the third time they've flashed through Monster, the player that's holding close is always on the right-hand side trying to play anti-flash. So you're trying to maybe just second guess by walking a little bit faster, but actually taking a look at that replay, it feels like that is just completely mistimed. And Rostos would have been full blind, commits to the fight, obviously, because Electronic's gone half a second before it clears. Timeout call for VP, because I can't let these small mistakes just translate and cascade into something far greater. Sure, it's 4-1 right now, but that's what the momentum you want to keep on your T side. Remember, this is CT side overpass, where rotations can come thick and fast. You can consistently just have that edge over your competitor. Very defense-heavy map. So for VP, all they want to do is just stamp out the momentum early. They want to make sure this doesn't come back to bite them. And also the money is in a little bit of a questionable spot.
Mm-hmm. Rounds have been close, as you say. So give Saw a chance to work their way back into the CT side. A little bit faster than VP would have wanted, but you have an AK in play and an AWP. There's still something to worry about, but Materis lowers that concern considerably. Flit is down. It makes you wonder, in these sort of rounds, how committed is James actually going to be to trying to find picks in this scenario? Pretty sure he'll be focusing on staying alive to the best of his ability in these sort of situations. Still 7-0. He's going to try a pick. A little bit of a boost. Here we go. Very tight angle that, of course. And ooh, spooky for Saw. Not sure if they would have seen that or not, of course, from their POV. Roman front bathroom. That smoke is very helpful for him. And James is looking actually to face that bank angle. And there we go. Story hits his shot. It's only a tag, not a frag. But I think that might make James' mind up in this sort of situation. Materis could be about to put an end to all of it. Coming up on the connector lurk, that forces Roman forward to help out. He gets 2. And they've actually all fallen. Great stuff from Saw. Story finishes it off. It's 4-2.
It's a very good mid-round from Saw. The path in that Materis takes to walk through connector, it completely just deviates away from the setup that VP are expecting on A. And it means that you can get an extra rotation. The smoke coming in at Monster meant that they could take all the short space and clear the pipe together as 2. If you're the Portuguese side, you can then let Materis lurk up connector. You have that extra rotation towards A. And notice that Roman doesn't swing on Divider until Materis takes the first contact. It's well handled, especially in a round like that, which can get a little bit dicey, considering the style that VP like to show. Of course, Story will keep wielding his AWP. James not with one in this. It's bare bones when it comes to the rifle investment because you've had to have a compromise here for VP between the weaponry and the utility. Fun little jump spot as well from Roman, because as soon as he sees contact, he can fall back.
Yeah, and he does exactly that. Get the run boost in action toward long. Thankfully, no fail on that boost that time. CS2 is a cruel and unpredictable mistress when it comes to those boosts. Valve, please fix. Fame pushing forward. Story and Roman have a nice little setup in Divider here. Of course, that gun barrel does stick out, but the idea is the AWP is taking the shot before that rifle is spotted. And actually, Roman hears Fame throwing the utility and decides to try and take the initiative. And even though that kill comes through, that's going to set up VP for a B play. And Aras Darcy tries to use all of his utility, but unfortunately gets taken down before he can pull his gun out again. Mutiris with an important answer back, but now it's a 2 versus 3. Bomb will be planted. Even a molly in water there from Jay, making doubly sure no one's going to stop that plant, covering all his bases. And unless Story finds, this should be a VP round.
They're not going to peek him either. They know the only threat can really come in from CT and Heaven. That's why James positioned behind the pillar, waiting for audio, waiting for Sword to get up close. And then by that point, you've got a crossfire established with Fame. Really good trade spacing as well on those openers from VP. Just guaranteeing that Fame and Norbert between each other, they'll be able to fight away into that site. Do like the ideas from Saw, though. The fact that Roman is that point man over towards long, he then resets and tries to set Story up for success, but it's Fame that finds the opener as he completely dismantles that toilet setup. VP back in cruise control, and Saw posed with another problem.
Yeah, big round for VP to take. Here's Fame. That's, as I said, that's exactly when Roman tries to activate. He thinks that maybe I can catch him just as he's still pulling out his AK. As that Molotov is being thrown, but it's a split second too late. And that's Counter-Strike. Fractions and split seconds can change rounds. And VP know all about that, as we saw in the first couple of gun rounds, of course. Quick tactical pause for VP. So far, a very solid team performance, and 5 rounds on T-side overpass is already very solid.
Yeah, doing a really good job, but also limiting the amount of short control that Saw can take. Already being punished was Jerks by Electronic, and since then they've had to double up and invest a lot more resources into that area of the map, which means you'd hope if you're the CT side and you're a Portuguese fan, the story would become a lot more mobile on this CT side. I've already mentioned he's very dynamic and goes for a lot of entries. And we need to start to see him try and accomplish this. Boost up for Mutiris is really nice. You can clear deep in towards short. And just hold space and also get info for your AWP to reposition to try and deal with threats. Again, notice the timing of this. As soon as the boost comes over, Story now repositions alongside Roman. They set up again together over this time at long.
Flip lurking in connector. Just like that, I mean, the round is gone already. Not much damage taken. Matiris still convinced to stay holding on that boost. Flip will jump across. That is just so smart from Flip to actually jump that angle. They have to be aware of that possibility, and he's probably done that 1,000 times. Making sure he doesn't get caught from any player peering over from the B site. Just natural muscle memory. And now 35 seconds. We're once again in that weird territory again for VP, but in that territory where they can win so many of these rounds. Pushing forward, Story ready with his counter-util. Thinking about perhaps blocking that smoke, but has to chuck down the HE and go for a swing, but that's a massive left-eye peek, and Flit takes it easily. Roman can only get one from long, and that is an absolutely textbook Virtus Pro A overpass take.
Yeah, let's talk about the variations that they threw into that round as well. Notice how they completely neglected even forcing a threat in towards connector, apart from having Fame being there really late on. And then as soon as he jumps, he notices the gunfire. And that guarantees that the setup is boosted, which probably means that Story and Roman did exactly what we were speaking about, which is recoiling back and holding from further. As the timer ticks down and elapses even more significantly, they have to retreat and fall back even further into that bomb site. That creates so much space up long, up toilets. And VP, they take it completely pure contact. And as soon as you see the smoke flying over, you're not ready for how many numbers are in such close proximity to you. So it's expertly done by VP.
Yeah. Even if there was a player in the sight line of Story toward the back dice there, there's the angles. There's it from Flit's POV, right? Like, he can't see Flit. Like, he's in the black of his scope there. He can't see anything. That's just the most frustrating thing. It's the most uncomfortable position to be in if you're an AWPer in that circumstance. You can't peek from the right. You try something different. And yeah, hitting that flick when you peek dice from the left is borderline impossible. And VP
so just
do it by design, right?
It's and speaking of design, it also just flows into entry path in. It's the fact that you've got two players that are swinging to the left-hand side. You've got the player out divided that can swing wide on the right. Whichever way Story looks with that AWP, you're taking the crosshair sort of 90 degrees to the other side. And that means you're guaranteeing a trade. And even that contact that then comes through over at long. It doesn't matter if the long player falls or gets the trade. The point is the spacing is so good that you are minimizing Soul's potential output just to one kill. With the loss bonus, they'll still be able to invest. But this time, Shaw is the main point of concern for VP. This might be a faster one. As everyone is here, basically. The bomb's still yet to make its way over. That'll probably be Fame's responsibility.
Going for a shot rating boost. Well, I think we may have been attempting it, but utility means that a smoke has to be expended. Spam's coming through. It's often rule one of Overpass that whoever has short B control dictates the round. And well, VP have been dictating a lot of this game so far. I'll have to see if they can do the same with this one. Nade over the top, that should be chunky. Talking of chunky, Story's of course got no armor in this round, and that nade's done 79 damage. That is painful. Ujux takes the brunt of it too, and Roman on the A side of the map, James destroys him, and off the back of that we look toward B. It's a change up from VP. It's keeping Saw guessing, but Arasdos is doing a superb job. He's got himself two. He's actually kept the bomb at bay as well. 30 seconds left in the round. The resmoke will come in. Fame needs to win this duel, and just when Mutuis jumps up on the truck is when Fame swings. That must be so frustrating for Mutuis. And that leaves A open.
It's just creating all these escape plans if you're VP. Even if a Rostos finds that multi-kill there, notice as soon as a Rostos gets the kill, Fame starts speeding up. And he's trying to catch these rotates. Because they're so fast on Overpass, and because VP have continuously left Saw guessing round after round after round, you can really catch these timings. That's exactly what Fame does. And there's always an outlet. The bomb never commits into that B bomb site. It gets close, but you can always withdraw and have a safe passage up connector, because that's exactly where Fame has just come from.
Yeah, I mean, VP just love playing with that sort of thing, right? I mean, after, of course, what we saw from VP against Fnatic, it was kind of a... did have very much like first match with a new player, first match of a tournament vibes, right? It was... it has some incredible moments, but Fnatic took advantage of that beautifully. Played great in their own right. But this VP have started hot today. Arasdos, you can see here, fighting for his life, and actually did really well to get that second. Sure, Norbert had utility out, but the swing was really nice. And yeah, if Mutuis managed just to crouch behind truck and stay stock solid, if he takes Fame, they were quite disconnected, weren't they? And that could have been a round changer.
I'll tell you what, I stand corrected, because Flit really just committed to that bomb. I didn't realize it was so far invested in Monster, so that could have been a disaster. So fortunately, they had Fame there, because otherwise that could have been completely catastrophic. Double long play. Okay, James, sure. Between him and Fame, they completely dismantled the defense. That's the first time Saw have really progressed much further forward. Good catch from Story, but not ready. Not ready for Flit there.
And that's what VP can do to you, right? After how they've played the opening 9 rounds of this game. We get into round 10, and look at this. I mean, Saw getting completely caught off across the map. Ujux has got his knife out in connector rotating up, and Arosdos is left incredibly stuck. 3 players to face, almost spins on top and takes Norbert, but not to be. It would have to have been incredible with the FAMAS, and VP press W a little bit faster this time toward long, and it completely catches out Saw.
Yeah, and I'll look at the timing of this round as well. The one moment in which Saw have wanted to get the jump on VP and press the issue is the one round that VP start to up the acceleration a bit into this map control. 8 rounds to 2 here. This is... well... just a drubbing right now.
This
doesn't look like the same Saw from yesterday. I tell you what, though, this doesn't look like the same VP from yesterday.
VP are large and in charge right now. Loving life. This is James Joie de Vivre, like playing with joy. I believe that is one of the quotes for, and playing with exuberance. And this sort of style is what he loves, without a doubt. And right now it's exposing Saw considerably. CT overpass, usually we see a lot more successes than this. Of course, if there are any Saw fans out there in chat currently watching, I'm sure there are many of you. Portugal has a big fan base for this roster. Don't be too disheartened. Second map is one that VP have really struggled on lately, so with whatever roster, it should be said. So Saw are not out of this series, even if they lose map 1, without a doubt. Anyway, round 11.
Good timing here. On towards short. Just kidding. Because, of course, VP are holding with 3 players. This was actually such a good setup from Saw. The timing of this mid-round aggression was very clever, and it gets shut down by one man. One man only, Flit. Just wrecking and bulldozing his way through the bomb site. Norbert just adds salt in the wound with a headshot through the smoke. And now your only comfort, your only saving grace in the next round potentially is Roman on an MP9.
Yeah, incredible. Roman managed to find one, but he's just going to be desperately trying to save the AK, and I'm not sure if that's possible for him. He's being hunted considerably. We mentioned Flit, of course, questioning whether perhaps we're in a situation with Electronic added. Does it take away from his numbers slightly? Does it change the roles slightly? Because Flit has been one of the best players in CS2 thus far. Been a joy to watch how he's performed, even if VP aren't necessarily winning events. Another huge triple for him. Roman. Oh, it's the last tick of the round. And look, they're giggling. They're smiling. Well, at least they were for a split second. Usually VP are straight-faced, aren't they? And once again, Saw a left with nothing.
Man, it's the right idea to go for a play like that, even with low time, because you're guaranteeing either you know they're there and you can draw rotations back, you get the jump on this execute, or if it's empty, you can then send your rotates towards A. So it's the right idea. It's just the fact that VP have got 3 players just locking in that position. Roman wants this fight on connector, and to be fair, by and large, when it has been the one-on-ones in connector, Saw have been coming out on top.
Roman in the cubby. Flit. Of course he hard clears it. Of course he hard clears it. Poor Roman. Has nothing to do with that. Bomb was edging toward Monster, but it's backed away now, and we are going back toward A. 3 MP9s. One has been netted down to 55, and a story FAMAS to try and save 3 on the half. That's a good start from you, Jerks, but look at this. We're creeping the bomb up toward A. 2 players already taking it quickly. Nade will be thrown. Electronic about to swing. There is an MP9 on long to worry about, but he almost switches around and gets both. The health is low and Materis should be traded by Fame. It most certainly is. Norbert is in a disgusting lurk position in connector. Ujux is found, and Arosdos is left with 48 health, an incendiary, and an MP9. And it looks like VP are going to lock in double digits on the T half of Overpass. Arosdos will try his best, but he leaps into fame. And what a half that is from VP. 11-2, James, at the end of that one. We'll see if they can convert it in a few minutes.
Touching on me, I'm winning so good. Go write that check, cause I'm building too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up Greek god. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect. That's the Canadian to make it a perfect eagle.
Jame, 11 kills, 2 deaths. VP, 10 rounds to 2 up. Brandon, it's looking comfortable.
This is the VP I wanted to see and kind of expected to see day one. I mean, sure, first game nerves, first game jitters, and all of that shebang, but ultimately we're getting some quality and I dare I say it, vintage VP. Saw no slouches on this map, and VP have honestly schooled them in that first half. Something's got to give, something's got to change. It's similar feeling with a lot of utility on Roman, but Sword need to win this pistol, otherwise we're already looking ahead to map 2.
Yes, sir. And makes you wonder, maybe some conversations happen about map 2 already, because that is where I do feel like they have a great way of fighting their way back into this series. But everyone's very blind here. Fame, Electronic, that's the first 2 kills. Arosdos tries his best to deal with the trade and take Flit as well. He knows there's one more player here, but there's going to be a smoke push coming through, and Roman is caught in the open. Well, VP continue the train and go up 11-2.
It's just simple, and that round is just because of the sheer numbers that have been just sort of communicated over. The rotates are very quick. It's what we were highlighting all in that first half. And Electronic is just taking scalps. There's the Electronic we wanted, and there's the Electronic we're getting out of him. A star performance, but it's not just him, it's everyone, to be honest. Look at how closely these kills are in tandem with each other all across the scoreboard. Same could be argued, to be fair, with Saw. It's just that VP have been putting a little extra polish on a number of these rounds, and Saw have always been kind of voided of a lot of information. They get to set the pace, but they're already making that decision that they're playing for overtime.
Yeah, that's horrible, isn't it? Going to be 10 rounds behind. And on T-side overpass as well, probably the hardest, slowest grind of a T-side in the game. Well, I mean, this would be one of, if not the comebacks of the entire Pro League. And obviously, we haven't even finished it yet. So if they can somehow find a way back. Maybe VP know something about the UMPs that we don't. We've got 2 this time on the CT side. Glocks will be trying to pepper their way forward, but unless something crazy happens, it's only a VP farm. Electronic finds 1, Jane finds a couple, Bake that 3, gets Dink down to 17 HP, but he's up to 14 kills now. And VP, their stats are above and beyond probably their wildest dreams. I bet they thought that first half would have been a lot tighter, but they've been loving life.
Yeah, not a whole lot we can really say about this T side so far, apart from our speculation, because obviously this needs to be a success story for Saw. This needs to be them coming out the blocks swinging. I'll be excited to see what they could try to accomplish here. Obviously got all the AKs out in play. Jerk's trying to lead the charge. He's been silenced here on this first map. He's not a player you want to see under the cosh. Nice find. Good opener from a Rosdar, so puts a little bit more pressure over towards Monster. Jane will start to recoil back and Saw take the space in mid. Uh-oh.
Rotations are interesting.
They're ahead of it.
And then they come. Jame, can he waste the clock for his teammates? Ujerks will find the opening and the second. That's nice from Ujerks. That's the sort of entry work you want to see from him. What makes Saw so scary? Electronic will find Arrow's DOS, so that gives them a conversation, but that's a lovely hold from Story. Puts Flit now in a clutch. Stuck in bank. He's got money to work with in that place of the map, but not in his actual bank account. Only 350. He'll probably try and slink away.
Yeah, try and answer the phone and strike a deal. Noel Edmonds, please.
Deal or no deal, there you go.
That's a very niche British reference.
It is. What a show that was, man. Good God. I remember watching that when I was young. I was like, what is this weird ass game show where they just open boxes? And I grew up and I realized, oh, that is literally all they do. Ah, funny.
Good round from Saw though. Like what I like the most about that is the fact that that one kill from a Rosdos in Monster, they know that off the back of that, there's going to be just a trickle-down effect over the entire setup of VP. And it's kind of what I was alluding to on VP CT side, towards sort of about the minute mark, they play incredibly passive. You see them recoil quite a lot, and they give a lot of control over to the T side, and there'll be space in towards Divider, in towards Toilets that Saw will look to exploit, very much like they did in that round prior.
And VP have kind of exploited all of Saw's weaknesses, it feels like, in this game so far. Gotta remind you, of course, we can't be too down on them because the second map could be very interesting. I mean, I mentioned it earlier, of course, VP is Vertigo. Saw have picked it, and VP have lost their last 5 Vertigos. So if you're a Saw fan, don't panic just yet. We could still have a 3-mapper on our hands. We could find ourselves on another Inferno. We shall see. That is for the future. This is for the now. Saw just need to find a way to warm up into this, right? It may sort of be or feel like a lost cause in these sort of instances, but it's important. Play your own game, warm up into a series, start feeling it a bit. It can translate into the map following.
It's the old cliche of round by round, and this one's a nice one for Saw to get over the line. It's pretty much just a threatening middle piece with Flit with the M4, but he's in connector, so could get involved quite early on towards Roman. If Roman's not careful, this timing is exceptional for Flit. They're aware of it. He goes back in to fight. We'll go 1-for-1 at the bare minimum, so they stick to their game plan. They still want to fight in towards A, but there's a lot of pistols here, and if they get a little bit out of control, that's where things could start to pose a problem. Roman now walking up towards Divider will deal with Electronic, but there's another threat in connector, and Norbert can recover a rifle.
Oh, another P250 headshot's been hit. Fame takes one more. Oh, Norbert's picked up the M4. It's absolutely collapsed to the pistols, and VP, well, if there was one way to close it out to show how dominant they've been on Overpass, it's like that. Incredibly impressive.
How long did you know you were going to have Electronic before it was announced?
I'm always knew he wanna play with me, but maybe 2 weeks, maybe 3 right now.
So it happened pretty quickly?
Yes.
How much practice have you had?
Around 1 week, something else, something like that.
Okay, I saw you guys playing Face It to get practice in as the VP5 stack. Is that fair?
It was hard, but it's like it was after media, and we can't find cool practice and just play Face.
Okay, now I won't bother asking if you're going to change how you're going to play because you won't tell me. But Electronic is a player who has a lot of experience and he knows how he wants to play the game. So if I say it makes sense that VP might change some things, is that a fair statement?
I don't know how we should play, how we will play. I think we will play new CS. We need to invite him in our system, and he will change our game. I think, especially versus top 5 teams.
Okay, so you come to this event and you have a new roster, and it's Pro League. It's only a studio LAN, small crowd for the finals. There's 222 days until the next major. So this event, what does this event mean to the new VP? Is it a practice event? Do you want to win?
We always want to win, but we had 1 week practice. I think if we will take good vibes in our team, we can win, especially this tournament, because he's first. But our main goal is major. Yeah, 20 days to the major, and we will do we will do anything for this tournament.
Okay, thank you, Jam.
Okay.
don't know how it's come to this. I don't know how I could resist. I took a vow to never sin, but I saw the darkness from within. And if the sun can't break through, just let the thunder shake you. I know there's a hunger for the truth. Another moment of clarity. I see the one who breaks me. I never thought it could be.
Welcome back in, everyone, to EPL Season 19. On the A stream, it's 3D Max versus Fnatic. They're still in the first half, Trav. Here, our first map is already over. 13-3 dominant display on Overpass. Talk me through it. What happened?
Well, what happened there is that was the most Jame performance I've seen from Jame in actually quite a good while. If VP are on top form, sure, people could say it's only Saw, but this is a tough opponent, and they've made them to look absolutely amateurish. I mean, they're losing to Pistols as well in the last round to win it for VP. It was a brilliant performance from everyone on VP. I'm excited for how they're looking, at least today. I mean, as well, like the fact that Jame had lowest deaths but still had tons of impact, says it all, right?
Yeah, no, it completely does. And I think what's the most interesting thing is obviously we saw Chad catching up with James, obviously recorded a little bit before the tournament started, just saying, look, we're probably going to play a new style as CS at some point. But that was just vintage VP, just completely exploiting the rotations, just catching Saw completely unawares. It felt like Saw didn't have a sense of what was going on whatsoever. And that obviously leans into the passive nature of the CT side that they were playing. But even when they made those adjustments, it felt like VP and James especially was one step.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, don't get me wrong, I love this Saw roster. I've watched them play, casted them so many times over the last few years, seen them reach their highest ever peak in the rankings. I almost feel proud of them because we've covered them for so many years, right? I'm not even Portuguese and I feel proud of them. But yeah, it was a struggle on the opening map and the stars didn't get a chance to really show up. I'm looking forward to seeing a bounce back though, and there's a good chance we can get that because if we look at VP's last 5 matches in 2024 on Vertigo, which is our next map, they've lost to Fnatic yesterday. They lost to Astralis and FlyQuest in Chengdu. They lost to Eternal Fire at the Major, and they lost to Gamer Legion in the Kato play-in. Ugh. They need a win on Vertigo badly, Brandon.
Yeah, they do. But look, when you're getting performances like this, especially out of your in-game leader, then that obviously helps. And something that we commented on before the map was even over was the fact that every single player of VP was closely connected when it came to the kill department. If you're getting the same output out of these 5 players, that's going to make it really difficult for, I guess, narratives that we've already painted with the fact that we look to a Rostos, we look to Jerks, we look to Story. It's those pieces that you can rely on. If you can rely on every single player in your team coming up with these incredible moments, then that's what really elevates a roster, and that starts to make things very scary indeed for Saw, who, to be fair, let's give them the caveat, because they weren't even expected to be here at Pro League. They actually replaced, well, what was formerly Electronics Cloud9. So they've only been kind of anticipating the tournament for about a week and a half, so you can't be too harsh on them, especially with the performance and the nature in which they've kind of been playing.
Yeah, and I mean, we mentioned before Overpass, Saw had only lost 1 Overpass in their last 7, and they'd recently beaten Cloud9 on it and beat Electronic on it, of course, in the Spring Showdown. But yeah, I think it's fair to say that there's still there's some revenge that's been taken there for Electronic. He's played superbly, and so has his entire team. And now we go into Vertigo. It's a home for Saw. Saw have been innovators in Tier 2 for many years. They were one of the first to pick up Vertigo when it was added. I think they had one of the first ever Ancient officials as well when it was added to the pool. And they played a lot of Anubis at its beginning too. So they still play these 3 maps and enjoy all 3. I still think Vertigo is one of their most solid though. So if you're a Saw fan, I think there's still a solid chance you can make your way back into this game. We could even go to a 3rd.
Yeah, look, I can fully believe it as well. I think it's, you take a look at the scoreline in map 1 and it's such a disparity, then the conversation obviously goes to, well, how do these players reset and come back? But you've hit the nail on the head. It's their home territory when it comes to maps that they feel the most comfortable on. They're also just professionals. Like, they're going to be able to reset after a map and just get back into it. It's a lot easier to do that on LAN as well. You can look down the line and you can kind of get the energy from everyone. And it all starts in MR12 with a pistol. Suddenly you grab that, the momentum can really fall in your favor, and they will start on the T side here as well, so they get to kind of set the pace. We're going to see more of Jerks scaling up towards ramp and really putting the heat on VP. The question mark for me is, well, how much are VP really going to contest this A ramp in the early round, and how difficult does that become Saw into developing?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the initiative that VP could take. I think it'd be really curious to see how they do play it. As I say, we saw it against Fnatic yesterday. It didn't go too well. How much have they changed from one day to the next? One day's not usually enough, right, to change too much. So do they play more aggressive? Is it simple stuff like that? Or do they play more pack-based? We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I do want to see a better performance out of Story in particular. I think on this second map, I love Story. Obviously Vertigo is a very hard map to AWP on. At least make a lot of impact with the AWP. I think Monazi is probably one of the best in the world at doing that. Of course, he's one of the best in the world, full stop. But Vertigo especially, because it's so hard to get the AWP involved. Of course, we saw Story on the second stint at the roster now. He was first added in 2021. Didn't go brilliantly back then for Saw as a whole, actually. At that time, I think they had Sudodo on a rifle, and that's probably why it didn't work out too great for them. And Story went back to FDW, famously qualified for Pro League Season 16, of course, through Conference, and then was picked up once again by Saw, and he's kind of not looked back since, as they're now at their peak ranking, of course. So form for him is important. I think he's great. I want to see a good Vertigo. I think that could be a key piece to get Saw back into this series.
Yeah, and I feel like I want to touch on one thing, and I'm gonna throw a little bit of a spanner in the works here, Trav, because obviously you talk about that loss that Virtus.pro suffered at the hands of FlyQuest, 13-11 on Vertigo. Virtus.pro recovered that from an 11-1 deficit. And where did all their rounds get recovered from? CT, as it says on the graphic. And that's where they're going to start. So I'm a little bit worried. Just a tiny bit worried for Saw. But
look at that percentage.
Said, we know there's weaknesses here for VP. Yeah.
I'm scared.
Oh, I am as well. But if there's a map that Saw could be comfortable on in terms of resetting this, it would be.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope for their sake they do respond, because then the side of being Inferno, that could go either way, right? I mean, lots of famous games in the past between Mutiris, Roman, and Jame, of course, on that map, but we don't need to go into that. This is the here and now. Can Saw bounce back? High fives are in. Nabawao gets them hyped up, as does Mutiris. It's going to be Vertigo. Come on, Saw. Let's make a game out of this one.
Yeah, let's get it. Of course, loser of this series will drop down into the last chance qualifier for playoffs. On the A stream, we already mentioned it, 3D Max versus Fnatic. Winner of that is straight in to playoffs. It's 3D Max with the lead over there on map 1, and Story taking leaps and bounds in towards the B bomb site. This is fast, and Fame needs to fall back.
Pressure already, and look how much they're pressuring them all the way back to that smoke as well. Ujerks has found Electronic, he's already found Norbert too, and the pace has completely caught out VP here. Suddenly, Saw are on one of their homes, and they look revitalized immediately. Fame doing his absolute damnedest to get at least some kill bonus, but that is probably going to be all. He's picked up the dualies. I think he will probably give it a look, actually. There's no reason to save the Kevlar now, as you can't buy the 350 helmet upgrade, so he'll try and get more kill rewards. But Roman dances around default, takes a lovely quick kill, and Saw get off to the start they needed to.
Yeah, and that's the pace. That's the initiative. Just running up the ramp, making sure that you are keeping VP locked out. It's the bouncers of Jerks and Story, just preventing VP from any access into the B bomb site. So great start, and their reward is VP are straight away on an eco. They can now give a ramp a little bit of a limit test. They can see if there's going to be a stack anywhere, and there is, but it's on B.
Fame has a couple of flashes. Actually, interesting that he's committed to that rather than an upgraded pistol. Sometimes that can actually be more impactful than an instant one dig. Could maybe flush out one or two rather than just the one. Been swapped over to Jane, and they'll try and have a pounce toward ramp. Ujerks with the Mac 10, looking to try and farm up some money. He's got the support of Arazdos. The kills come through nicely. Roman's got a perfect timing on this lurk. Flit has no idea that he's there so soon. Bomb will be planted on B. And as long as Saw survive here with all 5 players alive, that's what they're going to want. But Jane gets it in the end. Nicely done. 4 is okay for Saw. Money built up early doors, which is very important, of course. VP onto the M4s. No money for the AWP yet, I don't think. So, it'll be pure rifle work in the opening gun round for VP.
There's good game management there. And the reason why I'm bringing it up is because, of course, VP won on pistols to force overpass over the line. So I like the little recon mission from Jerks, just to scale up ramp as soon as the flashbangs come in. So they shake their heads. They want nothing to do with that. So they just go back to where Rostos found the opening. Just take B for free, but Here are the guns. Jex is the only one on a bonus weapon. Electronic just lays down the law with the incendiary. Tries to find some gaps in the tarpaulin, and with Flip by his side, they actually want to disengage.
Jack's still on the Mac 10, so see if he can work his way up. He is absolutely doing exactly that. Already past the sandbags here. RVP ready. We've got multiple players jiggling it and actually playing it smartly. Electronic has an off angle. He has Flit's support. Actually hasn't gone too badly, that opening engagement. Jerks will take a significant amount of damage to the HE, of course, and there's more coming in. Damn. Down to 26 now. Electronic on the edge of that crane smoke. Doesn't need to go through that with a flash, and I say go through that with a flash. This now gets really curious because there are no flashes. There are no nades at all for VP. 35 seconds left in the round, and saw a full execute. That could put pay to VP's chances. That's why they're trying to play aggressive. They're trying to double push gap perhaps, but Stories stopped it. What a spray.
It's really smart. You just lead with the utility there. You just make sure that you cover all bases. The molly lands at the short side, which pushes them into that fight in towards gap, straight into the crosshair of Story. And you've got no utility. There's no kit. It's a save out of VP. So Saw, they will grab that third round. And that's even with kind of our first sort of interaction over towards the A ramp. We wondered how Virtus.pro were going to approach it. It was very passive. They were just trying to smoke off and cordon Saw and completely burn seconds off the clock. So when they were forced into committing to that execute, they had to face with 2 or 3 players. Saw just made sure that that wasn't going to be the possibility. Denying these weapons is everything. Fame is fighting tooth and nail to hold on to his M4. And he should just about get away with it. 2 rifles saved is not the end of the world here for VP, but it's Saw who continue and just get 3 in a row. Flawless.
Yeah, and I think it's smart as well. They don't commit to the full hunt there. They keep themselves with 3 players alive, slowly bolster the money. VP caught, as you say. As soon as I saw that VP had no utility left and Saw could still execute upon them, well, and in the end, execute them, it was... yeah, I think that round only really had one outcome. Unless they somehow won the duels aggressing, like you said, toward gap, forced into doing that. Not successful. I said Story on the AWP would be important to watch. Well, he's 5-1, and he's doing it through the rifle work at the moment. Flash coming in. That's a great way to start. Electronic takes the opening kill with that James support flash, but down to 11 HP, has to try and fall away. Flit is still here, trying to support. And Roman works his way out mid. There is a pistol in window to worry about.
Yeah, but as far as worries go, that's probably not at the top of the list. That's a really nice opportunity, but Electronic low HP is just gaining intel. Sure, he'll walk into that setup that Roman's been holding the entire time, but this allows still the flexibility of Norbert to help on B or from middle. That has pulled the A defense away. And for Saw, that gives him a lot of room to wiggle up gap.
And wiggle, they will. Materis in position already. Oh, James making so much noise. He doesn't realize they're there yet, but of course he's got Flit's support. You can see in the midst of the jump spot, Flit saves his life pretty much. That's the setup that they had in place, working out. Bit spooky for James, but he gets away from it straight away. Smoke will come through, and now with 22 seconds left on the clock, Saw work their way up. VP have 3 players close by in gap. They're going to try and win the duel straight up. They must assume there are still players behind that smoke, and they absolutely are. But James uses the corner of it beautifully. Fame making his way up. There's another frag that comes through from Materis and Arrows DOS. The timing on that is brilliant. James has a kit, but he's been spotted out. 1 versus 2. Saw have fought for this round, and they might get their just reward. James still around, but now tagged down to 52. They've got him locked in, and they're not letting him go. Down ramp, he will try to escape. He will just get away, but Saw, Brandon have recovered that one superbly.
Yeah, it's really nice as well, and it's also just an element of keeping track which players are doing the damage on A, because as noted, there were a multitude of players from VP in towards Gap. As soon as that smoke comes down at 23 seconds, that's where they know they've got the space, because saw it would be ballsy at best to push through that Gap smoke. So instead, by taking these fights, but notice how James gets the kill, and once these other defenders have been locked off that bomb site, Saw think, hang on a second, well, James got the kill, and he's now the last alive. Where is he? He has to be over towards Shore. That's why they're so certain about his position instantly. That's why I'm trying to get cheeky with it.
This is exactly the Saw that I wanted to see on their pick. For the first time in a good while, though, they will lose an opening frag. James pulls out the AWP, gets what he wants. That's U-Jerks out of the round. Molotov to clear white box. Fame. Pushed back, and now Flit will be pushed back as well. Nade coming through. Good reaction from Flit. I've seen some incredible ramp holds from him over various editions of this roster. He could be about to do it again. Oh, beautiful triple. That's going to set VP off and running. It's only Arrow's DOS. Electronic finds him. And there we go.
That's a difference as well. As soon as the AWP's out in play, notice about how proactive James is. Finds the opener on towards Jerks, and from there you've already got the advantage when fighting in towards a ramp. That's why Electronic starts to creep forward in towards Gap to help support Flit, because this means that James can now remain dynamic with this sniper and take it elsewhere. Really good hold from Flit. Just jumping, giving Saw pixels to work with, but at the same time he's gaining all of the necessary information. This rifle working out on display in full force. Fame trying to scale down the stairs, but it's a Rostos that punishes Orbit up close instead. And he is able to trade it out, and Flit's found another on towards Story.
The timing on that was weird. And suddenly VP back in the advantage again. Can U-Jerks find a gun? I'm not sure he can. Only got the Tech 9 right now. Norbert boosted up on the mid box. Of course, there's been lots of chat about VP with Electronic, but in CS2, Norbert has had one of the most impressive improvements from Go to CS2. He's been so critical for this team on so many occasions, in some difficult roles too, like B Vertigo, like we see here. Been very impressive, but this round might still be on James. U-Jerks tries to make his way up. He gets removed. James in position, Materis trying to fake it out, trying to pick up the bomb. He's done exactly that. There are two U-Jerkses on the HUD right now. That's why I was confused for a second, but don't worry, we'll sort that out for you. We might have had a player drop. Materis trying to do it all himself now. Double stack, CT, and spotted. 23 seconds. He may have the bomb picked up. This is going to be tough for him. Flit over a little bit of a jump spot. Now there's a flank coming through, and they're playing this one to perfection, making sure they don't lose another player. And yes, that is round done. Ignore that spare U-Jerks. That is one that doesn't exist. VP with 2.
Yeah, I feel like Harry said it best yesterday when he said that Norbert is the best esports player of all. So, I couldn't agree more. I feel like he's definitely. You said resurgence. I feel like his support rifling at the moment is some of the best, just in CS too.
Yeah, he's
just trying to see if the drop really affected things.
Yeah, it actually was really hard to tell.
Good.
Yeah. Maybe we've missed something there, but it was hard to figure out once I saw James kill U-Jerks, and then suddenly there's another U-Jerks on the screen. I was like, hello? But, yeah, we figured that out now. Quick fix in place, and we're back underway. Unfortunately for Saw, they're back on an eco. It's good to see Flit having that moment for VP as well, right? I mean, it's only kind of the one time they've dealt with ramp, but yeah, having that triple kill was super important for his confidence, and we want to see him perform well. It's a good trade from Arrows DOS. Oh, okay. That's a second. Tech 9, pacey. Utility flying over. will chip Roman down, but suddenly, Brandon, it's a 3v3, and Roman has got an M4 picked up, and so has Arasdos with the AK.
They haven't got armor, though. That's the difficulty here for them. So as soon as they take one bullet, it's aim punch. Which is why they got to take the fights on their terms. But Flit and James instantly answer back, and it's a fantastic retake from VP. Does look a little bit dicey, but ultimately the bomb down is the round basically all said and done there for Saw. They got what they wanted. Anything additional would have been an incredible bonus. So more money, which means that can potentially fund the AWP for Story. It can get the utility, but VP got to be a little bit careful here. The bait and switch gets undone by the Tech-9s up close, but as soon as it is that 3-on-3, they can all group together, and they've got the utility to set themselves up for success.
Yeah. And Arasdos once again proving to be the point man. Do some damage at least. Good attempt on a round with very low investment. The sweet rice was cooking yesterday. Individually, unfortunately, couldn't pull Saw to victory. See what he can do in Vertigo today. James, dancing with death around Tarp, through yellow, of course, small gaps through that portion of the map, and Story this time is the one to get the drop on him. The Story versus James fight is always very interesting, and this time Story has one to put in his column.
Look at how fast Jerk scaled off the back of that. Story will drop the utility, trying to force them into this fight again into Muteris, but that doesn't happen. There's another rotate immediately for VP, but Story can still undo this defense as he takes a peek around default, nearly the flick up towards headshot. But keep your eye on gap, because that's where Muteris found the space. Speaking of space, nearly Saw were enabled, and oh, hello. Hello, that's been noted, and suddenly Roman's found a kill on towards Flit. This one's back on. Electronics now in the smoke. VP are trying to get tricky with it.
I'm just saying what, because I genuinely don't know what's going on there. Just phasing smokes between the two of them. That is crazy. And they recovered this into a 2 versus 2. And I felt like that entry could have come through there for you, Jerks. But even though Story trades it, there was an immediate retrade from Fame. And VP, it's not been easy, but they are battling and getting results in these rounds.
I think it's really interesting just watching them, because again, with James AWP now coming into the equation for VP, they're getting a lot more proactive on towards this ramp. And you see how Electronic actually at the first instance of this round went all the way down yellow and then fell all the way back in towards gap, and that was trying to create a little timing window for the players to swing close, and then James would have punished on the angle. Instead it goes the other way. But despite that, VP are throwing so much chaos into that round with the double pushes through gap. Story manages to find one with the no scope, but then is overwhelmed. It's Electronic's off angle holding him over towards ramp. It was everything, because that just locks it in. And timeout being called now for Saw, not only to kind of get their finances in check, but just to have 30 seconds breather, because that round was a mess.
It was a little bit. Those gap angles can be a bit janky sometimes. But we're back even again. James wanted to be a little bit extra careful, I think, up against these Tech-9s. There is utility, of course, for Saw in this half investment this time. James will go for a swing. He's got 2 riflers and support. That's why he feels extra comfortable to go for it in the end. Arasdos trying to catch a timing, but Flit saves his teammate. VP are starting to gain some momentum and gain some control back in this series again, or back in this map, I should say. Saw started quickly. This is going to be a round with all 5 players alive. James has free reign of ramp, and it's a nice triple.
Yeah, that one is just kind of a check the box sort of exercise in a round like that for the CT side, going up against the pistols. Just make sure you don't get overwhelmed. Make sure you get out of there with next to no casualties. And James just warming up. Since the rifles have come out, VP have been untouchable.
Yeah.
Not a conversation piece for Saw. And that defining factor is that AWP.
Yeah, you're spot on. 5 in a row for VP, if I'm not mistaken. That nade. Arasdos down to 58. They bank the HEs off the girder to try and deal with a player playing white box, but no one there to receive it this time. Electronic, oh, he's taking deeper control down toward the bottom of ramp. That's a bit of a change up from VP. They were playing at the top, now they're pushing all the way down. Electronic finds his before he gets traded, but then that sets up Jame for another, and Sora kind of going one by one in toward ramp here. Materius just wanders into Flit, and this is a bit too easy for VP.
Gotta talk about why. What's the decision behind VP going aggressive there? It's because as soon as they saw 2 nades being invested, they knew that A was going to be a little bit less fortified down the base of the ramp. And the one thing they haven't shown, as you mentioned, was getting really aggressive, up close and personal with Saw. That's a good find at the very least, because that will keep a couple of players over at that A bomb site. You can see that Fame has now delegated his attention between 2 different angles. We'll hear the molly come in, we'll have a jiggle, and knows that he can retake with the squad.
Well, there's a glimmer of hope here for Saw. It is a gun round. It's not like they're in an afterplot with the pistols again, like we saw on B previously. Arosdos 58 HP, but VP can afford to take their time. Look at the utility they have. 2 Molotovs, well, an incendiary and a Molotov. The full belt, a couple of smokes, they've got kits, they've got Nachi as well. This could just clear out everyone on Saw. Arosdos takes the brunt of it from 58 to 2 HP, but Roman still hits a big headshot. They're delaying the retake, though, for this flank, and Jame does find Roman, and there goes Arosdos. That looked like it was taking quite a long time for VP, but as you can see with that flank coming in, Brandon, that was actually just all planned.
I think it's just the timing of it as well. Like, Jame leaves the scaling up the stairs so long to the point where Roman's actually looked back and forth on it about 3 or 4 times. This is well done. This is really good mid-rounding from VP, just taking the space back away from Saw. The fact that Saw even get it into a position where VP need to clutch in the first place is a real testament to them, because they are finding these gaps, especially on the extremities. It's just whether they can then future-proof it into that afterplant and convert it into a round success story. Something they were so good at doing in the early stages of this first half, but now suddenly it feels like every single round has been snatched and prized away from them at the hands of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, this streak is not to be sniffed at. So after that quick start, I wanted to see. Fortunately, they've fallen by the wayside a bit. Materis is 1-7. Struggling a little bit, but you know him as someone that even if he can have a slow game, he can step up for impact frags at any point during a series. So, oh, more aggression. I thought Fame was about to go a little bit faster towards stairs there and have an immediate fight, but not this time. Maybe it's Saw who will try and change up the pace a bit. We're going toward a fast B play, and it's going to work out for them. Roman's look in the mid works out because it's at a completely different timing, and he even makes his way through the window as well to deal with Fame. That's nicely done by Saw. But of course, VP have another retake to attempt here. Do they try it? They're not too far away, and they've got kits.
Definitely give it a look in. Really good pace change on this from Saw, because you don't allow VP any opportunity to set up. I feel like with Flit, well, picking up that AWP to start with, they were going to save, but now they second guess. The time was already halfway gone here, boys. I'm not sure if you can really give this a go. I mean, there's plenty of utility, but you need to get past Story, and nades out for Electronic. That's the round all said and done. And it's hesitation and indecision there from VP.
Yeah, Saw break the VP streak off a bit of a VP just dawdling. Simple as that. Bit lackadaisical there from the retaking players. Couldn't decide exactly what they wanted to do because they're in a situation where they could buy next round anyway, and it's the last round of the half next round, of course, too. So I guess that's why they were second-guessing themselves, figuring out the money, but they could have definitely gone for that and been safe. And in the end, they kind of just wander in and a bit aimlessly. But it helps Saw break the streak and could be in for an even half here.
Here we go, Jerks. Oh. Back with the pace setting, back with the aggression. Flit not ready, but not punished, at least the first time of asking. But Jerks is here, and he arrives on this A-bomb site. They line up, though, for Norbert. And James also found Story. How was this turned back on its head after 2 clean entries? Sora down the man.
That's crazy. We have a fast flank in Fame. He's made this work once already. And of course, Ujux is so low. He tries to phase the smoke to do something with this situation, but now Arasdos is stuck. He's been naded up. When does he even consider the flank, if at all? He's about to be stuck, and there's Fame. That is a bit unfortunate for Saw there, but a great recovery from VP. Their individuals stepping up when needed, and that double for Norbert. Make it a triple overall is incredibly impactful. They will secure a 7-5 on the first half of Vertigo. We'll see if they can close out this series 2-0 after a quick break.
Jesus, that's big.
Oh, wow. That is quite something.
Can you imagine playing with that?
Oh, surely that's not enjoyable.
Now that's a good size.
Yeah.
Nice and small.
Maybe not small enough.
Ladies, I couldn't help it over here. I think I may have exactly what you need.
Okay.
Why don't you go ahead and show us?
Sure. I'll send it over. I call it the White Hammer.
Oh my god.
What the fuck, dude?
You're so disgusting.
What?
Who plays with a white crosshair?
Terrible visibility.
Let's play later. I'll show you.
I ain't going anywhere near that thing.
Saw put up a lot more of a fight here in their first half on the T side of Vertigo, but VP still put up a lot of resistance. 7-5 the current scoreline. And now it's VP to pose some questions on the attack and for Saw to put up a resolute defense if they want to send us to that further.
Yeah, I wanted a closer game. Thankfully, we've got it. But after Saw started 4-0, I think they'd be quite disappointed with losing the half 7-5. Some great individual performances from VP, notably that final round before we had our half-time switch. Norbert stepping up from connector once Ujux got that 2K entry, and the elevator lineup for Norbert was beautiful. Okay, VP, the slight advantage into their T side. Utility on Fame and Jame. Brought up by Electronic and dropped over, so Fame and Jame can still have Kevlar, of course. It's only one smoke and 2 flashes, so that indicates something very simple.
Oh, hello, Jerks. You've gone all the way down a ramp, which is pretty nice. So it means that this player can commit in towards elevator. This smoke's cool from Fame. This will land and block off the elevator sightline. Story won't be able to see in just a couple of seconds. And the flash is good. And Story tries with one of his own. But there you go. Vision completely obscured. Will try and come through the smoke anyway. And he deals with Flit. Immediate trade out from Jame. And Norbert's got space
really
in CT.
Nice from Story. I know it's only one, but still, unfortunately, the question is, you Jerks. I was about to wonder if he was ready for that. And what a check that is. 3 versus 3, and Jerks and Arosdos still have the all-encompassing, terrifying dualies. 4 weapons making their way into position, but look at Norbert and Electronic playing off of each other's contact. This is going to be dirty. Norbert finds one. Immediate trade, not immediate from Electronic, playing with the burst fire. It's getting a bit spooky now. Bomb is ticking away. They've got the kill, but now they need to hold it. And Jame, actually, it's not planted for him. What a weird position he's in. He's going to have to rush his way in here. Needs the immediate kill, but Materis, I mentioned, impact frags. He can turn up at the right time, and he gets a triple right at that right time.
Yeah, well done. VP, they actually make every single correct decision until the afterplant. Jame out gap. I think he wants to cut off Jerks' rotation back from B after this kill was found by him on the dual elites. But yeah, Crossfire just shut down instantaneously by Muteris, and that's everything. And from Jame not spotting Jerks, I think the timing just slightly eludes him. It's just not planted for him. So nearly everything perfect, but the retake sublime from Saw. A necessary pistol, but it will be that force back in from VP.
These rounds have a scary success rate on this second round force buy, and look at that, poor old U-Jerks tries to find a line above that smoke, but Flit and Fame, how many times have they done that over their careers on VP and overall on this map? Arosdos will try and shoulder peek for info, and he gets his incendiary down on time, but they're actually going to choose to go straight through this one, VP, and take it quickly. Arosdos needs a couple of kills here. He's going to have help from Materis, and then Story's in on the action too very quickly. Look at how fast the rotation is from Saw. VP are going to have to fight for this one. It's a 3v1. They are fighting for this one, and they fought for it successfully. Story's doing really well. He's got 2 with the USP, but now this is borderline impossible, and Flit just happy to hold the line, not committing to the plant when he doesn't need to. You know, he has a huge, knew he had a huge advantage with the health, and VP just squeak it.
Oh, that's interesting. Look at that. Electronic looking down the line, just kind of reassessing the situation there, because that got a little bit clumsy. Story was nearly having another breathtaking clutch. We saw it on Inferno yesterday with that no armor P250 collection downwind on those players at long, and this time here, this feels like a lock-in, and it really shouldn't be, as chaotic as it is, but Fame swinging a little bit disjointed, trying to play off the contact to Jame, and Flit was nowhere near ready to strike and guarantee it. But sweat wiped off the brow for VP, because they will answer back instantaneously. And this is probably the worst case scenario now for a CT side economy, because you invest into this. If you lose it, you've got absolutely nothing, and suddenly VP are on double digits.
Not wrong. This is now a very tough situation for Saw. The game might live and die off the back of this force buy, to be honest. VP will have a comfortable gap, as you say, if Saw can't convert. The force buy wars begin. Back and forth until someone wins 2 in a row, of course, as usually the meta dictates. The only utility that Saw have left is a smoke and nade on you, Jerks, and already that smoke has been used. VP playing as a pack to take B stairs.
Shouldn't be too complicated here. You just smoke off either side of the generator, you flood flashes just as a chain reaction to get you involved in the fight. Arosdos, that's a good start, but Story gets spammed out. And suddenly, where it looks like it's posing a problem, completely fades away into nothing. Nice try. And VP are even done with the excursion towards B. They reset and through Jane bring the bomb back up towards A. And look at that timing. Jerks considers gap at the same time. Flit slides over on the right-hand side of sight. So if Jerks jumps up here, he's probably a dead man walking.
Yeah, he'll show his presence. They're all going to be here pretty quickly, but with Flit taking material, it's only 2 left. Roman does really well to deny the plant, actually, trying to do more with the 5-7, and honestly, that's a super nice try, but it was never going to come about, considering how many players VP still had in position to trade. And now Soro in a rough spot. The full eco has to come through, and VP should be able to make their way up to 10. Always frustrating for Story. We're going to see it here, I think. There it is. You think you've got yourself into a decent position, and then in that particular position, the spam just ruins your dreams.
They have made it expensive, though, to the point where, obviously, Flit and Jame, this is a strategic choice. They know the economy is completely broken for Source. They want to farm up some extra cash. So they've gone down to, again, the UMP and the MAC-10. So this is a good financial investment from VP. Not a financial advisor, but it seems like a pretty good move. Jame, wanting 600, gets zilch.
Okay, time for the UMP to step up. It only gets 1 and damage. The USPs and picked up weapons are rushing them down, but it's dealt with nicely by Electronic and Fame. Whereas DOS has a P2000, and that is unceremoniously put to the floor by Electronic. Electronic is doing his job very nicely in this series for VP. It's not like a pickup where you expect him to be a star player like the good old days. It's just a pickup where you want him to be an improvement, be a step up from Mia. And maybe yesterday they may have lost, but this is looking a lot cleaner today. As a unit, especially.
That's a little bit of an oopsie there. Right at the very end of the round, Electronic picked up a MAC-10.
Yes.
So that's a rebuy in AK. I feel like this scoreline, especially on Vertigo, really doesn't do this game justice, because Sora have been doing a lot of damage, considering they've been working with the bare bones for a lot of these rounds on the CT side. They've been really creating a conversation piece to every single one of these rounds, and VP, they've been bailing each other out, sure. And I feel like that's why this pause has come in from Dastan, just to have 30 seconds, just take a breather, not necessarily change anything that you're doing, but just kind of tighten up the ship a little bit, because these rounds have been getting probably scarily close compared to what Jame and the gang would want it to be.
Exactly. Still, Saw are no slouches. Of course, they are here as a late replacement for Cloud9, but sadly they haven't been able to avoid Electronic. Jane will take a pot shot and fall back away. Roman spamming the smokes, looking for something, but VP will try and do their classic show presence on ramp. It is kind of the mainstay strategy of Vertigo. And Saw have to find a way to answer back in the mid-round. Can't just afford to sit back behind those smokes and let yourself be executed upon by the utility. And by then a plant and Flit. All his lurk could be pretty impactful here. Thankfully there is a re-smoke toward Gap, and that will ward him away from being a bit cheeky with that one. Fame, as DOS, nice little tag, and now they will work their way in toward B. Oh. Oh, they actually fake it to begin with. That gives Jame a glimmer of hope. It's still very difficult. They're going to be launching their way at him, and yes, that's exactly how you should play it. I would have understood if they rushed him and made sure he didn't get the plant, but that is the second best option, if not the first best option. And made sure They kept 3 players alive. Saw still in this one. The gap is only 3. You mentioned it earlier, Brandon. ML12, maps of CS2 can absolutely stay in touch for a lot longer than it feels like. Flit almost advanced to the second. If he took Roman 2, that would have been a round opener and a round changer. Just a millimeter off getting that, and Saw then converged on James nicely. Following round 18. Seems like I've just lost Brandon for a second. Hopefully we'll get him back with you in a moment. But for now, don't worry, I've got you. Story will miss his shot in toward mids, down to 13 HP. But already they do have that opening onto Flit, thanks to Roman. And all these opening frags now for Saw are precious. James jumping his way up. Not exactly going quietly about this. Brandon, are you with me? Lovely. Arazos under pressure. Oof. Does well to get one. One keeps the man advantage intact, and that just doubles it down nicely. Norbert tries to work his way through that gap smoke. Gets put down, and Story is still being a bit of a nuisance here. Oh, he's denied. I say denied the plot. He's actually not managed that, but it doesn't matter. He still takes the kill. That was very, very cheeky from Story, considering he was so low, but well dealt with by Saw. The bomb plant will help VP, but hang on. It's getting close again.
Saw are doing a really good job at just waiting and not biting on all of the little sort of puzzles that VP are throwing at them in these rounds. They're not immediately rotating. They're not immediately sending an extra player over to reinforce. Instead, they're using a trade-off of utility, but at the same time, it's inherently working because they're keeping all of their pieces just tucked in, ready and raring to fight. Even a Rostos who gets mollied out of quad still takes one to the grave with him, and that's so valuable, because it does buy time, ultimately, for the players to get into positions where they can lock things off and just make sure that Virtus Pro can't really get their plan formulated quickly enough. Pause coming out again. Bit of a dejected expression on Dastan's face, but there's a little bit of emotion there right at the tail end, just saying, come on.
Can't remember the last time I saw Dastan smile, to be honest. Yeah, lots of VP players are often very stony-faced, aren't they? I think often it's Norbert the one to show a lot of the emotion. I think it was in Kato we saw kind of like an unusual amount of kind of tilt, actually, from the likes of James. Usually he's just so calm, so relaxed. Maybe there's a certain routine he didn't put into place. I think some of you may know what I'm on about. Electronic working his way up ramp. He's looking for the opening kill. And Roman will go down. This now makes it very interesting. Electronic is the point man in this round. They've got the pistols to surround it. And after he's done his job, he swaps everything to James. He's still got Kevlar as well.
That's a really clever way to get an entry, and then just the immediate retreat. But Muterius, look at this. He's got a lot of space. Electronic goes wide, and that sets up James. In fact, it's Fame, the one that's got it. It's just the letters. What do they mean? Immediate trade is really good, and there's potential for them to go and find another weapon. They've done exactly that. Now Norbert's got one, and they go back to B, and hey, guess what? It's completely open for business.
Oh, so there is a chance here for VP to make something happen with this. Do they want to call it back? James will obviously be relaying all this information Does he just wait on default? I think he does. They are running back now, but Haros Dos is going to be here pretty quickly. If he can clear out Jame, then this will be stopped pretty quickly. Trying to play with the angle. This is absolutely perfect from Jame at the moment. It will bait in Fame with the AK. They've found that other gun on Norbert as well. And now it's going to be so difficult for Saw. The teamwork from VP is so good, but now 7 seconds. Ujux is hiding in the smoke. He's actually going to try the plant his Fame. This is so awkward. 1 second, he's got it down. And he has a chance to win the clutch. How have VP got away with that one?
I didn't think they had time. I thought that the bomb being so far thrown forward in towards Jen, there was not enough time to plant that bomb. But no, instead, there is a millisecond of opportunity, and VP sees it with James' sticky hands. I thought Jack's done everything here. The fact that the bomb's thrown forward, by the way, is because the direction that you're facing. Wait, it wasn't even. It was just on the site. Why did Fame jump up? He tried to bait out that he was not there, maybe.
Yeah, I think he was caught in between two mines of perhaps going for the kill to finish the round or the plant. And then maybe the call came through as well that Jerks is so low. Changed his mind on the decision in that 8-round tough situation. There are so many mind games that can go on in that sort of hard to judge circumstance. And well, off the back of it, the next round is well underway. Brawl into a B. Look at the damage done. Somehow, so I've got away with a 3 versus 2 here and make that a 2 versus 1. Jame now in a clutch again, but only 17 HP, hits the flick up, but the immediate trade from Story and Saw stay in touch.
Everything from a Rostos. That second shot on towards default was almost instantaneous. And these B skirmishes have always been so back and forth. There's been going blow for blow on this B bomb site. And you feel like Norbert's done enough when it comes to the damage, but it's a Rostos with the double deeks. Locking that one in for Saw, making sure that they stay afloat because their money was on breaking point. This time the shoe's on the other foot, and VP are once again working with limited weaponry.
What a game. What a back and forth situation we found ourselves in. Flit. Oh, he goes straight into the Story orb, trying to take initiative immediately with one of those guns and gets denied. I think we're going to be thinking about that round for Ujerks against Fame, where Fame scrambled for the plant. That is so ballsy. I'm going to be remembering that one for a while, and it might not even change the game. Saw still intact, still in touch. Just need to deal with this one comfortably now. 4 players remaining. Again, it's 3 pistols and 1 AK-47. Good timing on the Molotov from Ujerks. Allows rotations to come through comfortably. And that Molotov will actually force Electronic further forward. It splits him and Fame up.
A lot of utility they got out of this, though. To the point where they can actually execute. Jame and Electronica have still got smokes. In fact, there's just a whole collection of util on VP. 40 seconds left. Electronic just ebbs his way a little bit closer towards Jerks. There's no counter utility that can stop this. With Electronic just decapitating Jerks. He goes around the corner on the Tech 9. A lot of damage towards Roman. And now potentially VP can swing. Saw wants to get ahead of this. And with a singular flashbang, they've done it. Meteoris holds the line. Fame. With 15 seconds left, this one is surely written off. Saw. My, oh my. That's the correct decision. Getting right ahead of that utility before VP can even plant. It's a retake before it's even a retake.
Completely agree with you. Saw need to be the one to be assertive. And you can tell they're getting a little bit into it now. All incredibly focused. Knowing there's a great opportunity here. VP have shown frailties on this map. Lost their last 5 in a row, of course, dating back to the beginning of the year. And again, in the following round. Brandon, what am I looking at on VP side right now? This is the weirdest purchase. I know they've got a good loss bonus, but this is a very strange purchase. Fame with a hero AK, just Kevlar, Electronic P250 Kevlar, Jame full armor, full utility with a P250. I know they'll have something next round, but they're failing the boost as well. That means a lot of noise is being translated over to Saw. Arosdos will pounce. Well, I'm confuzzled, mate.
Look, the Fame one's justified because he saved it. So he's just bought around it.
Why have they bought around it so much, though?
I don't know. I don't know why James invested fully. Maybe they thought they could make it work because that's what happened on the previous. I really like this from Arostos because he gets ahead of the smoke, but instantaneously traded out. A lot of damage, though. Look, Jame and Fame are battered and bruised. And Norbert, the only one with health, doesn't have Kevlar. 50 seconds. Do they want to shove it back in towards B? That would be the right decision, but Sora making a really good mid-round play. They are walking in towards middle. They are taking all of this space away from VP.
Wow.
And as Jame climbs the stairs, he's missed the timing because Muteris is now down the ladder. They're on a quick flank.
This is so well played from Saw. They should be able to deal with this one comfortably. They've got HEs in play as well. Norbert's down to 72. And there's the kill from you, Jerks. Listen, I understand buying around a saved AK, but...
Yeah, the level of investment was...
The level of investment is questionable, and Muteris is here. I mean, he can just deny it all. They're trying to save it, but Muteris has put an end to all of it. And we mentioned the money. It's 11 all. Fame has 2,700 because, of course, he's had to save and hasn't got loss bonus in that one of those previous rounds. And James got 2,400. What is this from VP?
I'm gonna have to save. Like, I don't think you play for the map win here. I think you play for overtime because it's now 11-11 and a huge decision needs to be made. They use their final timeout to talk about things. Try and get them back on track. It felt like they were in control, and very much similar to that game against FlyQuest in Chengdu. They've let it slip. Sora have been playing spectacularly. I've been really impressed with the mid-round they've been putting together. Just the little variances of Rostos going close in the mid-round, ahead of the utility that's being thrown down by another player to try and mask his position. And also, VP in that round didn't see the double push in mid with the AWP. So that's something that Saw can just run back.
Yeah, I mean...
They bought a hero rifle. James bought a hero rifle.
Oh my goodness.
They don't want to play for OT.
I mean, don't get me wrong. We'll probably be sitting here in maybe a minute's time with the Tech 9s and 2 AKs somehow having come out on top and will be made to look stupid. But if there's anyone watching, of which there are a lot of you, I think 23,000 right now, I'd say don't try this at home. But that could work out nicely. A boost. Now that could just set it up. They're going to play off pure contact. And maybe the 2 AKs is all they need. Fame's done a brilliant job, but Story is here. There is utility, of course, available to block him off as well. He's already shown his presence. He's taken another pot shot. He's playing really close range. And a no-scope is not going to work from there. Maybe it just works anyway. James found the AWP. What do we know, huh? What do we know, Brandon?
Actually, I'm gonna say hindsight's 2020 here. This is actually a very good decision. And no. Not the fact that they won the round. Think about the implications of this for Saw. Think about what they're going to be left with. Look at Muteris' money. Look at Arostos' money. It's terrible. VP, by doing this and making this decision, have literally min-maxed it to the extreme that you could even call it edging, to the point where Sora are going to be in trouble. Take a look at the bank balances of Muteris and Arostos once this bomb explodes, because I tell you, it's not going to be pretty viewing.
Terrorists win.
Yeah. They can get... well, UJX can drop one, and they can buy 2. It's not awful, but it's not perfect. Well, I mean, the boost toward B, we know how powerful that is, and VP throw it into the action at exactly the right time. But yeah, I mean, it very weird economic decisions. Doesn't matter if you hit your shots with the guns you have available, right?
Also, no warp now for Story. And that's been something that's been getting Saw online in a lot of this, because he's been really operating as more of like a turret, and he's been freeing up the rifles to be a bit more flexible. That can't really happen now.
Yeah, actually sets up VP for the 2-0. Match point incoming. Can Saw take us to overtime? We've been playing aggressive. Oh, that's a bit scary. Ujik's having to fight. He's out of bullets. Has to fall away. And Roman happy to actually fight directly on top of default. Couldn't be more in the open if he tried.
Hello.
Ooh, Materis is being watched by Norbert. Ah, that's so frustrating for him, I'm sure. 5v4 for VP. No ladder flank for Saw. Minute to go. And VP are constricting their prey right now.
They are, but at the same time, Saw's making the right read. They're just going to gamble that it's A. They've rotated the third player over. It's actually Story that flexes to be the third line of defense. So, oh no, he's been walking away. Still, you got to get past sandbags. And if you don't molly it, because you're playing on pure contact, that could be pretty decent. However, they're going to molly it. So now Roman, forced in the open, would need a multi and only finds the first. Bomb site cracked open. This could be the beginning of the end. Saw could be denied overtime here and lose the series 2-0. Great nade, but it doesn't finish the job on towards Fame. And Rostos is just trying to scramble the rest of his teammates through all this utility, through the firing line, but it's Jerks that will do with Electronic. A 3-on-3. Norbert, Fame, incredibly low, and that's why Fame is on the AWP. But maybe that's why he shouldn't AWP. A missed shot. Oh, but that's a great one as well. They get off the bomb. There's still time to do this. Another fake out. But a disciplined approach. VP don't swing until the perfect moment, and Norbert locks it in. Saw overtime, comeback denied, and it's VP that win 2-0 and send the Portuguese squad to the last chance qualifier.
Goodness me. Well, that's probably the most Virtus Pro way to win the match, isn't it? I mean, you know how comfortable the first map was, but map 2, I mean, questionable decisions with the economy, but one boost up on B with the AK is enough to catch them off guard. Honestly, beautifully played in the end, despite the disadvantages they had. And Saw will be disappointed at that because I think they feel like they've missed a trick, and a chance at overtime and a chance at even taking that in regulation has gone a begging. Norbert once again with incredibly impactful moments. Fame had a superb map, and VP's individuals are warming into Pro League.
I'll tell you what, you've got to say that is absolute heartbreak for Saw, because this is now the third map out of 4 they've played in Pro League that goes all 24 rounds. And it's the third map out of 4 they've not been able to convert when it does go to full 24 rounds. That is a really sad story, because yet again they're built into this game, they're growing in confidence round on round, and it really feels like they've got the recipe. But of course it's James who's the ultimate mastermind that makes that decision to invest in round 23, go for the fast B play. Here it is on your screen now, and from there that snowballs them just into the ascendancy.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing, of course, the replay of the last round too. They were just so low at the end, right? And made it so rough for them. Even though they had a kit available, it always felt like VP were weirdly in control, even after Fame missed that first shot with the AWP, recovered it nicely, and a very impressive bounce back from VP. Both these two rosters, of course, kind of upset in their opening rounds. That's why they find themselves in this position, playing against each other and not in the upper bracket. And yeah, I think VP will be really delighted to hit back so quickly and so efficiently, especially that map 1, I think, is a really impressive one for them.
Yeah, Fame made me eat my words, didn't he? Very nervy after that initial shot missed, and he just plucks one out of the air like it's nothing. I mean, classic VP. I mean, what a game from them. And also, we say classic VP. Honestly, you take a look at that series. It's domination, map 1. You go into Vertigo. We did set it up to say that Saw could potentially have a recovery, could take it off them, and 24 rounds. You compare and contrast that to the manner in which Overpass was handled in from VP. I mean, it's just an emotional roller coaster from start to finish from this team.
Yeah, I mean, VP build you up to knock you down, don't they? They give you a glimmer of hope, and then they wrestle it away from you at the last. And yeah, Saw, unfortunately for them, couldn't stay with it. He felt like they're in pole position economically with those purchases at the end of the game. But listen, who am I to question James? Who am I to question the 2 AKs on Fame and Flit? They can do the work given the right tools, right? And Flit had an incredible series overall.
Yeah, he did. I was really impressed with his performance. James as well, not only calling, but contributing is kind of what we come to expect from James. But the fact that, again, we can add the connotations of new roster, quote unquote, but the fact that Electronic's sliding in and it's not affecting numbers is really good.
Yeah, and for Saw, they're in a position right now where you have to look at it and say, sure, they were here as a last-minute replacement for Cloud9, but yeah, it's still a situation where you're like, oh, we shouldn't really be here. I think we should be in that different bracket. I mean, we've got the Aim High MVP graphic, of course, to bring you right now. We spoke about Flit, and I think he is the man to talk about for sure. I questioned if Flit was able to deliver more numbers as consistently as, of course, he was on the old roster with Mir. He kind of had to do more of the heavy lifting on the roster with Mir. One of the best CS2 talents at the moment is Flit, and, well, he's kept it up. He's still in those roles that he loves so much, and, well, I mean, that first map in particular was great for everyone on VP across the board, but consistently over the series, Flit was superb. Fame may have top fragged Vertigo, but Flit, for me, was the man again.
I feel like it's just the space that Flit was creating on that T side. There were so many moments in which he was just creating space up A, was hitting all of these time-ins, and just, again, it very much similar to Overpass, was giving an outlet for VP. So if things didn't really turn out the way they wanted, you notice how they kept getting scrapped over at B. Well, Flit created that space. They could always reset. They always had that backup plan, and that is something that VP just do really well. The fact they always have these backup plans.
Yeah, and more often than not, invariably, they work, don't they? Which is pretty incredible. And yeah, there's been some issues, of course. You could say, look at the Fnatic game and question the pickup immediately, but those are people just, being reactionary, right? I mean, you've got to give an addition time. Yeah, there you go. You got to give these sort of situations time, and especially to build into a brand new tournament. And Fnatic, absolutely in their own right, deserved that win against VP. They played very well themselves. You saw how fired up Body was, which is good for them. And VP knew they had to bounce back. They absolutely did. I believe we have an interview ready as well with, if I'm not mistaken, it will be Norbert. Now, Norbert, if you can hear us, we have a very long delay to work with here. So give us a moment to ask the first question. Firstly, congratulations on your win. And once again, VP trying to win in kind of on Vertigo, the hardest way possible. Thoughts on your opening victory?
Actually, it's nice that we finally won the Vertigo, and I think people will keep pick Vertigo against us, but it's fine for us. We're playing it. We're getting experienced with Electronic, and I hope it will be better in next games.
I wanted to ask just not about Pro League, but just about the team in general. Obviously, with a lot of games and a lot of events, how do you find the time to stay composed and kind of look after yourself just in these moments? And that we know the schedule is only going to get busier next year. How do you as a team just manage that?
I don't know. It's like we didn't get a lot of tournaments last year. Thanks God that we have it now, and we're just happy that we have this opportunity to fly over the world and play the tournaments like this. And if we qualify to players, it will be very good for us, like every tournament if we qualify for players.
So it's the loser of FaZe or Astralis in the next round. Any preferences, or maybe a recovery to have a bit of revenge?
I think for us, we don't care who we play. It will be FaZe or Astralis, if I'm not wrong. We just want to go to the playoffs, and doesn't matter for us. It will be FaZe or Astralis.
Well, thank you very much for talking with us, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you.
That wasn't too bad, Brandon, this time.
No, it's all right. Look, we're getting better as we go throughout.
Getting better as we go along.
I think it's really good to hear from him, because he always gives just a lot of character off like the server. And when you kind of look at player cam reactions, he's always so animated. But there, he's just all calm and chill. It's even though that game nearly went to overtime, he's like, yeah, we closed it. We don't care. We just want to go to playoffs, and that's the main objective. And to be fair for VP, that's what they should be looking at for, and if not possibly more after the introduction of Electronic. One more best of 3 coming your way on the B stream, but that's coming up just after this little break.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Smokes. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. It's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Faceit Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Good morrow, my liege. We're about to go a-hunting for a luncheon. May I interest you?
We are not about to do anything.
Don't listen to him. I know the most authentic fish and chip calzone in town. You are going to love it.
Well, I'd love to. I've got a meeting with the guy from the water company.
The water company? What is that?
It's the people who deliver the water to all the homes and businesses in the country. Apparently, they've detected trace amounts of lead in the water. So they've got to send a guy who's going to make a whole song and dance about it.
So let me get this straight. You can no longer have lunch with your best friend because some water guy is denying us access. I don't want to go to lunch with Trace.
I know, it's ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, I'm not some 9-to-5 Andy like you or Trace. I'm the regional manager. I don't have time to talk to some deadbeat, salt-of-the-dirt water guy. Oh, he's so important, the water guy. Coming all the way down here to lecture me about our glorious office water. Now I can't spend precious team-building time with my employees. Oh, this guy's got some nerve. I got a good mind to stick a lead pipe right up his... Hello there! I'm Alex. Sorry, one of my friends here was just telling us. He was just telling us about a friend of his whose name was Walter Guy. And he's a real annoying guy.
One of these guys were just saying that?
Yes, I'm the manager of this here establishment.
They weren't the ones just talking then?
What do you mean?
Dude, stop doing the voice.
What voice?
Why are you trying to deflect this and gaslight me?
What do you mean deflect this and gaslight you? My friend was talking.
Can you just talk?
No. This is my normal voice.
Okay, I'm just gonna mark this problem as fixed and go.
Oh, goodbye, water guy. Pleasure meeting you.
Wow.
I know.
Wow.
I know.
Wow, indeed. But you do know what this means, right?
That there's lead in the water?
No. It means that lunch is
back on the menu!
Yes!
Woo!
Let's go, guys. Let's give them a fucking show and win. Fuck W, guys. Let's do this shit now. Push it. Come on. Elbow. 1 by 1. We are never giving up, play.
They find the way again. Time is ticking. Nurse with a smoke. Brokey runs right at him. He's out of ammo. The Nurse. Nurse's heart must be pounding out of his chest. Ents will confirm victory here on Anubis. And the dream reignite for a grand final showing in Dallas.
We are buying. We're buying. Yeah, we should buy. Are we gonna play double maze setup? Yeah, sure.
Dead cave.
I smoke window now.
It's open. It's open.
I'm gonna go big boys. Let's kill. We can do some nades. Go banana. Side dead. Mati, banana.
Let's fucking go, you idiot! Up here!
Nice,
Triggers!
That's nice. That's on me bucket. He's on me bucket. Okay, up me, Sweby.
Nice, good job.
Banana dead.
One maze.
Two maze, one more. Want to go B?
Bananas. Banana.
They're gonna go B.
Red. Left side, Rookie. Left side, Let's go!
Temple open, one CT. Temple, nice outside and a molly CT. One CT boy coming temple. Nice Pablo.
Lobby, rush.
I hold it. I holding, can resolve. Nice Pablo. City is strafing me. City.
I'm taking. Good job. Let's go! This is Ents going quick. They tried a quick B play earlier. It did not work. It was shut down, but this time it's just Carrigan, and he gets cleared out. Snappy has no issue with the SMG. It's speeding up and cutting through the defense. No, that's classic Ents, man. They just steamroll. Main pushing banana. Snappy's already in, he's already deep, he's already going to be wrapping around and preventing rotations.
Dead window.
Take Marco. This is about to be the 6th round in a row for Ents. They're doing what they couldn't do on Mirage, which is rip the momentum out of FaZe's hands.
Nice comeback. Nice try. Down. Hit one. Their T side is not that strong when we have practiced against them. Let's go, guys. Let's play as a team. Offer flashes. Remember, trade each other. Call the space you have. Call what you don't have. Call the gaps. It's all good.
Nertz, one of the sharpest players available. He'll swing on out. Of course he will! Decapitation! Handed out to Carrigan and Twists.
Stream. Donut. Stream. Get the point. Oh, we have smoke up there.
Blind smoke, yeah?
Donut smoke by the high. Yeah, no. Get donut. Can be donut.
I want to smoke donut, okay? I made you.
I don't see donut.
They can be close. I will go you.
One CT. Smoke donut. 2B CT.
It's a shot for Rain. He's very lucky to get away with that, and that does set up Robs. Sets him up with a chance. Robs does it! That is simply brilliant from Robs.
Okay. Donut dead.
Pushing A.
Xbox head. 3 more. CT 2 dead.
Ray needs to provide something because Carrigan's in alert position. He is there, and he's going to make it work. That's it. That's perfect. Look at Carrigan, and now it activates. Here on North American soil, trying to fight their way through to the final. Just trying to elbow his way through, but Robs is ready, and he'll take a lot of damage, but the play is in B. Twist continues.
Take on.
Nice. One more.
Hide model. Flash. Boom. Dildo. No. I will kill him.
Take on me.
You are sick, bro.
You're so cool! That is the moment that gets Ents back into this, and it is Madden who rises up.
One A lobby. B clear. I'll take B.
Window on them.
One more. Window dead. I have window for out. No mid. Dead. Nice.
Pushing down temple, okay guys?
Nice. pick! Boys, nice, let's go!
OG double pick, boys. Yeah, OG double pick. Let's try. Let's try the smoke. We one way shit.
When they're smoking, guys, when they're smoking, middle one way. They will be afraid to go out.
One out donut. Slipping A. Off shooting an A. Ending A. Guys are gonna fake B.
It's clear.
Take it slow as you can.
They're going to pull the defense over. Remember, the bomb is still going to finish at the A bomb site. Madden needs to do something big. All 5 players from ENCE are on the wrong side of the map.
Can you rush donut now, boys? To stay? Okay, rush donut. Flashing going.
One more noob. 2A, 2B, 2B. Let's go.
Go and hold the donut for you.
Donut clear. I have donut.
I flash right side and we take temple back, okay?
Yeah.
Flashing drive.
Temple up, temple up.
As well. I'm with the city. I have it.
2 temple. I have donut.
I'm flashing in front of Bubble. Side, default. I'm dinked. Look at that.
Overthink.
Donut then. FaZe are dragging it back. It's overtime looming. And FaZe have done it. Carrigan finds the way to the perfect round right at the end. He had him on a string, pulled him every which way, whichever way he wanted.
Elbow one, I jumped down. Banana dead, banana.
A guy last.
Nice. Over that.
Nice.
What's going on? Teammates.
Let's see. Double dead. One more bit. One more banana. Come on.
He's not dead.
Quick B. That B.
Maze one.
Punch. Walking zero now.
Up there.
Flash opening. There's someone flash
One more here. No.
Let's see. Right side 10. No right. Yeah. Back side now.
Side. No.
What's it up?
I don't know.
Right one. 2v2.
One to elbow. Another gamer.
He's done it. The other guy has done it.
Have up under you.
Molo. 2 molos on default. Fun. Maybe he went to cave.
ENCE did not expect to have a chance in this, but suddenly one is presented to them.
Give it smoke, Pavel. Give it smoke. Give me.
Smoke.
They have to take it. These are the moments that don't come often.
I'm gonna go banana, bro.
The molly's not used for the plant either. It's used to try and dispel them. They're moving in. D has onto the site. D has to tap it, get on it, stick it through. Robs isn't getting it. Oh my goodness, D!
Let's go! Well played, Merchant Pavel.
And still uncomfortable to plant.
Left side plant. One temple.
Nothing cheating.
Hey, lobby. Hey, lobby.
Donut.
And it is Brokey who thrusts himself into the clutch. And Brokey, he knows you're in his temple, you're in his home, and he is going to look for you.
Nice, Brokey. Good fucking shit, Brokey.
I love you, dude. I love you, dude.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
Go
Be rich.
Hit up.
Nice. That's very good.
Stay player.
Together now. Nice. Send for donut.
Hold on, probably.
Hey, donut.
Here's it, goes on in. Oh, he denies! He can break them again!
Rocky, you're fucking insane!
Bookie, man.
Everything they've worked for in Dallas could slip away. And is this a play? Flash limps out. 3, 1 and 3.
One Molotov. Also. One more on A. South. No. Man smoke.
Behind, side.
Nice. I'm planting it.
Oh, can they hold on to this one? Think of how crushing it would be. Reigns blinded, and double overtime is looking likely. It's Carrigan's turn, and he can't find the clutch. An impossible situation, and ENCE once again outlast.
Is it wrong? Is it right?
I have best pawn. I will fuck them up.
Okay.
Is it dark? Is it light? Am I
Stay. The rushing gate.
And Robs hears all the footsteps. Madden's coming through.
That donut, like. One side.
Side one.
I flash CT.
Plant. I have backside. Take backside.
Sided.
Yeah.
Temple dead.
Nice.
There's a second angle to this attack onto the bomb site. Oh, Brokey goes quick.
Oh,
he goes
moving.
fast. Before the plant, Sun Pius handles it.
Up. Elbow pushing. Up for him.
We have Molly also.
Just sticking it.
Yeah, take it.
And the molly goes in. That can make the difference. It's too late. It's too late. He's burning and the defuse is already through. Carrigan's going to take it. Sure, some bias at the end makes it look nice. There was a little bit of spice, but it's certainly the round for FaZe.
It be dead.
Fucking nice ball, Luas.
Is it dark? Is it light?
Together now.
Good job. Any BDA? One more. Pushing one more.
FaZe Clan, they do not break through. They do not get it done. And this game is over.
We are never giving up,
Default. Long.
Tobias, he cannot lock it in. He cannot confirm this round. He's gonna and now Diha on the defuse again. Oh, it's Dastardly. Oh, it's the defuse gas, and he's done it.
Great place, brother. 1 second. Dildo.
As Robs is now in a 1 versus 1. And this round is certainly beckoning for FaZe. The Towns, the run, and the Robs round again. FaZe better play, but this is going to be enough. Robs, he finds the only sanctuary, and Brokey will help, breaking them apart time and time again. Just some bias, and FaZe have a clean round.
Fucking door.
Good miss.
I dead.
Clear.
Okay, close.
I smoke him.
Outside.
One more. Okay,
Hold the phone, this is going to slow down. Robs is on a flank.
Yeah, many up. Optaken. On it.
Diha doesn't care. Get out of here. He says it's Rain Twist back. It is only Rain.
There's been the one up touching mid.
Window.
And cannot feel comfortable running out, but they try. But Rain's already here.
Left side.
Let's go, boys. Woo!
Red up for the game.
Nice. Two boys. 1A, 1B.
Some bias, and Madden once again find a path to be competitive.
Can be right side. Should be right side.
He composes himself.
Up elbow.
And the timing has worked so well for him to drop back into cave, and they pull him in.
Elbow last up. Robin is behind. Chill now.
Madden denied. No bomb plant. FaZe Clan get the first round of overtime 4.
Keep pushing. I'll take him.
Follow him in.
Side.
One more dead.
Corner.
Last alone. LG, I'll be there.
I smoke city. I'm gonna leave it tempo, guys. Go side.
Ready.
Uh-oh, you can't plant there. Not in face of Robs.
Is he peeking? Could be peeking.
Side to side.
No chance, no rounds for Ents in this side of overtime. They limp out with 3 players and they attempt to plant the bomb. Ents are cracking under the pressure. They are starting to break.
Let's get it on CT, boys. Don't lose hope, okay? Don't lose.
Round by round, guys. We can make it, okay?
This series is gonna be legendary. Let's win it.
Oh no, they line up. Sun Pius. Ents stay in this matchup.
Ich bin miss. I have a smoke here.
I'm dead.
And Nerds, he's the man that is tasked with dealing with it, and he is not going to do it. But Twist falls. Madden hits the shot. Remember, Diha is still here.
Close right, but pushing out.
Outside.
Outside, both sides. Playing for Donut. Temple CT. Temple up. CT AK.
Look at Rain. Oh, this timing is so sick. If FaZe can just hold on long enough, if Rain can get there quick enough.
Up Temple.
Holy temple.
Pushing CT or something.
Can be out CT.
Two CT.
Ice cream. Top side. One more side.
Hey, lobby. Behind. CT.
It does come down to Rain, but the defuse is in. It's not spreading, and we have to go again. What a retake from Ents. I cannot believe it. The never-ending war. On their feet, 3 in a row to bring it right back.
I got that.
Up that. That should be close, man.
City. Ice cream.
Yeah, Diho wanted stance on the bomb side. He wanted to get behind the boxes, but realized he didn't have the timing. Nerds, oh, he stops it. That's massive. The delay is everything right now. Time is everything for Ents as they shift over.
Donut took speeding. No, I fucked it. Okay. Xbox fast, left.
One default.
I flash here, man. Behind us. Off that
Temple
CT.
out. Temple Donut.
Donut.
And Rops is going to watch for it. The molly, it can go out to the side. He'll use it. The glass smashes against the wall, and so will Ents' chances of picking up this round. Rops is ridiculous. He is inevitable. Encourages the Ents players to fall back into a more passive setup on this B site. Here comes the utility. Here comes the move. And here comes FaZe Clan running right into Snappy. They do not get past. Snappy whops out the staff and stops them from getting anywhere near them. Running it.
City.
Rain. Screen.
Let's close scream.
Rain.
Scream.
Right side.
Scream.
2v2. Half alive. The front Robin.
Snappy's behind. Rain is going to go. Ow, he's going to go back, and he gets that angle right at the right time. Sampaias brings it up on over. It's a brilliant kill on the first. How bright can he shine?
Nice, bravo! Sampaias!
I'm only dildo also. Flashing long also.
Flash ABC.
Outside. Maybe out.
Flashing one more long. Flashing.
Out.
Side. Nice!
Bill, I'm behind.
I'm only long and I smoke at ABC. Just take it. I'm blind. They're retake. I have helps.
You can see how paranoid they are about him coming around the back.
Flashing elbow, hurry.
Geo smoke fading. What's up? Robin, can you flash some smoke here?
Up.
Dildo.
2 kills away. Look at it, a grand final. Snappy and the Ents have done it. A war fought between FaZe and Ents. Every round, more and more. But it is Ents who come out on top.
Sipsky?
Oh, no. Thank you. I'm good for now, though. Thanks.
Misters, what can I bring for you on the floor this afternoon?
Well, Hector, here's the game plan. You're going to bring us 2 BO3s. You know how I like them, 30 rounds. And then precisely 1 death segment after that, you're going to bring us 2 more. Then 2 more every 5 minutes until one of us can't talk anymore.
Excellent strategy, sir.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good with BO1s for now, though. Thank you.
It's his first day on the caster desk. Give him time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byron. You're able to drink energy drinks during the day and still do your job, still function?
How the fuck else would you do this job? Monster Energy and bananas, my friend.
Right. I gotta say, I'm incredibly excited to be a part of your broadcast. I mean, the fans are absolutely...
Fuck the fans. Your only responsibility is to put viewership on the table. You got a casting partner?
I do. I do have a duo. His name is Moses.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Think about Moses. Name of the game. Move the viewers from other esports into Counter-Strike.
Right, but if you can entertain the fans at the same time, it's advantageous to everyone, correct?
No. Number 1 rule of Counter-Strike, I don't care if you're Henry G, I don't care if you're Chad Birchall, nobody knows whether a series is going to go 2 maps, 3, overtime will be fucking forfeited, least of all the casters, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's all a fugazi. You know what a fugazi is?
Yeah, fugazi, it's fake.
Fugazi, it's a woozy, it's a wazi, it's fairy dust. It doesn't exist. It never landed. It's not fucking real, right?
Right.
Stay with me. We don't create shit.
Right.
We don't build anything. So you got a fan who watched one IEM and now Pro League is live and all of a sudden he's all fucking happy and he wants to go outside and socialize. You don't let him do that, do you?
Right.
Because that would make it real.
Okay.
Now, what do? You get another brilliant season, a special season, another segment for him to watch during the break. And he will, every single time, because they're fucking fans. And you just keep doing this again and again and again. Meanwhile, he thinks he's watching CS, which he is on paper, but me and you, the casters?
Right.
We're taking home cold hard cash via content creation, motherfucker.
Right, that's incredible, sir. I can't wait to get started.
Yeah, you should be. There's 2 keys to success in the caster business. First off, you got to stay relaxed. You play pugs?
Do I play pugs? Yes, I do play pugs. I frag out.
How many times a week?
2, 3, 4, maybe 5 times.
Those are rookie numbers. You got to pump those numbers up. See, me personally, I play pugs twice a day.
Wow.
Once in the morning after I work out, and then once again after lunch.
Really?
Why? I want to. That's not why I do it. I do it because I fucking need to. Think about it. You're dealing with numbers all day long. 1st to 16, overtime score lines, economy management, high frequencies, bang, 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 fucking digits, kick, 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 kick. All very acidic, above the shoulders, mustard shit. The grind can wake some people out.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so you've got to stay focused and stay in the game. Keep up to date with HLTV and Reddit.
Done.
This is not a tip, this is a prescription. Trust me, if you don't, you will fall out of meta, glitch your differential, and tip the fuck over. Or worse yet, and I've seen it happen, implode.
No, I don't want to implode, sir.
No, you don't.
I'm in it for the long run, you know?
Implosions are ugly. Pop off to the gaming PCs, win some Elo anytime you can, and when you get really good at it, you'll be fucking clicking your mouse and thinking about commentary.
Right, yeah.
Second key to success in this racket is this little baby right here. It's called Monster Energy.
Right.
It'll keep you sharp between the ears. It'll also help your voice box talk faster. And guess what? That's good for me. Revolutions, you follow?
Revolutions, yeah, it's, yeah.
Keep the fans in the stream and it goes 24/7, 365, every decade, every goddamn century. That's it. Name of the game. Ooh. 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 common denominator. Go! Go! See us go. The frags come in. We go 3 maps. Triple elimination. It's a 5-week league, no matter where we go.
Don't believe what you read, not all words are the same. Not everything you see, you can't trust anyway. All the thieves dressed as sheep tell you they know the way. So bite the hand that feeds you to the wolves as prey. Get out my face, try to stab me with a saving grace. Fool me once, never twice, now I got the knife. You try to cut off my conscience, bake me a cake full of nonsense. You eat it too and I got deja vu when your words are up, you got you nauseous. Your shit belongs in the driveway, don't remember but you wish, babe. Took out the trust like I used to have rest, but all that's in the past, now I upgrade. Shit in the past like I used to have. Snap the C on the pictures, they flash on the page. Now they're pleading on the fifth and last mistake. But I know that dirty secrets the gamekeepers hold the keys to the gate. Only open for the pawns who sell their souls just to play. I don't keep up with the fake, we are not the same, so go take your lies. It's plastic and products left in a box with nothing to promise. Get out my face, try to stab me with a saving grace. Fool me once, never twice, now I got
Ain't no smoke, that's made for lungs, but you believe. But it's okay, we make mistakes, be relieved. So why art doubting? They're not like me, my eyebrows too intense. I rock out like the Brahma. I wanted to be like Dwayne Johnson. Teacher said I'm trouble. Once I clocked my dreams won't work, I started snapping, I bust bubbles. I think it's how creators see. Other creators be perceived as fly. You're whipping right, but off IG, you're broken cheap. I need an electric bike to vend this food, to vend these rules. Get these tools, cause haters drool, they're watching me. Haters discretion advised. Oh me, oh my, I just want to survive in the sea under darkness, hiding from the light. All we do is push violence, pain over violence, radio silence. Turn up this up right now, I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now, this might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now, you're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now, I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now, this might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now, you're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now, you might be stuck right now. Up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. You might be stuck right now. Up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. This one.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love.
Hello, everybody. Welcome into the ESL Pro League. We're continuing on here. Bit of an extended break there, of course, in between games, but we are swiftly moving on to our final BO3 of the day here on the B stream. I'm Scriv, joined by Naokai, of course, and yeah, we're ready for this one. Eternal Fire up against Imperial. I think should be a really nice game. In fact, Eternal Fire, difficult for them against Astralis in their opening game. In fact, quite difficult, I think it is safe to say. In Imperial, they got phased. They got the short end of the stick here in Group A, so not much they could do about that. They gave it their best shot, but FaZe, of course, on top form right now.
Yeah, do you know what? Both these teams, we had a conversation about this kind of prior to the tournament about who makes it through from this side of the bracket. And I think, we both comfortably could say, we said, Eternal Fire should make it through no matter in kind of what position. Yes, they could pick up a loss. Astralis, we saw them recently. Device now IGLing, looking really good, right? But I think the big thing for us is that Eternal Fire, we know their quality. We know what this side's all about. We know recently how they've looked as well. So the expectations are still very high for them. And then for me personally, Imperial are a real dark horse in this group. I would love to see them make their way towards playoffs, but like you said, short end of the straw, right? You can't really do anything about it. You just got to accept it and move on. Let's take a look at some of the stats from Eternal Fire recently. Of course, yesterday was not a day out for them that they wanted. It was all in all a poor showing. No one really stepped with the big names as well. Xantaras, Arcadia, Woxic, all not putting up the numbers that we wanted to see out of them. With Calix being your top rated player, well, I guess joint with Arcadia, it's not really selling it, is it? It just wasn't a good day out.
Yeah. No, it is tough. The one small silver lining here is that maybe there is some solace in the fact that Astralis were just better. If you saw someone here that had like a 1.05 rating or something like that, and then everyone else is like 0.7s, it's like, that's sort of rough, there's not, or maybe there was two players doing well, but there is maybe something in that. It's like, okay, we win as a team, we lose as a team. There's no one to really point a finger at here. We're just struggling there against Astralis, so it's kind of fair enough, and I think we'll see a bit of a highlight reel here from that game against Astralis, but there might be a few more Astralis players in here ultimately than there are Eternal Fire players, so certainly sort of keep track of that, I suppose. But yeah, a difficult day for them, doing their best, but Astralis, again, still, yes, they're looking good on one angle, but they still sit as a bit of an unknown quantity under Device, I think. So that's something that can be quite challenging to play against.
And we don't know really at the moment where the ceiling is for this team. Obviously we saw what happened at kind of Chengdu, where they actually made a really good run, but then ultimately did lose to FaZe, who ended up winning the whole event. So we know that there's some level of a kind of a cap there, but we don't know how deep this goes for Astralis. It's just too early, right? It's as simple as that. We do not know, but what we do know is what we expected of both of these two teams. Imperial have kind of actually recently cemented themselves as probably the best team in Brazil. I know as many people want to look towards the likes of Fury and all the rest. It's not the case, right? Fury is a team in flux. They aren't looking comfortable. They aren't looking themselves. Imperial are looking great. This is a side for me who have been super solid to keep an eye on. Some of the counter they play is just really fun to watch as well. You can't hate it, right? And over on the other side, Eternal Fire, same for them. This is a side who, coming into 2024, there was question marks about them. We all remember in 2023, the minus major, plus major about 7 times, minus Calix, I think it was 15 roster changes they went through in the span of about 3 months, most of which were just plus and minusing players who are already here right now. But finally, they figured it out. They got things sorted. This is the team that they kind of committed to, and thank God they did, because now number 7 ranked in the world, they are playing unbelievably good and cement themselves as no longer kind of a tier 1.5 sort of flux team. Solid tier 1, should have big expectations about this team because of the caliber of Counter-Strike they play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think they just spent a long time trying to get it right, and it is the mixture of players is a little bit, okay, let's try and bed in some new talent. Okay, that's not quite worked. Let's bring in some experience. Okay, still need some time out, and I think maybe there may well have been a time towards the end of last year where they've kind of gotten together and had a good conversation around, right, what are we aiming to do here? What are we trying to do with this team? A Turkish Counter-Strike on our backs, and we have to prove to the world what we're capable of and make sure that we're all in on the right mindset. And I think one of the big changes that's come in around that kind of point is the fact that Woxic looks a hell of a lot better from a mindset sort of perspective, a player that has really, really struggled in the past with that kind of thing. So, yeah, it's interesting to see how they are performing. But another player that you'll know from the Turkish scene is, of course, Zantares. We've got the head-to-head here with him up against Phelps as our two players to watch. So I think a fair comparison, two of the stronger riflers within these teams. Phelps is actually someone that, for a while, stuck around within the Brazilian scene, of course, played in some of the great Brazilian teams in the past, of the the Immortals, and then into SK a little bit, and ultimately I think him sticking around has done him an awful lot of good. He's become a very experienced player, but also still puts up the numbers, as you can see.
Yeah, he's no longer that kind of guy where he was maybe, the young face and the young gun who you expect to put up monster numbers. Now he is the experienced head, but still putting up those big numbers, still being so reliable for this team, right? And of course, now he's sort of, in a weird way, kind of like the experienced head who's teaching the new generation, and the new generation being out of decency and Noe. These two guys kind of came out of nowhere, right? Noe was a streamer, which is just absolutely bonkers. A streamer who was just very good, gave him a chance, and for me, he's become one of the most fun riflers to watch. Decency is also incredible as well. Both of these guys really impressed me, from the Americas Armor, where I got to catch them a couple of times, then in towards the major cycle as well, where they were just so fun to watch. It's in the style and meta of Counter-Strike that we've got right now that is at times quite slow, it's anything but for Imperial. They can be really fast, in your face, and that for me catches off a lot of teams off guard. So yeah, and really fun to watch. I think Phelps is doing a really good job of kind of being now alongside Vinny kind of a leadership figure in a way, and kind of bringing up the next generation.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And it really is working out here. As you say, Imperial solidifying themselves as that, probably, the best team in Brazil, at least in terms of the results at the moment. This is a tournament where we'll get a real solid barometer of that. A team like Eternal Fire at the moment, yes, they are top 10. Yes, you've said, okay, they've cemented themselves as a tier 1 team, but they're not super consistent there. They're not super solid there. You can see you've got like your ESL rankings, for example, which something like the major might not have as much weight into. They're number 11. So there is a little bit of flux in where their position is. Therefore, I'd place them alongside like the VPs of the world as one of those gatekeeper teams. So if Imperial can take them down on this international stage, then I think that is a real result that will turn heads.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the veto will come up in just a second. We get to talk about this. There's a couple of different ways that this one can go as well. There's already a couple that we're going to assume is a bit of a no-go, and that is that Ancient, just in the sense that both teams don't play or don't look comfortable on it. Eternal Fire don't play at all. Imperial played it once, and it wasn't great. It was very recently against Pain, and they just looked completely out of the depth. Mirage is going to be our first map picked here, and I think this is a pretty good one. Not only because Imperial have played it a hell of a lot, 25 times in the last 3 months, but it's also not a great map for Eternal Fire, despite them having mechanically really great players, which normally attest to a pretty solid Mirage. They struggle on it. It's not been good. 2 wins out of the last 6 is not what you want to see from a side of this caliber. In response, Anubis will be picked into, and the decider, if needed, will be that of Inferno.
It's an interesting kind of veto for me, I think, right? You say the Ancient obviously is a map that neither team really like playing. I think if it were like a week before or whatever, we might see the Ancient floated by Eternal Fire there on that second banning phase. But I think because Imperial have touched on it ever so slightly recently, it maybe sends a bit of a message that, like, coming into Pro League, maybe it's a map that they've been working on a little bit, scrimming a bit more than usual, trying to extend their map pool to pick up on the momentum of their recent success regionally and internationally a little bit. So I think the Eternal Fire just a bit of fear around that map. So that's why they just play it safe and go for the permaban anyway, rather than trying to pull out this super tactical veto and risk a sneaky Ancient pick.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. It is just the potential of, well, if they picked this, it was at the Get Rio tournament, right? If they've picked this once recently on LAN as well, how much prac have they done? Because for Certified, this is a perma for them. But like you said, they probably could have floated it for a second wave ban just to see, can I get rid of something else? You know what I mean? But it's just probably not worth the inherent risk anymore now, knowing that they have, Imperial have played it at least once. That for them is like a little bit of a slight alarm bell. I still would be very surprised they got picked just because Imperial looked all over the place on it. But why worth the risk. I do think, however, maps 2 and 3 are so even. You know, going towards, even if it goes towards the likes of the Inferno as the decider, both teams play a hell of a lot. Both teams are very good on it. Same can be said for Anubis. The only difference is with Anubis is just that Imperial have so many more reps, so many more under their belt. That's the only thing for me. But again, you know, caliber of opponents they play against, a lot of them are domestic. So we'll have to see whether that makes a big difference. For me, Imperial, they've been grinding out Counter-Strike recently. They've been playing a hell of a lot, and it has been working. So let's see whether that's the case as we are going to be heading in towards map number 1, ladies and gents. This one on paper favoring that of Imperial as they start on that T side. Let's see what they can cook up.
Quick boost in from Eternal Fire here, and it would be the correct read. Potentially some work done. Oh, into the prep. Major as well, taking an aggressive stance there. That kind of fakes it out a bit. Why would Wicadia be here if they've already got a player playing aggressive? And indeed, he doesn't go checked. Oh, wonderful stuff. Only able to come away with one, though. It was more Major in on the site itself that lets us down ever so slightly. Falling early, 4 versus 3 then for this T side. Julie's retrieved, and how the hell do you get back in here on a pistol? They're quite far away. The window smoked out. There's just no real option, it feels like. And I think they're starting to figure that out ever so slightly. It looks like a sort of semi-save, but no, they are going to go for it. Try and just brute force their way forwards here. It's not going to work out, unfortunately. Too many numbers to deal with. Imperial come away with the pistol.
Not bad. Not bad. Now, I watched a very, very funny demo of Imperial playing this map not too long ago. It was on the Maui Snake stream. It was a very fun time watching. Imperial played this against Fury Academy, I think it was, off the top of my head, where, of course, Kai now stood in for Furia recently, and we will take a look at Kai, but actually, the man to watch was Noe. 27 kills in one half he put up. They still lost the game, though, 13-11. So, Imperial hoping that isn't the case here, but they'd love to see that level of performance, though, out of him. 27 kills is a ridiculous stat line individually. Okay, yeah. Up close. Smoke again into his window. Is Phelps even going to clear this? Oh, no, not officially, or not properly. Phelps going to get caught. I mean, why would you even check that, to be honest? Doesn't look. Gets caught by the P250. Wicadia looking for more, but he will be traded.
Descenti being careful over here. Oh, yep, you can see why. Eliminated quickly. An AK for Zantares, and I think that'll become his mission for the rest of the round, is to just save that one in. Blocks it with a creep forwards. Can't get anything done off the back of it. Major here. Are you a Major or a Major fan? What do you prefer?
I always went Major, but then I started hearing people call him Major, and I kind of like it. But I think I default to Major. You know, if you subconsciously ask me, I would say Major. You know what I mean? But I like the way Major sounds. It's kind of cool. He's also like, he's right. If I'm right in saying, and don't quote me on this, I think first language French, right? So that then would be Major.
I think that's where it comes from.
That's where I think it primarily, that's where it comes from. Yeah. So you know, for me, I try and give them their credit. You know, I try and Arastosh, you know what I mean? Try and give them.
Well, we just had a new one.
The right pronunciation.
That I was telling you about before we started. Yeah, I had a couple people actually DM me yesterday after our Bet Boom game. And it seems like I think there's maybe a little bit of discrepancy on whether it's Magno Jez or Magno Yez. Maybe depending on where you come from or how you feel. But apparently it's just mayonnaise. It's just Russian for mayonnaise.
Big
and this guy sent me like a link with the translator's voice and all that kind of stuff. And the way you say it is basically just mayonnaise with like a Russian accent. So
mayonnaise basically, which is like Magna Jazz for us. So maybe we're just uncultured. Maybe that's something the A stream can do. Try and
because the thing
conversation.
Okay, we'll hold the point. We'll come back to it because we've got an execute coming out on the A bomb side. But I do actually have a follow up on that. Oh my goodness! Double swing out here from Eternal Fire, laying down the law pretty quickly. They will eliminate pretty much the entire bite out of this attack of Imperial. Vinny and Henny, the only two remaining here. Vinny going to be low. The bomb is yet to cross that threshold, even into the planting zone. So this is really not looking too good for the Brazilian squad. There goes the last piece of utility onto the site to, I mean, try and buy some space, a smoke to plant in. Henny trying to bait some peeks here. The fake drop. Oh, he does trade one back, but ultimately eliminated, and Eternal Fire get themselves onto the board early on. Now, to pick the conversation back up.
Yeah, carry your point. I'm giving you all the room.
What I noticed, because I was a little bit in my head, especially when you step up a level into these bigger tournaments, as we have done, you do become a bit more conscious about, like, am I pronouncing the names right? Is this how you do it? Maybe if I grab an interview, I'll be able to, ask him, how do you say your name? Because a lot of us tier 2, primarily English-speaking commentators are a little confused, I did note, after we brought Magno Jez up, saying it like that, Nafany also called him Magno Jez.
Okay.
So he was like, yeah, it's not really a case of Magno Jez being young or something like that, He's still quite experienced. Oh, he was vocal, that's what he was talking about. He was talking about Magno Jez being vocal. So I was like, oh, well, if Nafany's saying it, they're from the same country.
I would go.
Surely.
I'd go with I'd definitely go with what Nafany says rather than,
Yeah, well, because the thing is as well, that's probably how it's gone. Magno Jez has played loads of Face It, so everyone probably communicated in English. Everyone's probably called him that when they, tell him to do stuff or whatever. So it's probably just become bastardized, really, and no one pronounces it properly, and he's got to deal with that. So we might do a bit of both. I do like the idea of saying mayonnaise on broadcast, though. I do like that.
True. And Tares finds no weight, finds decency. Nice and easy. These Pistols not really putting up too much of a fight here. Eternal Fire very close to getting their second round on the board. But yeah, maybe that's something we can send the A-Stream guys to find out. Is your name mayonnaise for the people? Or is it just a lie? Because we did Google Translate it, and mayonnaise was close. It wasn't exactly Magno Jez, but it was pretty close. It was like a couple letters different, but then obviously different alphabet, so it could just be a translation thing. Who knows? Either way, Henny, his pistol, spotted, dropped, and that is the round. Bit of a throwaway one there that they kind of tried to do something with some upgrades of the pistols, but it didn't really do all too much, to be honest. Now, back into a buy for the most part. I think I'm right in saying I saw one with 3.4k, so that's going to mean, Galil armor, a bit of Uto at the most, or maybe Mac 10 with a full belt. That's what they want to go for, but not the full AKs across the board, if I'm right in saying it. Yeah, so they are dipping in towards Galil's. There's 3 of them, in fact, for Noe, Henny, and Vinny. Decency and Phelps picking up the premium rifles. So going to try and respond in kind as they can. Eternal Fire, that's a really good opportunity. Better firepower. Really good opportunity for them to take a lead and once again break the economy. Phelps in behind, and Tares is in no man's land here. This is so risky, but he's still being given the luxury. There's one, but no, fluffs his lines. Phelps and he combine, and they're going to find the opening double. Thankfully, Calix are back, but it's still numbers advantage for Imperial.
Man, what a messy move in the middle that was. Yeah, it was a kill towards short from Phelps up on the bench that distracts Antares. It looked like he was in a really good spot. They had no idea about him. Fortunately, couldn't capitalize. Just too much going on around him. Nice little find again from Calix there. So he's done an awful lot of work here. Suddenly we are even, but there are areas of the map weakly defended. One of them is B. They're set up and digging on A. Descenti moving out, going to find a frag. So I think this B player becomes a flank eventually. But to me, it feels like the round is secure. Now, I was going to say because of the flank, but it's actually because of Descenti's double entry. All down to Calix. Could isolate the fights here if he plays his cards right. Clean spray. He's just not ready for the next man. And he's going to get straight on the bomb. Must be lurking, must be flanking. Not quite sure. The nade goes in and it finishes him. Oh, without the nade, though, I think he had that one.
Yeah, I think Phelps, it is, in a way, a slight bit of panic. Great util, but yeah, absolutely. Tap on towards the bomb inside of a smoke as well. He could have been in trouble there, seriously. If he didn't have a nade to work with, who knows? I mean, credit to Calix, is absolutely the right decision. But how that round even goes the way of Imperial, it was so chaotic. Back and forth, but they basically just had the numbers at the start and just tried to lock them in place. And they relied on a little bit of individual brilliance. Decency, good work from him. Phelps at the end as well, keeping them alive. And Torres again. Just relentless aggression through mid here. Hot Flash doesn't do enough. Finny spots him crossing, but he won't get the fight. Xantares will punish through the smoke, cracking his head up. Of Woxic going to do God's work, finding one of his own. So Eternal Fire doing well to answer back.
So scrappy here on the B stream of Pro League, to be honest with you. Like, the games that we have casted, they're just incredibly happy to take these fights.
Which I
yes,
love,
absolutely. We're definitely here for it.
I want more of this.
But it's wild. It is
further down the rabbit hole.
No utility rounds, just AKs.
It's like watching me and Scriv pull up. just all aim jewels, no util, just vibes. And the vibes are so poor as a spin bar ruins us. Either way, Arcadia, back default, finding one, Woxic getting one of his own. And a nice little closeout in what was basically a forlorn conclusion of the tail end. 2v5, no chance in hell. Eternal Fire, not bad at all. I must throw out there, Woxic, that mouse pad is cool as hell. I don't know what it is, but it's pretty damn sick.
Got some good ones. I think, is it Major next to him, I think? Yeah, it is Major in the middle, surely. He's also got
the red one.
Cool one. No, that was whoever's on this close end. I didn't quite catch who it was. Might be Calix, yeah.
Calix, I think. Yes. Yeah.
So
I'll keep an eye out. I am a big fan of the old peripheral.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I've seen
some bangers.
The Viper Pro 3 just dropped, and everyone's saying that's crazy.
Oh yeah, new one.
I'm a little excited.
I've never used a Razer mouse, to be honest.
I used a Viper. I'll just say that. I'll just say that. I don't.
Viper 1?
Yeah, the first one. I don't use it anymore. The Logitech G Pro is pretty hot, so. But we'll see. They might have just released some competition. Either way, in towards the A-bomb site. Oh my goodness, I thought it was all Xantares, but no, it's Wicadia in from the side being a distraction. Will seal the deal. Nice to find some damage though, and Descenti's got his hands onto an M4. The next opponent round here is an AWPer. You never know. However, spotted now. Oh my goodness, Descenti, sir. You're not supposed to do that. Oh my, what a load of damage done though in the end. That's very, very clean. Eternal Fire quickly up to 4, but still some beautiful moments in the end there.
Man, absolute fair play. In that sort of round, again, expectations are pretty tempered from us with that kind of lower buy, and especially considering 3 kills are found for Eternal Fire so quickly. So to even make it expensive in that sense, not bad. Senti 8 and 7. He's having an alright game. Cannot complain about this guy thus far. Another one where for Imperial, they just cannot bring a lot to the table. So Eternal Fire are being sort of kept afloat here off the back of their opponents, just really not having the weaponry, and Woxic plucking away. Woxic finding more. Yes, they're just pistols, but got to give him the credit on the shots and a leg as well. Pull the pistol out. You want to take the fight, my king. Woxic will see it off. Not a bad round from him. 4 kills to his name. Eternal Fire taking a 2-round lead.
Okay, so we've been in for about 10 minutes and we're already nearly 10 rounds in. So very, very quick Counter-Strike at the moment. Timeout being taken to just slow everything down, which I think is completely fair enough. And this is a key turning point within a half as well. 2 rounds at the moment, but if you lose this and no bomb plant as well, which has been somewhat of a rarity, you are a bit screwed, aren't you, really? It goes up to 6, probably 7, and then the threat of that 8 or 9 rounds for Eternal Fire is very, very serious. So now is the best time in the half, it feels like, actually, to close this gap.
Yeah, we are seeing slowly but surely kind of the real magic about this Eternal Fire side. Once they get going, really difficult to stop. I mean, this round, again, not one that we can take all too much away from, but it's good to see the individuals coming alive in general for Eternal Fire, because we just didn't see that at all in this series yesterday against Astralis. A difference in caliber of opponents, yes, but a difference in approach Eternal Fire bringing to this, absolutely. They're looking more confident. They actually want to match the chaos that the Imperial side are kind of bringing to some of these engagements. It's very in your face, very quick, not burning a lot of time off the clock in the kind of the early to mid round, which is very common in the kind of the EU region. Imperial more than happy to take a couple of fights. Phelps, we met with a Molotov in towards ramp. And Calix tucks into a sandwich. Traditionally a bit of a one-and-done angle here, but he does have Arcadia in the crossfires. That could help as Phelps makes a move here. Not going to clear him, so a freebie. Phelps will get his one. A second coming through for Calix, but he gets traded out. 3v3.
All over the shop once again. A bomb site not completely fallen. Imperial apprehensive. You know, there's often a lot of bodies here for Eternal Fire. Super fast rotation, super confident in those types of moves, and it is fair enough. Imperial very rarely having any kind of a lurk or a flank rolling round. Quick 1-for-1 once again. Bomb spilled out in the open. However, it is Vinny coming in late to the party. Woxic to trade him out. And now just no way in the 1 versus 1, 25 seconds. A quick reposition here from Woxic. Continues fragging out. 10 at the moment, looking for his 11th. No way, happy to take the fight. Oh, and Woxic too slow off the mark. Down he goes and giving it a bit across the room.
Of course, one of the absolute best things about this iteration of Pro League is just how close the two teams are to each other. I think what they say was 1 1/3 sponge, right? So that's like, I don't even know how tall Sponge is, but I'm gonna give him. I'm gonna say he's. I'm gonna estimate a 6 foot, right? So working with not that far. I don't even know if Wikipedia shows that, but a height check might do a brother dirty.
I am in fact 6 feet tall. He tweeted about it one time in 2019.
There we go.
182.88 centimeters. So there is actually a very exact measurement for how tall Chad is. Oh my god.
So now with that, we can really work it out, right? So, it was
wearing
pretty
shoes,
damn
though,
close.
so, I think that would throw the results off a little bit. But yeah, they're quite close. They are quite close,
Yeah.
Very
good.
Cool.
Especially for teams like, both of these teams, like Imperial and Eternal Fire, they are quite vocal. They do like to get loud and kind of in your face. Henny. Nice shot finding Wakadia. He was waiting for exactly that swing. He'll get it, but Woxic might get one of his own, but he misses it. Looked like he was trained on the angle, but I think he might have flicked off.
Yeah, pressure in these past couple of rounds. That's a big moment, and of course the 1v1 looked doable. Slow creep in here from Imperial. Pace change in this round massively. You could see tastes of it in the previous. Started fast, ended slow. This one has begun slow and is going to end fast, but Zantares on his trusty MP9 doing the damage, created the space as well. Woxic comes round the corner from the market door to even things up. The force buy, we questioned it, but they are making it work for the time being. Is there a kit down? I'm not quite sure whether I clocked one, to be fair. I don't think so. Time, therefore, of the essence. Calix has got a flank. In a round like this, it won't be expected. I can guarantee it. But Woxic, he's expected. All going to be down to the MP9 then. Checking all his angles, taking his time. Now he's seen as that clock starts to run down. They're just trying to hightail it away and not give him the fight. Henny starts the round and he will end it.
Nice stuff. Good work and really, really important for Imperial in this early stage of the game as well to kind of give them once again just that confidence on their map pick, on a map in which we felt kind of, at least statistically, was very winnable for them. Keeping this close on the T side is all important. We expect a little more out of Imperial coming on towards the CT side. So at the very least, keeping this as even as a game as possible. Just making something out of this. Oh, Calix! Hello! What a shot! I think he's going to get deleted. Phelps creeping. Wakadia swings maybe a little bit early as well. That'll cost him his life. As Phelps will answer back. Still already a decent amount of mid-presence being shown here by Eternal Fire, despite the kind of lesser weaponry.
Oh! Calix has got to join the circus. Lovely little flip out from him. Zantares and Woxic on the A side of things then. I think this B site will be revealed as clear shortly. Just a question of whether these two guys can take any guns away. Or if Woxic, I mean, yeah, not quite in position. It would have been mental anyway for him to cut that bomb off. But he's looking. He feels like there's someone around here on the lurk. He finds Phelps at the business end of an AK at the same time. So just Zanny on the other side of things here.
Make a new nickname. Am I on that level? Past that first name basis.
I don't even know what his first name is, to be fair, mate. It's always been Zentaris.
12 and 5 for him, though. It's true. 12 and 5. Not a bad game. Not a bad game at all. Leading the way in the fragging department for a 10 of fire. The thing is, Woxic and Calyx not too far behind either. He is not too shabby. Imperial are having a look around, but there isn't a scooped up weapon in Xantares' hands. He's still just got his dualies and the half armor. He might die here. He might die. He will. Phelps going to catch him just at the tail end. And Imperial coming in towards the final round of the half. Have a lead to work with. It's really good to see as well. Aside, he maybe took a little bit of time to wake up, but when they did, that's when we start to find their form. Phelps, 4 kills to his name. No complaints at all. We now see ourselves in a really good spot. And that's 6-5 scoreline as well, right? This is a real prime opportunity for Imperial. Take a 7-5 on the T side. They could be cooking.
Indeed. Yeah, indeed. A hell of a recovery, as we mentioned. That one important round right in the middle of the half. They absolutely needed to win to close the gap and keep things competitive. They do just that. Xantares, quick rush down middle, but no way out for a trade. And he's able to back away as well. Pretty clean stuff. Somehow managing to survive and keeps in for the fight. He will eventually fall as he gets overwhelmed. They get the results they were after on the Turkish side here. Henny, oh, he's got the pick of the crop. Oh my God, but they are spamming him down. He's so nearly finished off after just a couple of shots. The bomb, gets recovered. Meanwhile, Madra also going to go down. Oh my goodness, scrappy affair once again. Henny's in CT, for God's sake. What is going on? Wicadia might be able to cut the bomb off here. This is just getting out of hand.
Well, at least he's calm in all of this, right? He knows that that's that bomb being transferred over towards the B side, and he will go down. Wanted for market as well. As we know, one was coming through CT. That should give the information, at least to a degree, to turn off fire, but Henny going to reveal his position, finding one. Now, Woxic looking for the fight in the 1 versus 2. This will be a tough clutch to find. He has no information now about where either are. So enough time is gone, but the orb will see it off. Henny clotheslines Woxic for a 7-5 finish for Imperial. On their map pick, that's what they want, but can they continue it after the break?
Hey Future Pros, let's look at a helpful connector smoke you can throw on Mirage. To throw the smoke, get on top of the bin where you belong. Aim just to the right along this line of the rug, then W jump throw the smoke. Pretty simple and easy, and because it lands on the steps, it will completely cover off the connector vision to mid, making it great for a short rush.
Welcome back in, folks. Second half getting underway here. Hell of a recovery there from Imperial. I think it is safe to say really, really well played from them, proving their worth on this map, you know, why it is potentially their favorite and arguably their best. It depends on how you want to read into the stats and numbers and all that sort of stuff, but definitely a map that they are well versed on, and it proves there at the end of that first half.
They look really good, right? I mean, this is the thing. We are seeing them kind of flex their muscles a little bit, especially at the tail end. All finding a double to close it. I think for a 10 of fire, this is going to require a pretty miraculous, not miraculous recovery, but it's going to require a lot of consistency on the T side, which does elude a lot of teams, especially at that top level. 10 of fire pistol here feels like a real necessity. If they don't find it, things could be a little problematic. Swipe being lined up. Mike Alex. Towards market, that one will go. Vinny sitting up close to the Julies has a short player in support as Vinny trying to cause problems. He dances around site itself, dropping down, catching them, and he's looking for more as well. Somehow this guy hasn't been traded. Finally, will go down, and they're lining up for nowhere, but he can't finish his dinner.
Yeah, looking nasty here. Oh, it's a two-piece out from Woxic. However, he finds himself suddenly alone as Phelps has found himself a two-piece. Knows the location of one here, but he's not sure of the other. And the big thing is the fact that the bomb is in apartments. Not really ideal. Plenty of time. Gonna swap up onto that USP and try and find some heads here. Not looking too likely. Oh, they keep giving him the fights, though. I think they've got to be careful. Give this guy some respect. There's no need to get giddy here. Although they might not recognize that the bomb is fully dropped. You know, he has to go on a mission. He has to go on a journey to retrieve that bomb.
Oh, tapping. Look for that 4K. Back spotted. Couple of taps again, but now time's starting to tick. Like you said, a real mission to go and recollect the bomb. And Imperial, I was going to say, not giving him any luxuries, but they do. Thrust into 1v1 versus Henny, tapping away. So much damage, but Woxic going to close it. Oh my god. Imperial over face, over fight. And Woxic going to punish. That is poorly played at the tail end. They just had to buy time. He was never going to get a plan.
Yeah, I think maybe they couldn't fully confirm the location of the bomb, but like still, after a certain point, so many chances, so many missed opportunities to take him down. I think you just have to hide. You know, you set up quite nicely. Either A, he's going to go for the bomb, and then you can play 2v1, you know, force him into a plan that's a bit awkward. He has to fight immediately. But he was allowed to control those fights. Maybe it's not all over just yet, of course. No way. Lands a crazy shot to begin the round, and they're going to look to press the attack hit.
Yeah, Zantares nullified kind of immediately before really even doing anything. There is the potential of some weapons to work with, but Woxic and Kalix are going to try to utilize these AKs, and it looks like they want to go towards B, which at the moment would be the absolute right decision. Stacking through mid, Major shadow spotted. Major got Utah with his hand, he's panicked to drop a Molotov. Major will get one, and Major will get a second. Spacing from Phelps down the trade was poor, and Major gets away with two.
Damn. Yeah, it might have slipped through their fingers ever so slightly. Wicadia, with some support here, is going to make his way out on towards B. There's nobody really around. Vinny on the Deagle, but what do you really expect out from him here? Yeah, not landing those super fast shots. And as they gain more and more control, as the bomb goes down, Imperial, I think the wise move is to save what you have here, give it another go into the next round. Vinny was hunting for the gun, but it's gone.
I think you're right. There's no point. Don't overface, don't overfight. It's not really worth the hassle. You can kind of make these guns work in the next, as long as you keep them alive. Close. He's being hunted now. I might start to feel a bit of pressure as well from the stairs player. Arcadia gonna push up with the Mac 10. He can give the luxury of crossing, and he will get the kill. And another one as well, so even more. Just that kill bonus in the back pockets you are not going to complain about. Not bad at all. Much better. And this is now where we get to see a ton of fire themselves kind of flex their muscles just a little bit, right? Show what this side is all about. Show their prowess. and show what they can bring to the table. This is exactly what it's about. That kind of force buy put to bed, which means it has to be an eco here. I don't know if I can guarantee a lead without probably too much resistance on the other side.
Slow build up here. Oh, well. Who's up there then? What's that smoke for?
It's one of mine. They've been learning.
Yeah, they've been watching
the demos. I got to respect
out
them.
here. Niche spin-off of one of the spin-off channels of Nah. how not
out here. Just me throwing wrong util. Just me coming up, just like spreading just misinformation, basically. Yeah, this is the CT smoke, just launching it. Okay, yeah. More money in the pocket. Speak to 50 will get the trade at the very least. But a couple of kills. You gotta take that. You're gonna take it all day.
Probably not going to save again here, I don't think. They will look to take some guns off, make some money on the Mac 10. That could be very beneficial, actually. So, might be more fun to finish this round. At the same time, Eternal Fire looking pretty good here on the T side. Imperial going to have to make an appearance, to be honest. You know, they were in a winning position in that pistol. Hopefully it doesn't affect them too negatively. We still have a lot of timeouts remaining for both of these teams, so it might be an idea for Imperial to take one soon, especially if this round goes south. But I would be a fan of the preemptive call, to be honest, and really send it in this rifle.
Yeah. I think I got to agree with you, man. I think it probably actually would be sort of the way to go about it, just to give them maybe a little bit of breathing room as well, especially when you start to sort of, you know, lose a little bit of the control. It can really put you on edge, and I think that's kind of where we're getting right now. Giving themselves a hell of a lot of time to work with, and that is making this a bit awkward. 7-8. On fire with a lead, but a buy back in for Imperial, and a sort of a lot of pressure on this one, right? Goes without saying, lose this, and Eternal Fire could start to spiral in such a positive way. And if they're able to take away Imperial's map pick, this could throw the series in a little bit of jeopardy. But it still is ever close. Only one round the difference. That's reaching distance for Imperial to kind of reignite their fire in them.
Phelps, creepy move. Oh, gets punished. Absolutely deleted, in fact. It's almost as though they were kind of expecting that. Eternal Fire then starting off strong. B bomb site will need a bolster here. Vinny tries for two, denied away. No Way is here a lot earlier than I think they were expecting, but he is also deleted. And Eternal Fire, as they were in the early stages of the CT side, showing us again why they are such a scary team, man. You know, the pack is incredibly dangerous. You've got Wacadia, you've got Calyx playing really well recently, and of course you've got Zentaras in there. So when they're all together, when they're spaced well, which they seem to be quite often, everyone on board with the idea, everyone knows where to sit and how to play around their fellow comrade, they can be incredibly hard to break apart.
No, you're spot on. You are absolutely spot on. I mean, Eternal Fire, when they get going, they're so difficult. Really good round out of Woxic as well. Those 2 kills are just so important. Man alive, what are we starting to see here as well? You know, Imperial, it feels like getting, if it's slightly just a little nervy because of it, opportunity slipping away from them. We are going to see another tack pause used. And, you know, no real surprises. I think a real conversation is needed. They do need to be careful. This is already getting to a slightly alarming spot. And obviously a really good opportunity for Zach to get on the mic. I mean, for him, you know, as a guy with a hell of a lot of experience, a guy who's been around for a long, long time, especially within kind of the coaching discipline too. Got the side, the 9Z team to, you know, a very decent run through kind of that major cycle through the RMRs and all the rest. I mean, this is a guy who Imperial put a lot of faith in. And of course, he's been working wonders recently. This kill here, that's the most important. That ladder player was that make or break on that B-pop. They could stop them going up short. Could have been that under wraps in a matter of moments, and they were very close to lining up to. But it doesn't make a difference now. 9-7, a 2-round buffer. But a buy back in for Imperial is going to be the call. Double MP9 brought to the table. They got to show for us. A shot for Henny. Nice flick from him, but a response in kind is good. And a response back from Decency as well to keep the numbers in Imperial's favor.
This is getting crackers once again. Good find from Decency above the smoke. Down to just 2 here. The bomb nowhere near the bomb site and not going to make it in there, so they have to pull away. Big round from Imperial. Timeout paying off, it would seem. And they might even get that beautiful finish here if they can keep all 4 alive. The bomb has hightailed it out of here, so there might be a plant for Madjet. I think there definitely will be. Nobody's moving off of A at this point. He starts to walk, though. It's kind of fair. You would maybe expect someone to be over on B, but there's nobody here. There's nobody home.
Yeah, 1v4, he'll be looking, expecting somebody, and, most definitely somewhere backside. If they're not close apartments, surely, right? Surely somebody here, but yeah, no. He's checking everywhere. Nothing's offering up for him. It is a case in point and a question of when does he realize? Checks shore, checks jail. Nobody there. Looking backside. He's made noise and nobody showed any presence. He must be incredibly confused, thinking, where are they? Bomb is going to go down. Planted for sure. And again, given that luxury here. So getting a bomb plant out of this situation isn't bad for Eternal Fire. Not that they specifically need the money. But it's going to give him a chance. Opportunity, but the con player spots and drops, and Phelps makes it look easy. It's already the 1 casualty for Imperial. Not the worst thing in the world for them, as they're going to make this once again another 1-round game.
Very close here. Very tight game. I think exactly what we were expecting from these 2 teams, to be fair. Saying that Eternal Fire's Mirage is maybe not supposed to be this good. Imperial, we figured would have the upper hand here at the moment. Little tighter, little closer. But they are showing sparks, Give them a moment, give them a timeout and whatnot. They do seem to be able to turn the game around. That's exactly what they did last time as well in that first half. It's just a question of Eternal Fire's ability and individuals that, at the moment, as we mentioned, looking very good. Everybody is performing as expected. Centaurus looking for an entry of old. Will manage to get one. The Flames covering the next, but it doesn't matter. His instincts are too good. A 2-piece for Centaurus off the back of the spawn.
Not bad. And it's the 2 new boys as well. They get caught. Decency and No Way. Them dropping is going to change things just a tad. Doubling back. They're going to go towards A here. With the numbers of 10 or 5, they can just play that pack mentality. They don't need to overthink this process. They shift walk over towards Ram. Phelps is trying to hold whether anybody goes through mid. But again, he's not going to be given any sort of luxury here. This is a really good position. There's 1 in towards Delpan and 1 playing up close. Shy of a minute, though. And they're going to pop towards A. It's actually only 1 towards the site itself. The second Henny feels a bit of pressure, he might just save.
Or he might just become the hero. We'll see. Oh, no. Yeah.
Maybe not.
Maybe a third option, which is to die embarrassing. Either way, double digits for Eternal Fire going to be found here, getting dangerous for Imperial now. Really do have to be careful. The CT side yet to really show us anything. The 1 rifle round off the back of the timeout. And now what? Money is going to be away from them a little. I think they should be able to buy, to be fair. But still, it's not nice. And yeah, problematic here. They have very little in terms of the options. Very little that seems to be working. Eternal Fire in position to close this one out, I feel.
Yeah, I think you're right. And, kind of in towards the second half as well, we really just haven't seen anything that's going to give us a hell of a lot of confidence for the Imperial side of it. Yeah, Eternal Fire are playing, fundamentally quite simple Counter-Strike, and it's just working. Everything is offering up to them. So far, so good. We are looking to see maybe whether we can get a little bit more at the tail end. Just something to give us a bit of a chance, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. There's not been a lot. At a 10-8 scoreline, you got Eternal Fire with a 2-round buffer zone. Like you said, Imperial can buy back in, but it does really feel like lose this, and it might be the map itself, right? That's Eternal Fire pushing nearly all the way up to map point, your opponent's map pick. It's not a bad spot to find yourself in.
Ooh, aggressive move. Not successful this time around. They'll lose 2 in the early stage, but Maja very, very quickly falling there on the trade attempt. Boost up in towards the B bomb site. Feels like it should just secure the round, at least if they go B, which looks to be the option. I don't think they'll expect this boost up at all, so should be good from here. But again, Eternal Fire, explosiveness in the veins. We'll see what they're able to find. A cheeky little angle here from Vinny, right? All these little things from Imperial, the very, very, very unorthodox spots. Oh, might just be enough. Wakadia does try and take the fight there. Gonna lose it out. 2 remaining. Not looking too good. Will they check the boost? Surely not. Nate goes down. Phelps not going to be heard or seen here. In comes Woxic. Down he goes. And at the very least, the bomb's not been spilled, but it's 4 in total for Calix. He's not going to be able to find another after that first. And within 1 now for Imperial.
Yeah, and that was the round we were saying, right? That's the most important thing. They were in a position where lose that round and they could be under a hell of a lot of pressure. And thank God they aren't, man. This is where now Imperial have extended the lifeline once again. You can see Magic getting on towards the mic, trying to do what he can to reevaluate what kind of went wrong there. I think for Eternal Fire, they're not in a worrisome spot just yet. They have shown what we like to see out of the side, which is Eternal Fire taking control, dictating the tempo, taking a lot of these fights, which give them a lot of space early, especially through the likes of mid. But I mean, fundamentally, there still is a bit of pressure on. I think they know, though, Eternal Fire take this map, and it is going to give them such a big bolster in this series. And they're so close as well, only 3 rounds away. You've got Imperial breathing down your neck, and you've not got a hell of a lot of money in the back pockets across the board. There's only Maja of really anything long-term to work with. In a similar vein that it was Imperial kind of make or break in that last round, it same has to be said here, though. For Eternal Fire, boost, Henny, ready, waiting, aware, and finding as Woxic gets caught, and a double stack in towards under. Xantares, if you peek your head, surely a dead man. But he's going to hold and wait, just in case they give him the fight, just in case they overextend. But so far, Phelps and No Way aren't giving him anything.
So it ends in stalemate. They will move away on that Eternal Fire side of things. But the underpass control in and of itself, so deep, obviously allows for very quick movement here in towards the B site. Eternal Fire liking B again. Imperial seem to be savvy to that. We've got 2 in the underpass, 2 towards the site itself. They're incredibly ready for this. And now the flank starts to come in. Perfect timing here. Maja sat at the back. Down he's going to go. Easy find, a little bit more for No Way. Oh my goodness, the long range nearly nets them all. It is, of course, the AWP to get it done. He's absolutely loving it. A big round for Imperial.
Oh man, man alive. So Imperial are alive, keeping the fight here. And another pause to come through as pressure building. Smiles around for the likes of Vinny, but anything but for Eternal Fire. They were in a spot where they could have potentially closed this out, in a spot where they were more or less 1 gun round away from getting to map point, and now it's them left without the ability to pick up guns. Got nothing to work with on their side, and some stone cold faces. They're feeling the pressure. This is good, Imperial. It took a while for them to find this consistency on the CT side. It took a while for them to find their form, but since they have, it's hard to be looking good. Arguably some worrying times. All started here as well. Henny, lovely shot from him. It has to be said. But it's that spray down. That did the majority of the damage. That's what really gave them the form. Eternal Broadside Square. These 2 sides inseparable on Mirage. Is that story going to continue? Unfortunately, this round isn't going to make too much of a difference, you'd probably assume. Eternal Fire, just the pistols for them.
Quick burst here, out on towards that B-bomb site. Could be the move. We'll see. Descenti at the back of the site. Good for the first. However, I don't know that they respect how quickly in they are, but Descenti keeping his cool here. On for the ace, in fact. USP out for it. I think it might just get nicked away, but all the same. Oh, he does actually find it in the end. There you go. Done the damage, done the work. Feeling good. And Imperial might just get this at the death.
Yeah, getting loud as well once again, right? He just wants to make sure Eternal Fire know about him, and he knows in vice versa. This is really good. Really, really good to see. Individual stepping up. Yes, it's pistols, but confident taking the fights. 5 kills to his name. You are not complaining. Decenti, 11 to 10. My, oh my, what a game we are getting here. Eternal Fire, a buyout, but a similar scenario and situation we spoke of many a time. Lose this round of your Eternal Fire. Do not get a bomb plant at the very least. And Imperial could take a 12 and more or less guarantee the 13th off the back of firepower. And Finny going to kickstart things well. Adding one more is no way as the Orb trying to pluck off another. As they dive out of apartments, Vinny trying to duck hunt them. He's not given the luxury and actually starts to be wrapped upon backbench as a player there. But Calix gets his head ripped off. Every single fight going the way of Imperial. And no way making sure Eternal Fire here about it. That could be wraps. That could be game, set, and match.
It certainly looks like it, doesn't it? It certainly feels like it. The way these rounds have been going down, the deserved winner at the moment looks to be Imperial. So solid from them. And this is what those Brazilian teams are capable of, man. They can bring it out of nowhere, and the momentum just shifts all of a sudden. The confident plays are back, and they've got the read. Eternal Fire out of ideas at the very tail end of the game. This is them showing their lack of comfortability on this map, unfortunately. When it has been asked of them, they are as yet to bring anything fresh, bring anything different. Timeout. Right at the tail end here. 2 in a row going to be required. You know, is it going to have that difference here? Not entirely sure. It is rough too. The buy is really not good. Really not nice at all, to be honest. So, does not look too great. But we'll see. Oh, okay. Maybe we won't. No way. With the creep out play via short. Takes down Zuntaris, who, by the way, was the only AK. So they were really relying on him to be able to mount that flank. Wicadia next to fall. They are just tumbling here. Deagle's out, but it's not going to be enough, is it? That will be that. Imperial with, I mean, one of the quickest and most aggressive turnarounds we've seen all tournament long. Incredible take at the end there from them. Eternal Fire. Just nothing they could do. They had no answer, ultimately. Mirage goes the way of Imperial as expected. We've got that second map coming up shortly. Make sure you stick with us. Anubis on your screen soon.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
I mean, it does look like, you guys have a rise and a dip in form. It seems like it's a roller coaster you're on. You feeling like the roller coaster's on the way up?
A little bit. I think the down part was more about like facing the same teams in Brazil over. I think we play like pain.
What does that do to your mental?
It's just dumb.
Yeah.
It's pretty dumb.
Yeah.
And some weird brackets as well, because we played 2 playoffs. Like 1 qualifier and 1 now in Rio, that like you face the team the same final, you win against them, you need to play against the same team in the final. So like it's just weird, No, I can understand. But I think it just, I don't know. I think we play better against better teams. Let's see how much we can, how good we can be against facing more.
Yeah, hell yeah! It's going to be a big first test.
Yeah.
Who's your player to watch for everyone at home? Who should we be watching in the Imperial games this week?
I think Phelps.
Yeah. He's got a hot hand.
He's a little bit burned because he plays so bad at some tournaments. Now he just wants to show off.
Well, we know what he's capable of.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to see if I can find him. But thank you very much for the interview.
Thank you.
Cheers.
A new day means new submissions to the workshop. A deep dive can give you some very, interesting finds. Let's take a look at some of those in that category. The world of gaming has many different virtual worlds you can explore. Well, now with CS2 mapping tools, you get to explore some more of these worlds, all while in the comfort of your favorite game. Whiterun, a town in Skyrim, arrives from its long-awaited absence in CSGO, blasting into CS2. While you can't join the companions, you can wander through the streets, and if your imagination is strong enough, you can hear the dragons roar. But no, really, I have no idea why someone decided to add this to the workshop, but I'm not complaining either. The performance is surprisingly good too. I expected to get about 10 FPS, but walking around, the map is smooth as butter. Who knows, some areas of your favorite games could also be lifted and placed right in CS2. I couldn't find the skybox, so I couldn't quite make it to the top of the mountain, but from up here you can see some other recognizable spots. Sticking to the ports for one more, some mad lad has made the starting area from PlayStation 1 game Spyro. I played Spyro a lot when I was a kid, so checking this out was a little interesting to me. I was taken on a nostalgia trip when I heard the music start to kick in, which sadly you probably can't listen to here. I'm not 100% sure what I should be doing on this map, as running around I see familiar faces but not any kind of goal. One tip I can give you is don't go through this gate. So maybe you're bored of your usual warm-up maps and want something new for a day or two. The setting and the music here feel nice to shoot bots in, but I can't say any of this is canon to the Spyro cinematic universe. Anyway, here's another reminder not to go through this doorway. Continuing the trend of why did someone make this, we have this absolute classic, DE_toilet. From the description of this map, the creator states this is their school toilet scanned from an iPhone using LiDAR. I have to give some props as they added some nice toilet noises here, no flush though. Now while this seems like a map that should be flushed, I think it's actually quite interesting this was done from a scan and then just thrown in CS2. I don't know how easy the process was, but I can only imagine the possibilities that this could create for the future. I do wonder why this was a subject the creator wanted to test on this, but hey, at least now I know it's possible to use this tech to make maps. Oh, and don't run through this hole.
To my face, tell me now why you want to wait. Running
Hello, everybody. Welcome back into ESL Pro League here. Second map getting underway, of course. That first one ending very, very close indeed. It felt like Eternal Fire were maybe just on the precipice of nicking it away, but then they ran out of gas. You know, they just did not have anything left in the tank, quite literally, it looked like, to be honest with you. B play after B play, Imperial very ready for those, and Imperial really showing why they are a very, very high-class team on that map.
Really good to see as well. And I think for Eternal Fire, you could really see at the tail end, quite dejected. Things weren't really looking how probably Eternal Fire wanted to. They wanted to come in towards a map like Mirage and show a bit of the confidence, flex the muscles a bit. It never happened. And I think for me, that's where now this could kind of bleed over a little bit in towards maps 2, even map 3 if needed, right? But for Imperial, confidence of them, very high. Everybody stepping up in a big way. That tail end started pretty poorly the second half, but they picked up that form and they made it work.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, looking really, really hot in that sense. And yeah, very, very impressive stuff. I believe we've got the head-to-head here of some stats to show. I think if it does come off, if it has happened, I think we've got something a little bit different here as well to highlight. Yeah, so 2 players from the same team, I suppose, competing healthily against each other within the server. This was kind of your thinking here between Descenti and No Way, so talk me through it.
Yeah, I mean, basically, these, for me, were the 2 most important factors as to why Imperial were able to pull off what they could. Both had incredible pop-offs, but also both are the new boys in this team, right? They're considerably more inexperienced players, and probably at times not the ones that we particularly look towards in terms of making a difference, but they absolutely did. You know, Decency, the AC guard, yeah, it was against an Eco, but you take them all the same. No Way against the Rifles, his impact was incredible. I mean, you can just see the sheer stats and how close, you know, both of them kind of pushing each other to get a higher height. Really, really good run of things, man. I mean, for me, they were so damn important. And when you run through some of these kills as well, you can just see the mechanical prowess of how good they actually can be. That's what I want to see. I want to see these youngsters basically have the sheer confidence in themselves, because traditionally we would look towards the likes of, you know, primarily a Phelps, for example. We highlighted them coming in, even the likes of a Henny, right? To kind of put up these numbers. But my God, these youngsters, you know, this is a big stage. Then Pro League is a big event as well. A lot of pressure, and they look anything but under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Double digits very, very quickly for these guys. Really looking good in the early stage. But it was that CT side, I think, where they were able to just take over. You know, 2 very, very big impact players, it felt like, in that second half. And as well, just for the energy, for the feels, for the vibes, as we talk about, right? We've mentioned, and I'm sure you guys have seen, how close the players are this time around. Very, very cool change, like the LAN halls of old, or indeed, if you are used to your sort of local LANs, you might know the feeling yourself. So ultimately, that had a massive effect for me in the end, because I think that Imperial were able to take it back a little bit to when they were younger, playing in those types of environments and just giving it, and, you know, getting in the heads of Eternal Fire, looking into their eyes, you know, after a clutch and things like this. It can make a big difference, again, especially for these players that are very much based on the feel of the game. I think, you know, those Brazilian players known for that.
And you can really see as well, especially the likes of Descenti and No Way, they were probably 2 of the main guys giving it large, right? I mean, they were really getting quite vocal. You can see them standing up, you can see them looking over. They were trying to get into the heads of Eternal Fire, and they were doing exactly that, because the last, 4 or 5 rounds was a really good showing out of Imperial, but you could just see on the faces, on the cams and the tack pauses as well, just how down in the dumps Eternal Fire looked. And I think for them, they knew that they were not only losing, you know, the game itself in the server, but the mental game as well. And a lot of credit has to be given to Imperial. Just the sheer audacity and confidence about some of the rounds they were able to pull off is exactly why we love watching this team. But the main thing, of course, the biggest kind of asterisk and caveat and whatever you want to call it, is that was Imperial's map pick, and they were expected to win that basically every day of the week. It's not been a great map for Eternal Fire. They have looked a little shaky on it at all levels, basically. So because of that, we came into that sort of assuming it was going to be under lock and key, and it was. Now we head to Anubis, the map pick of Eternal Fire, and a map in which they are generally a very good side on. They don't have a huge amount of reps under their belts, but they're 3 for 4, and some of the wins are not too bad either. They took down FaZe in an overtime, 16-13. They beat Pain, and we saw how good these guys were looking at the major themselves, and they beat Bet Boom. So you've really got to give them some credit. This, I think, is going to be a much more hard-fought map if Imperial want to take it.
Yeah, absolutely right. It will be a challenge here. That I think we were expecting again, you know, just with what you've highlighted a little bit there. But looking over the series, looking over where this veto could go, still Imperial pretty comfortable on it. You know, I think that there is a decent chance here, and it is again all about the immediate effect of what's happened on that first map, Eternal Fire. There will have been a point in there maybe where subconsciously as a player you start to think, this should be our map. We should have done the hard work by now, you know, and they just kind of take their eyes off the ball a little bit. Exactly what's happened, by the way. And Imperial, out of nowhere, start turning the game around. So you now have to be able to bounce back from that. And that is something, again, as another very sort of passionate, camaraderie-driven team that they may well struggle with. I think it will be a testament here to the leading voices within this team, the experience within this team, as to whether they are able to turn things around moving into their own map pick. Sounds like we are about ready to get into it though, folks. So here we are on to Anubis. Eternal Fire looking to stay alive in the series and, of course, stay even more alive in the tournament. You know, they'll be knocked down into another low bracket end, but then it will be serious times, you know, in that last chance qualifier for their group. You don't want to be down there. You don't want to be losing 2 games in a row, having to battle for survival. I think you want to put yourself in a decent spot to start looking towards playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely right. Up close, couple of taps as well, just to try and find that fight, but there's no way he's going to fall to the hands of Kalexy. Double down, hello. That's much better. Kalexy 2 kills to his name already, isn't too shabby, and they're making sure this one is under very much lock and key. Kalexy with triples, and Taras and Woxic finding one of their own as well, and already looking considerably better. That's the really important start out from Eternal Fire. They had to come into their map and just show the confidence that makes the side scary when they play on the big stage, and that's a prime way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant stuff, laying down the law, and very convincing as well, I think, as you say. So we like that look for Eternal Fire. It is going to be a hardcore eco out from Imperial here, and even a stack P250 for Phelps. And it looks like he is the bait to draw them in.
Let's see. Can he? He sort of dangle the carrot, so to say, and try and drag them into fights which they would usually not take. At the moment, they don't need to give him too much. I think obviously they will expect there's, you know, nothing to work with your Imperial here. No bomb plant, no kills. They're not going to really have anything on offer. Maybe there might be a chance. Maybe.
Oh, okay. Phelps denied quite quickly. And now what? They don't really have any reason to leave the bomb sites, to leave the areas of control that they have. So it's a nice stack if maybe someone does, but like, I don't know. I'm not sure they're going to see too much action. Madja, he's thinking about it. Flash comes around. There's nobody here. What's going on? Digging for some info. Ooh, he's going to walk into the 4 of them here. And he will get eliminated. So there you go. There's a little bit of damage, of course. Oh, that they were after. Vinny burns his toes, and it's a little too hot for him. Looking good here on that CT end. Kalexy will finish things with a double piece of his own.
Well, not bad. Not bad. Not going to complain, really, at all. Like you said, there was no real need to kind of move around. The MP9 falls. It's not the end of the world, though. It really isn't. A couple of kills is all that really Imperial were looking for in that one. And a simple round, they only get the 1, so not the end of the world. Eternal Fire have the orb in the hands of Woxic, an MP9, a couple of them in the hands of Madja and Wakadia. So a lot of onus on Woxic here to find something. It's 5 AKs into the side. Imperial's first buy. What have they got for us? Oh, Phelps going to be met with a nade early. It's probably not the start they would have wanted.
Flash coming round here for Vinny to try and, make some waves. Yes, sir. Big fan of that. Beautiful move. Molotov out, nade response, but a really, really clean opener for Imperial.
No way, holding. Again, not a huge amount being offered up just at the moment. The opening kill going the way of Imperial. They've decided to pump the brakes. Open up a little bit here. Waiting for a chance as well. We're inside of that minute mark with 40 seconds on the clock to work with, and they still want to pop towards B. That's the right call. Eternal Fire rotating away. I don't know what information they've got, but it's the wrong one because they've just left the B side barren. They've over-rotated, they've gambled, and the gamble is not going to pay off because in come Imperial to an empty B site.
Yeah, damn. Eternal Fire maybe thinking that they had, you know, that super smart call. Imperial were just regrouping, ultimately waiting for utility to go down. It's difficult. It's still early on in the game, so I don't think it's the end of the world. It's not a call that's going to cost you loads and loads, and obviously they can buy into the next here, so a little slow of a finish for sure to the round, but I don't think Eternal Fire will be too annoyed with this.
Well, I'm going to look in. I think the tail end would be nice, but Imperial, a freebie of a round off the back of a gamble that just does not pay off for Eternal Fire. I'm not sure what information they got, but somebody miscommunicated. They were maybe starting an exec over towards the A site. It never came. So, a freebie, probably a little bit of a confusing one for Vinny and co, but they'll take them all the same. Round put on the board here as well, where we can see Imperial start to make a little move. What is this T-side going to look like out of them? This is, you know, one of those maps which is probably the only one generally referred to as being any sort of T-sided. That's where Imperial have decided to start here, so they must have some sort of idea. They've got to have some sort of research in the back pocket. Let's take a look and see. Spamming the smoke. It's Descenti to the first, but Eddie kills him with the Molotov.
Okay, that's a little whoopsie. Happens to the best of us. Yeah, no, 1 for 1, not the end of the world. So, we'll see what the next move is from Imperial here. Very early exchange there. Really does not give the game away on both sides, really. Zantares waiting around in dark. That's what they're trying to bolster on the Eternal Fire side of things. But yeah, it feels like a map where they're just trying to get a sense of each other, you know? The Mirage may be a bit more natural, a bit more instinctive for both of the teams. The Anubis, I think because of maybe a lack of information on Eternal Fire, Imperial are a bit more apprehensive and perhaps recognizing that it does get played very, very differently in different parts of the world.
Already, though, making a little move. Trying to bop here as well, and they might just go through the flames. Good spam on the side. There's Phelps going to find Wicadia. Looking for more, and Vinny delivering to. That's the site, and again, it might be the round early. Madra and Zantares, I think they just have to save. And Eternal Fire, these last couple of rounds have been anything but nice for them. They got 1 kill across both of them. It's not good enough. This is looking a little shaky.
Yeah, pretty difficult look. Pretty difficult look, to say the least. It's a weird adjustment that's going to be required, I think, for this. Imperial playing completely differently to Mirage. Really not as forward-facing, not as confident at all. Madja desperately trying to get this kill on the way out. It just escapes him, though. Kind of tedious. He will manage to survive and gets his hands onto an AK, in fact. Zantares also looking for a fight, but Imperial doing a good job of not really giving them those scraps. So the saves do come round from both sides. Imperial looking good, as you said, only losing to 1 player over the past couple of rounds, so really ballooning the economy here.
Yeah, this is really good work, honestly. A lot of credit has to be given to Imperial. They're just taking a lot of confident fights, but also these executes have been kind of nigh on flawless. Granted, one of them was an empty site, but that one there, spam for the smoke for the first, clear the close left by Vinny, perfect, right? There's no complaint at all. No way, spots one, Zantares. Pulls away as he turns his head. It's Khalek, she takes a couple of pop shots. I think that's a Zeus pulled out. It doesn't work. And no way I'll answer back on towards Zantares. This is so scrappy, but it will net them the B site.
Looking good. They'll get that bomb down. Wacadia is here pretty quick. Not much that he can do with just a P2K, though. And Maja with that M4. Probably going to look to save it again. Not really too much to be spoken of here in the final stages. Imperial just looking good and consistent. Sure. Oh, no. Had the opportunity to get the catch. He's robbed of it. Should have had that one. Should have absolutely had that one. That's not a great sign for me as well. You know, little moments like that are going to throw you off your game quite massively. So he has to be able to just not let that affect him. You know, it's ultimately not an important kill. You know, you were more likely than not going to buy into this round anyway. You know, it's not the end of the world, but sometimes players can let that get into their head.
That's it. That's it. Well, another round. Another pretty good one as well. Of course, that one with the sort of investment we had, we're not expecting fireworks, but I mean, we'll take anything really, to be honest. Again, it's one of those things where there's just minimal kind of damage dealt over towards Imperial. I mean, for them, they are in a pretty happy place, all things considered. Oh, try and do something. Henny holding right at the end. I'd actually been given this, you know, the safety of a crosshair, which is normally a bit of a rarity, but anything but safe as a nade comes raining down.
Oh, that is such a weird fight. Wacadia heard the flash coming in, instinctively kind of turns away. Actually ended up being behind him anyway. Oh, yeah, that is a rough one. Calix does manage to find a clean frag there at range. I think they'll kind of confirm the position of two players off the back of that. Oh, and Vinny going to lose his life as well. This now gets interesting.
It felt like a really good chance, right? Kills on both sides of the map. They could have just barreled it anywhere and just used the numbers, but you know, the fight, locks it. The nade might just do it, though. And it will. Phelps gets caught. Calix will catch Decent T on the move. And the AWP now for all to do. Henny, bit of magic needed from you in this 1 versus 3. Now turned 1 versus 2. With 35 seconds is a chance. Got the bomb on his back. Doesn't need to rush just yet. The only thing that worries me is he has no information about what these setups look like towards the site. And he has 1 flash. So a bit of individual magic absolutely needed. But they're going to stick around to mid-aggression, essentially just because of the quick rotates.
Yeah, I was going to say the rotations are quite quick. If they'd managed to jump the gun, take the guess, take the 50-50, they may well have gotten ahead of him here. Oh, he's clearing as many angles as possible. Did he just spot a shoulder there? I think he did. The run-in as well will deny the bomb plant away. And Henny arguably playing, you know, too passive, too safe, but it's easy to say when we've got all the information. All the same, really big round for Eternal Fire to just keep them in the running of the early stage into map 2.
Yeah, at least keeping this, you know, a close game, right? This is the big thing. You know, we saw this happen on Mirage back and forth in this first half, and a real kind of conversation was opening up, but now we are seeing again at least some response out of Eternal Fire. It still feels for the most part they've been playing catch up. They've been trying to really get a grasp hold of this Imperial side who can run away, and they probably should have in that round. Let's not kind of beat around the bush here. That was a 5v3 which they just sort of overfaced. All they had to do there was play the numbers game, just play for the trades, and they probably would have been absolutely fine, but too many individual fights, too many opportunities given away towards Eternal Fire. And I'm sure I'm kind of expecting Zach to be mentioning exactly that. It's a tough round to lose because it basically already felt like it was confirmed in place. And over fights, men it slipped away, and before you know it, here's where we find ourselves in a very interesting sort of dilemma, I guess you could say, of Imperial having to now dip deep back into the pockets and make sure they don't allow Eternal Fire to start spiraling. The big thing, I guess you could say, that's a positive is with that round being won, but at kind of a somewhat expensive rate, it does mean Eternal Fire do have to go big in terms of the reinvestment. To lose this round, especially with a little bit less of a loss bonus, will mean Imperial can break their economy once again. So this is an important one for the Brazilians.
Early utility out here from Imperial. See what they're going to do with it. It's general mid control, but no one really following up with it, you know? They will now start to move forwards and clear the angles out. Get that mid control. Keep it simple. Try and work from there. Slow but sure, the utility gets better and deeper. Calix out of action for a split second here, but it is just the one player that's lurking around towards mid. And generally speaking, what you do with mid control is you try and crunch on towards A, but they're headed B. And at the moment, Eternal Fire are setting up for an A hit. May well sacrifice a player here as Antares has taken a risky push down canals. Not going to spot anyone. He's a little bit suspect. So Maja more ready for the B hit than perhaps they were expecting. They've also used most of their utility getting that fake mid control. So now retaking control of B is going to be difficult. You got two players in on the flank and everybody is just falling here on this Imperial side. Eternal Fire, thanks to Xantares' push, gets so much info and the kills just come easy.
Really good information gathering from him and a flawless round as well to lock it in place. It's 2 for him, 2 for Maja, leading by example. And a perfect round. You have no complaints out of that. Not even taking a point of damage for Eternal Fire. That is a beaut. Really is. And that's what you want to see, right? You want to see the Eternal Fire side back themselves. And Torres in particular. You know, he's the guy we highlighted for Eternal Fire coming in towards this game. That's exactly why. That push is delectable. And yeah, Imperial's had no idea about it. So a lead taken here. And one which is really going to force a lot of pressure onto the shoulders. All that econ, those funds built up for Imperial now going to be exhausted here. It will in fact require Noe dipping in towards a Galil. Ramboos going to come through. Henny trying to drop in towards water quickly. That is so risky. He's going to get away with it. Met with a nade, taking a hell of a lot of damage, but still alive somehow.
Yeah, lucky to be so. Eternal Fire starting to take back control of the game then, looking very, very good. Calix ready for the fight as Descenti goes flying, quite literally, through the smoke. An advantage once again for the Turkish team. Should be able to work with this from here. Henny on that low HP as mentioned previously, so yeah, looking very good here.
Swing and a miss from No Way. Calix will catch him. Great reaction. As Vinny looks to close himself, but he gets caught by Arcadia. First kill on the board for him. He's actually been a little bit quiet this series, but he is a real star in his own right. You know, we've spoken a lot about the youngsters over towards kind of No Way and Descenti, but Arcadia himself is a real magic man when he gets going. Last man. Now Phelps desperately tucking his tail between his legs. He tries to keep hold of this AK-47, but I don't know if he's going to be given the luxury. Calix is, he's lurking. Smelling blood in the water. And you've got 30 seconds to either try and survive or go down before the end of time. It's not going to be easy. I wouldn't be surprised if Eternal Fire start looking as well. They may as well. They've got enough money. And the only reason you really wouldn't is that if they just so desperately want to keep hold of AKs. They've got 4, right? Across the board on the CT side. It's the only reason they wouldn't, if they're just so hopeful they can keep hold of some AK-47s. But I personally would hunt here to try and get rid of the AK. It's not going to be the case, so Phelps will keep hold of what he's got. It's a silver lining, but it's a bad situation for Imperial. From a good start to now a poor, middling part of this first half, where it's now Eternal Fire 2 rounds ahead.
And looking good while doing it as well. You know, that last round is obviously testament to it, but the run back, as it were, has been pretty clean, I would say. So we'll try and keep this together on the Eternal Fire side of things, is what they say. Should be able to do it here, as it is a half bite down the middle. A hero AK, of course, but not like it was an active choice. Arcadia, surely the shadow spotted a little bit there. Phelps waiting patiently for this push, but he still loses his life to the fight. No one around to support him. Nade goes in. It's not going to find any damage, but it will blow that AK away. So that's certainly something that Imperial might struggle to find in the future.
Waiting. I get a chance here. Calix just jiggling on the corner. Not over facing, but a treacherous situation is round that corner. He does have the support. And it's Magic going to find one of his own as Vinny will drop. The rifle's still trying to work it. Make something out of this, but again, numbers are dwindling and so are the chances. Smoke will come through without giving the cross. Madrid is going to be tested, so at the very least a chance, but surely should come up trumps. And yeah, Wakadia's going to get both, in fact. Maybe the third as well, just to add insult to injury, but it's a running Tech 9 that'll clothesline him. But in a 1v5 to a 1v4, our expectations are tempered. A tag on towards Antares, but that's all it is. A ton of fire, 6-3. I mean, already probably a very good half by our standards.
Yeah, to be fair, CT side, right? You don't expect them to do as well, so pretty good showing thus far. Timeout coming round from the Imperial side of things. Bit of chit-chat to sort it out, because this is getting slightly out of hand. You want to, at the very least, keep it as close as possible on the T side, right? Things might flip over. Your CT side might look good, but regardless of what sidedness it is and arguments to be made about that and how certain teams play around it, the big thing is getting the damn rounds, you know? So if they are able to get themselves up to 9 here, it really would be scary. Buy is coming in. It's Phelps that we look towards here, who's probably going to be on something a bit weaker. It is just a Galil, so workable. No head armor, though. I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of that. I was expecting more of a Mac 10.
We'll see. Let's see what Punish has done. Sometimes we mention it and then it doesn't make a difference in the grand scheme, but it could here. Vinny, my God, Blind gonna get one. Wakadi, you're gonna fall. Aggression stepped up for Imperial and it's working. 2v4 now.
So fast into this, and it's really, really worked out, like you say. I'm curious to see what the rest of Eternal Fire can do. Madja trying to get some good timing. He does onto one, but he is spotted early enough into this, traded early enough into this. Oxic, do you even necessarily want to go for it, right? They do have that cash available. He's feeling confident in himself. Wants an automatic weapon. Whereabouts is it? Can't spot it just yet, so he's going to stick with the AWP. There's the AK. Finds himself a better chance here, maybe with this change in weaponry. Smoke comes round. That's going to block his view of both of these players, unfortunately. So not looking too good. He's making all the noise now. In he goes. Oh, Molotov messed up ever so slightly. I think that was supposed to go on the bomb, so he's allowed to get the pressure in. It doesn't matter. Henny deletes him, and Imperial find themselves back through with a round.
Yeah, maybe a little bit closer than it should have been at the tail end, just because of how it started, but in the end, you know, we'll kind of come back on the age-old saying of a round is a round. We don't care, right? All that Imperial care about themselves is just building up a little bit of a portfolio at the tail end of this half. Things were looking at one point very dicey. I mean, even 6-3 in itself, you can make very good arguments to say 6 rounds on the CT side of Anubis isn't bad. It's absolutely something that most teams at this level would be more than happy with. On a map, and probably the only map which is considered T-side or at least close to. Pushing through main here. They're going aggro. They get very aggro. No way hears this. And he's going to dip back. Take a little bit of a step away as he doesn't want to overface just yet.
Tense round, this one, isn't it? Both teams need it. Eternal Fire already a map down, so they need to look good moving into the second half. Can't give any room to Imperial. Wakadia, ahead of the flash! And he finds the double kill. They're unable to trade him. What a move.
Ooh, response. Twice that's happened, by the way. They've pop flashed through a smoke into his main, and Wakadia has just been so close he's avoided it. Woxic, however, will not avoid that one. Flash of his own coming down as he's desperately trying to stay alive here. And No Way just eating the flashes, doesn't care. Knows his position alone, are going to put the pressure on. Oh, moving around, Woxic, nice shot. And he gets in towards backside, so he's got some safety. 2v4, surely now unlosable for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, they're ready for Descenti here, aren't they? Surely. Let's get it done. Henny trying to draw attention, get a shot out of Woxic. Unfortunately, he gets what he wants. It just lands straight in his chest. 3 seconds, nothing Descenti can do, so he will just save the AK and hand the round across. Maybe it's a tendency, you know, maybe it is a common move, a common protocol that it's like, okay, the smoke's gone down, we maybe know that there's some presence behind it, let's go for a quick burst through it, you know. As you say, it is something that's happened a couple times now.
Do you know what?
Yeah, really, really well positioned by.
I think it's one of those things as well where I guess for last time they pot flash through, but Wakadia, of course, playing up close again. He avoids the flash entirely, but Phelps still swung through the smoke. He was actually more blind than Wakadia was and one-tapped him. So a bit of fortune maybe gave them some false reassurances, you know what I mean? So they go for it again, and that time it works not in their favor. Spotted on the jiggle there. Molotov comes down to stop them pushing forward, but they're going to keep going.
Lovely find here from Madja to open things up. Looking good for Eternal Fire. Aggressive from Imperial. It worked last time out. Not going to work this time, though. Vinny remains alone. Can't find the double kill. He's robbed in the end. Still had 3 more that he needed to get through in total. 8-4 at the 10.5 from a CT side. Really, really good on Anubis. Should be enough, you would feel, for Eternal Fire. But Imperial will look to take it in 2. See you after the break.
Hey Future Pros! Running into B site on Anubis without util can feel a little rough. So here's a couple of smokes you can throw from the same position to help with that. To throw the standard left side smoke, get in line with this brick. Aim in the middle of this brick and hold mouse 1 and mouse 2, then jump throw the smoke. This will cover off the left side of site. If you prefer a temple smoke instead, using the same starting position, aim at the top of the wall in line with this brick. Then simply throw the smoke. This will block off that pesky temple angle. If you throw either of these smokes, you might as well get some flashes off to help your teammates enter into the site too. To throw these flashes, aim at the top corner of this brick and jump throw. I hope this helps with your B takes, as you will need all the help you can get.
Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. Second half here getting underway. Anubis actually going really well for Eternal Fire, I have to say. I don't know the last time that I've seen a CT side do that well in sort of a tournament of this caliber. You know, usually it is all down to the T side. Sometimes you get, an outmatched Anubis team, an unfamiliar team on the map, but at the end of the day, it never really does that well for the CT side.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think this is a series that maybe felt initially like it had 3 maps written all over it, and right now that's exactly the case we're getting here. Imperial need a real good showing in this second half if they want a chance. Let's take a look and see whether that is going to be the case. No way for first. Bad, needing more, but it gets head ripped off by Wacadia.
Phelps on the duel, he's up close here. Oh, kind of baiting his teammate out a little bit. So back into an even situation. Meanwhile, the bomb itself is actually headed towards A. I think they're becoming quickly aware of this fact, but they're not going to be able to deny the bomb plant at the very least. And, you know, now you lack information. Where are they going? How do they move? And what do I expect? Vinny in for the first, looking for another. Oh, nearly close to it. It's Majorin at middle that finds the big kill. All going to be down to Phelps. Picking up the pace, trying to isolate some 1v1s before they're able to group up together. The Julies have done well for him thus far. Perfect range here. Clean frag. 1v1, not a lot of time though. Zantari's just trying to waste it round the corner he goes, and that's got to be the round. Nothing that Phelps can do from here to get the defuse and stop the death, etc. Eternal Fire, pick up the pistol, looking good for the third map.
Yeah, nicely done. Nicely done. This is going to give them so much comfort and security to start off the half. And like you said, right, already start to push towards that third map. Getting ever closer now. There won't really be, I assume, any sort of buyout of Imperial here, because they just won't have anything to really bring to the table. Going to have kind of 2K across the board for the most part. It's not worth the force, in my opinion. They are going to go for it. It's such a risk here. You lose this, and Eternal Fire can spiral all the way up to within kind of reaching distance of the map itself. But I guess that's such a deficit too, right? You can make the arguments for why not take a risk? You've got nothing to lose. You're in such a hole right now if you are Imperial. 5 rounds down. Why not try and make something out of this? But it will prolong that full true buy out for yourself. Eternal Fire, double AK, double Mac 10, and a Galil. Not too shabby to work with. Here's a double scout set up for Imperial. There's no way he joins Henny. What have they got to work with it?
Dangerous kind of move from Eternal Fire, I have to be honest. All of them grouped up like this, not wasting any time at all. That 5-7 can be deadly. Oh, it's so close, isn't it, for him to just eliminate the entire attack. The rotation is here quite quickly. AK swaps hands there. They're just waiting for the smoke to go down before making a move. It's going to be replenished, however. I think we just have to go through it, fellas. Scout to lead the way. MP9 dealt with quickly. Calyx looking clean. 15 kills for him, in fact, so very, very clean. 10th round for Eternal Fire. A slim window for Imperial, but they couldn't make it work in that round. It's now going to be 11 more likely than not for the Turkish boys. Yeah, this feels like a third map.
It does. It absolutely does. I mean, this, you know, you hate to say it, off the back of what was a really good kind of response out of Imperial and a rush of really good kind of map number 1 where they really got to kind of flex their assets a little bit. This has been anything but. They just never got going. They've never been able to build up any of that consistency. There's no kind of long-term form being put up for the side. And for Eternal Fire, they're not really breaking a sweat. Anubis has been very clean. And we said that this is a map in which is pretty even on paper in the sense of Imperial play it a lot, but Eternal Fire, their reps have been very good and the results have been very good. But it is just one of those things of, yes, Imperial play this a hell of a lot, but I think it's just the caliber of opponents that Eternal Fire have played and won. You know, the phase game in particular is the one I kind of call back to, which just shows what they're all about. They have a very good understanding of the timings and the rotations on this map, and they're just using that to their advantage. 10-4. This one feels like a little bit of a throwaway, and MP9 is all they've got to work with. But let's see. Anything in the locker? Zantara says no. And so he'll get one of his own. The MP9 at least answers back. Okay, a couple of kills isn't terrible. 1v2. Nearly. More expensive than we would have assumed.
Wow,
considering it was just an MP9.
How does it come that close? Goodness gracious. Okay. Big round here, though. Can Imperial stay alive? Or, indeed, is it going to be a checkout on this map? Is it all down to that third? We're about to find out if they can put up a bit of a CT side. It will be Inferno as our decider. You can see there off in the top right if maybe this is one of your first forays into the broadcast. Start of every round, it'll tell you quite cleanly, in fact. So, Imperial, pretty strong buy from them. No complaints there. Only the one kit, maybe, is something that I don't quite like, but they should absolutely be able to work with this. They've got ideas for that utility. Wacadia. Cheeky as you like. Flash over the top. Phelps not going to be blinded by it, but he still might get away. A bit of something here. In he goes. The train. The wall, I suppose you'd call it, of smokes. But for him, it's a tunnel to CT. He's just off on a journey here.
I can't believe this. I thought he did step at one point, but it seems like he didn't. This is an incredible move. And because he's going to get so much information over towards his A site, I mean, he is the win factor in this round. He's got to catch at least one I've got. There is no way in hell that Imperial are going to expect this, and he should be able to line up a couple. There's going to be one below and one to the right. He plays Trigger Discipline. He can get both, and he will. Beautiful. My God. Wacadia single-handedly won this round with a brilliant move, sneaking through the smoke. And when Imperial watch that back on the demo or the VOD, they're going to be sick to your stomach. They're calling for a save already.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you do, to be honest? He just completely kicked out of the round by Wacadia. The kills are one thing, but it's just the position that he's got, and you never know who else is going to be in there, right? So, yeah, really well played to get him in. That must be a little pocket strat, potentially, or maybe it's just a move that felt right at the time. Hard to tell. He will go down. Mini hunting here for these frags. Any kill's going to be good that they can take away. Toxic for 2, and now it's no way. Indeed, overwhelmed. Really well finished from Eternal Fire as well.
Yeah,
a perfect round.
Complain. You can't complain at all. That is exactly why Eternal Fire are, such a revered side at the high level. I mean, that is a beaut. Again, so much credit towards Wacadia. What a round out from him. Like we said, the series has moments where he's been, just a little bit quiet, not exactly himself, but I think that round alone basically confirms how good this guy can be. 12-4. This is looking like curtains already. Quad FAMAS buy is all that Imperial can bring to the table with 1M4 to work with. Is there anything left in the tank for Imperial, who have really not shown up to play so far? Now or never, boys. And it needs to be a long old road to recovery, too.
Quiet start into the round. Just the one smoke laid down thus far. Eternal Fire trying to see what they can get away with. Oh, and a lovely two-man move. Just bait and switch. And, I mean, they both worked beautifully. The 1-2. Absolute perfection. Wacadia holding the extremities here. But I think it looks like it is over here, folks, to be honest with you. Another kill coming round. Henny will trade one back, but it's going to need a huge hero play from him. They're on the way. They know where he's at. They've got a man flanking in as well. Nice find onto camera, to be fair to him. He's heard the steps behind him, but he's overwhelmed eventually. No way. Man of the hour, 3 and 13 at the moment. Struggling for sure. Down he will go. Eternal Fire make mincemeat out of Imperial. Business as usual, looking to take it in 3. We'll catch you on Inferno.
Do you like CSGO skins?
They're okay.
The first weapons cases were a little too new wave for my taste. Case hardened, death by kitty. But when Operation Phoenix came out in 2014, I think the Asimov really came into its own, commercially and artistically. The whole collection has a clear, crisp color pattern and a new sheen of consummate professionalism that gives the skins a big boost. They've been compared to the print stream, but I think Asimovs carry a more gritty, complementary sense of style.
Hey, Harry.
Yes, Chad?
Why are there mouse pads all over the floor? Do you have an event on? A LAN party or something?
No, Chad.
Is that a raincoat?
Yes, it is! In 2018, Valve released this. The Danger Zone case, the Asimov's latest and greatest addition to the collection. I think their undisputed masterpiece is the AK-47, a weapon so necessary that most people don't even think about it. But they should, because it's not just about the pleasures of conformity and the importance of full buy rounds. It's a personal statement about your inventory value itself. Hey, Chad. Try making a reservation with Doja now, you stupid fucking caster!
Jet setter, high class, high fashion. No time to talk, no distractions. Affection, never met anyone else like me. If you're searching, I'll be in the VIP. VIP. It's all in the acronym. A very important person is coming in, and there's nowhere in the world I haven't been. If you don't understand, let me tell you again. I know my place and I come first. You wanna live like this, get to work. It's all a race and I come first. That's got that style. Everyone is looking at me, they be staring for a while. Who said money can't make me happy? I called the bluff, but they thought they had me. And if they think they could ever get past me, I built my wall, this designer Versace. I bet you never met anyone else like me. If you're searching, I'll be in the VIP. It's all in the acronym. A very important person is coming in, and there's nowhere in the world I haven't been. If you don't understand, let me tell you again. I know my place and I come first. You wanna live like this, get torn. It's all a race and I come first. I take it all, it's what I deserve. I know my place and I come first. It's all a race and I come first. I take it all, it's what I deserve.
There we go. Hello. Welcome back, people. Yeah. So, what we were talking about was map number 2 wasn't what you wanted to see out of Imperial. Let's not, let's be kind to them. That's the best way of putting it. They didn't show up. There was not a lot that we can sit here and say, hey, this is a positive note. Fundamentally speaking, it was a very good showing out of the Ton of Fire. That's what we wanted to see. I think they didn't really get to show what they're all about in towards map number 1, but they did in map number 2. They got to flex those muscles. They got to say why we are, number 7 ranked team in the world right now, why we are a solidified tier 1 team, where Imperial are a bit more of a fringe entry onto that list, so to say. And it does now make this third map all the more exciting, right? We're heading on towards a map which statistically is very good for both of these teams. And also another thing is always both play a fairly decent amount as well. So I think all things considered, very, very much looking forward to this one, despite the map itself. Let's take a look at our sort of MVP off the back of that one. It was Calix. There was a lot to like about this guy, man. He really stepped up in a big way.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking really, really good. Had some great moments, particularly within that first half. It felt like they kind of just send him in as a player, to pick up pieces, to fill gaps. But within the game there on Anubis, it felt like he was a bit more free and indeed finding success from a bit more of an entry position as well, you know? So really, really impressive from Calix. Not a player that you generally expect to be doing that. It's generally a Zentaras or a Woxic, Anubis, a little less AWP heavy, particularly on that T side than some of the other maps in the pool. So I think Calix was able to just say, you know, I'm feeling good about this one. First few rounds opened up quite nice for him, and he rolled from there.
Yeah, he really did flex his muscles as well. When you start to run through some of these highlights, you can see exactly how, right? This is a guy who was more than happy to take fights, but he was actually so influential time and time again, causing a lot of problems over towards Imperial. And actually in the early part of this game, where it was, you know, a little bit back and forth, you know, we kind of saw that 3-4, 4-4 scoreline. You got to really see what we like out of Calix, which is him actually just taking a little bit of control, taking the kind of the timing of the round by the reins. That's what makes this guy quite special. He's actually very good at kind of realizing where the weaknesses of his opponents kind of are, and kind of stepping up to make a big difference. And we're hoping that he can do more of the same on towards Inferno. Inferno is one of those maps where you can play with the timings a little bit. You can start to, you know, work a lot in terms of rotations, and that is what Calix does very well. On the other side, one thing that I want to bring up is probably something that is tough to talk about because we highlighted them off the back of map number 1. We highlighted the 2 youngsters over towards Imperial, Decent T and No Way, right? And talking about, you know, obviously in a very positive way about them because they had a very, very good showing. It wasn't the case. Map number 2, they really struggled to get going. They really struggled to find any form at all. And both of them were the 2 lowest rated players. No Way 3 and 14, Decent T 5 and 14. So as much as they're win factors, at times they can also kind of be lose factors as well, right? If they can't find their form, if they can't find any kills, they're kind of up in the air a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there is that fact, of course. I think it comes down to sort of a lack of experience as well from those 2 players, in particular No Way, who, again, we're looking at this guy. He's very impressive, but he's a player that comes in with like no experience at pro play before this team. So it's certainly something I think if it's difficult for him to get into a map, same with Decenti, really. A little bit more experience for him, of course, been playing since 2020, but all the same, I think that both these guys in unfamiliar spots when it comes to playing from behind, when it comes to this is not what we were expecting, or indeed just a slow start as an individual, it can be very, very tough. You just feel like you're not winning fights. You try and approach them in the same way, and you just get frustrated, you know, and CS is very much a mental game. So that's something that, yeah, we've got to keep an eye out for and hope for the side of Imperial that hopefully neither of them goes missing, but definitely not both.
Yeah, no, I think exactly that. You know, we can give them the caveat of them, you know, young and experienced, especially on this kind of large international stage. But it is a real issue at times where for Imperial, it has been one of those slightly more consistent things. Of course, you can always kind of back the likes of a Phelps to step up, or the likes of a Henny, even Vinny has his moments, in all fairness. But yeah, man, I mean, it is one of those things where the 2 main sources of firepower, if they can get nullified quite quickly, a little worrying. And on the other side, one man who did step up, obviously we spoke about Calix, but Cadia, I mean, that one round in particular where he just snuck on through, wrapped all the way, got that trigger discipline double kill, won the round individually and broke the mental over towards Imperial. I mean, that is, you know, a youngster stepping up on a kind of the big stage and, you know, stepping up to the play in a home run, right? Really good performance out of him. Very solid when he was called upon. Very good impact. I'm hoping we get more of the same. Map number 3, ladies and gents, is about to come up. You know, it's an absolute shame that we have to head towards Inferno because the map is terrible. But this instance, I can maybe let it slide. They say all good best of 3s are decided on Inferno, and this has been a great best of 3 so far. So hoping for more of the same.
What I will say, I think in recent months, we have seen Inferno filtered out a little more. True. I think that's one of the things as well that adds into the, oh, I don't like Inferno, it's one of the worst maps, is the fact that, especially for us in the tier 2, well, I'd say maybe 50, 60% of the series we were on at one point, especially towards the start of this year, Inferno was in there somewhere. So, you know, it can be a pretty boring map if you just keep casting it. I, for one, I'm looking forward to something maybe a bit different out of these teams. We'll see. In towards Banana comes the aggression. Eternal Fire scaring away Imperial's initial hold, but not going much deeper than that. Taking a pause to get some utility down, but there is a return Molotov. It's going to split them up. Phelps has found the first head. It's worked pretty beautifully here for Imperial. The flank coming round from behind looks good to me. 3 remaining, getting slowly tapped down. Phelps in for another. He will eventually fall, but they're not quite ready for that second player. Still able to deal with him. And the bomb at the back end of the train trying to keep the CTs guessing. He made it look like he was going A, but in fact, he will move towards B.
2v3. What have you got for us, Eternal Fire? Wants the play. And Tara's going to stick up closer. The real worrying thing is just how low Arcadia is. Any sort of a body shot, any sort of a tag on towards him, and he is dead, just like that. So it makes you feel like a lot of this comes down to Xantares. But again, no way he's not exactly healthy as he's tucked in towards dark. Xantares, how does he swing this? Is it a classic namesake peek? Kind of. But it's so messy. Oh, it's so messy. Vinny will find Arcadia. The bomb's surely not given the luxury of going down here, and bye-bye. No way he sees it off, just tucks his head back sight. So that is a better response out of Imperial. That's what we wanted to see out of this side. And off the back of a pretty lackluster map number 2, that's how you can come in towards a map 3 and just forget about it immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. A really great start from them. And it felt like Eternal Fire really did not have much of a way into that round. Yeah, Xantares, rough. Either way, Eternal Fire, without the bomb plants, they opt to go for a force. Not the most common move, to be fair. A lot of teams like to eco get the AKs out early, but they fancy themselves on the Mac 10s.
Let's see. MP9 up close could do just as much damage with deep banana smoke as well. They've surely got to expect somebody close. In they come. Vinny, one pistol pulled out as well, but he's probably a dead man in this position. And there's no need to trade really, or no need to get too giddy because there's a big flank happening. Oh, Henny had a chance. He stuffed his lines. That was a prime opportunity for a free kill.
That is really rough for him. The MP9 maybe letting him down slightly, but the damage that he's done might work. I don't know. A really weird turn of affairs here from Imperial. You've got a flank coming in, but then the guy at car just sort of sacrifices his teammate, throws a smoke down. We'll see. I don't know that it's going to have too much of a negative effect here. Double spray down for No Way, and the MP9 of Descenti wins that fight. That is a strange battle from the door into Underpass, not one that you see very often. But Imperial will manage to weather that storm.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think, just a sigh of relief. That was potentially a little concerning, a little worrying, especially when this flank doesn't pay off. I think he just gets just a little giddy, right? He kind of, sees all the bodies, sees the opportunities, and then kind of panics. Not so much panics, just kind of already thinking he's got the kills before he has, and was a little bit of a sleep at the wheel, but in the end, doesn't matter. Imperial 2-0 start. And of course, with Eternal Fire going for a force buy, it will mean they cannot bring a lot to the table here in round number 3. Another deep smoke, and probably another expectation out of Eternal Fire that somebody is close. Eternal Fire, they don't really have anything to work with to try and push them out from this spawner shot as Arcadia falls. And that's probably going to be the case for the round. Just pick them off one by one.
Henny chilling on the corner here. Looking to close things out before it even really gets going. MP9 flies it. Only one. It is the Julies poured up on the eco round. Certainly interesting to see, but in the end, there's not much coming for Eternal Fire. So just going through the motions here. Winning out the pistol. A little bit of a hectic force buy in the previous, but looking good for Imperial. 3-0 start and good potential for them to really, really expand this lead.
Couple of kills taken, the consolations. They're not going to make a big difference, all things considered. There will be an AWP in play here if Eternal Fire wants it. Walks got about $6,000, and he is going to pick it up. So AWP out for him. What AK alongside. He's met with a flash early and a nade as well. Not exactly the best welcome. Present, oh my god, a second nade. Nearly does all the damage needed to see him off. My god. So early into the round, Woxic left very, very vulnerable.
Again, though, goes back down to the neutral game. Eternal Fire drop back. Looking for some A pressure. It's Descenti trying to find timing. Wicadia, though, that was all a part of his plan. Get the smoke out and bait the peak from the apartments. Thank you very much for the freebie, he says. Meanwhile, Banana, the next area of contention. No way on the edge of the smoke. Got to be very careful from here. This could get problematic. However, he is indeed confident in this position, at least for one. But we're going to need multiple out from him. It is only the one before he gets traded. Not going to be enough for my money. 40 seconds and not much control for Eternal Fire. That's about all Imperial have here.
Yeah, I mean, time is ticking. They've got to start making the decision. Henny spotted some information himself. Molotov will meet him towards corner. And the thing is, he's the only one towards the side, but they're going to continue looking over towards A. Maybe a chance here. Just as smoke comes up towards long. Damage dealt. One more backside as well with an AUG. What can Vinny do? The first offering up, and he'll deliver. Looks for a second, he'll get it. And the third as well, they're lining up. Low HP, and the trade will come through from Phelps. That's beautiful. Imperial continue this streak 4-0. And Eternal Fire just do not expect that second man in the open.
Looking good for Imperial here, I have to say. Hitting the ground running on Inferno. We've got a timeout coming in, I would assume, from the Turkish side. Wow. Yeah, they will be kicking themselves. There's the man himself. Vinny on the AUG in pit. I mean, he is an absolute criminal from that position, bro. When we had the last dance, as it were, this was his spot, this was his map. And that was most certainly his gun. So we'll see if he continues to impress from that.
Let's see. Yeah, 4-0 though. Really nice work. Really good to see. We are seeing Eternal Fire pressure on the shoulders a little bit. This T-side looking anything but bountiful. Aero AK is what they're going to work with in the hands of Zantares. Probably wouldn't have it any other way. They need a bit of magic from him here. This is a low to half bite for the T-side. So one plan will be lobbing. Zantares is going to go through that. Flames there, boosting up. No way, was O2 ready for it. A double nade to come behind to catch Wicadia. This is beautiful. Imperial, they've done their research, absolutely.
Looking so damn good here, sir. Really, really impressive stuff, and long may it continue. Vinny, a complete switch up in position for him, by the way. Looking for a little bit more slowly round the corner. They will come, and in strikes Vinny on his trusty AUG. 4K for him. And he will stick with it, of course. 5 in a row here from Imperial.
Can't blame him. Always one of those guns. Of course, it went through those big changes when it was that and the Krieg were kind of meta. And obviously now, it's not used, you know, nearly as much as it probably should be. It's still very, very good, but it's only kind of primarily good unscoped. Yeah, nicely done. Really nicely done. He's still got it. 9 kills to his name. A whale of a time with it. Eternal Fire back into the buy. Phelps, I do love this, but Zantares is aware, but he wasn't. I think just the peak of the plume of that Molotov, he just couldn't see. And Phelps getting away with murder. How is he even still alive?
Absolutely criminal. And he, meanwhile, on the AWP. Got to be careful. Yeah, Wicadia ready for him. A weird sort of angle to deal with. Descenti, meanwhile.
What's happening?
He's gotten in behind.
All behind each other.
Just ridiculousness in this round. And Descenti changes up position. Madja might just drop to him, you know. I don't think the timing's quite going to be there, but they still have to clear out that whole angle. Meanwhile, rotations have come round towards the A-bomb site. They're pretty certain of an A hit. Wicadia creeping in behind enemy lines, but a 4x3 business. He will be traded instantly. So it's still a man advantage just about for Imperial. Meanwhile, Eternal Fire, like, where has this guy gone? Harry Houdini in the server, and Descenti, I don't think they're going to expect him here at all.
This round's been wild. 3 different flanks happening kind of simultaneously. How ridiculous, but it has still now left the B side, at least at the exact moment, vulnerable. A rotation coming over no way, going to double back. There's no Utah though, unless there's a smoke drop CT, which is a pretty common thing for the tier 1 teams, but doesn't seem to be the case. He's going to be just playing contact, going to play fight it. It might just work. There's the first, not quite the second. Major will trade. Bomb will go down. He's just about got enough time for that. He should hit the banana player and a drop Molotov to deny his rotation.
All right, we'll see.
Oh.
Aja, okay, doesn't get it off the ground. Trying to get himself into a spicy position. Denied that chance, unfortunately. 6 in a row here. The Brazilians taking over the game. Eternal Fire has yet to show up. What a response this is from Imperial after that second map. Eternal Fire, they've already taken a timeout. Maybe another one required here. This is going wild.
This game is looking very, very good if you are Imperial, but that one particularly was a little scrappy, a little weird. Again, at the end, do you really care? No, all right? You know, rounds are being put on the board. It's a 6-0 start, and Imperial are well on track here, taking a 2-1 in the series. Eternal Fire having back-to-back losses to start Pro League was not on the bingo list. Not on our kind of, at least expectations. We kind of saw Imperial, you know, when we spoke about this just prior to the event. A dark horse, absolutely. Eternal Fire, it felt like a surefire thing to see them in towards the playoffs. And at the moment, they're on track to going down to that kind of last chance saloon. In that lower bracket.
Decenti round the corner here. Oh, flash comes in. It failed. It hit him, I think. Oh, no, it bounced off the wall. Either way, not going to plan at all. Henny in behind on the site. So much damage done. No scope at range. We love those. Any more from Henny? No. He's denied the chance, and what an explosive round for Eternal Fire to win.
I thought for a second he might get another. It's not to be, unfortunately, but it will be a first on the board for Eternal Fire. So needed for them. Absolutely need to start chaining a couple together at the tail end of this half. There's no two ways about it. Yeah, like you said, that missed flash, really, really unfortunate. Probably gets at least one, you'd want to say, just for the fact of them being blind. But the fact that they weren't, he just swings into his own demise. So a good first round on the board for Eternal Fire. Maybe comes with a bit of fortune, but you take them all the same. And they find a bit of consistency. Looks like they want to go quick here. No way. There's a wine bottle to the face with that Molotov. And he has to kind of reluctantly give up a lot of control towards top B, but they're actually not going to really take it. They're going to fall off.
Minute and 20 left on the clock. Eternal Fire looking again to play a bit faster, it feels like. Grouped up behind this smoke. Ready to burst. Not much presence around from Imperial, it has to be said. Just more gathering information. Beautiful nade from Phelps. That is really, really big. 100 damage easily. Plus, I think. Really solid.
Goes just a little quiet. In a 5v5 with under a minute to work with, they're going to head back to B. No way in Vinny here to meet them with just one Molotov to try and deny. And it looks like for the CT side, they're not even, you know, jiggling for information. They're waiting off a sound cue or a bit of U-turn. That might just do it. Vinny's the one with the Molotov. Waiting for his chance, and in it comes now, surely. Molotov on towards double boost on second. Orange of no way is burning to a crisp. Vinny hasn't given away his position on the rotate, though. Arcadia will get caught.
Vinny still hidden away, waiting patiently. I mean, the Molotov could be big here, actually. Calix, just gets the digits in, but it costs him his life, and the smoke will go down at the perfect time for Vinny to capitalize. Love it when a plan comes together. However, it's not quite finished just yet. Maja can't get it done, and Woxic overwhelmed from behind. Imperial answer back immediately. Number 7 for them here.
Another, you know, Vinny masterclass again, right? Really good round on this guy. Continuing to make that org ever prevalent. Single-handedly bringing it back. I gotta give him his respects. Nicely done, though. The Molotov and kind of spray wombo combo is a beaut, right? You can just see Vinny so confident in taking fights now, quite literally leading by example, not only in the stats department with 13-4, but the calls have been excellent too. 7-1. Imperial, this is a stellar CT side already. And there's plenty more rounds to be played here. Concerning times if you're Eternal Fire. For a side that used to be very good on this map. I say used to be, you are very good on this map. Looking anything but right now.
Poor Phelps spotting the back end of a player. That's lucky. Yeah. That's lucky. You got to feel for Wicadia on that one. That is getting CS'd, absolutely.
Trade too, right? That's the big thing. I mean, there was a bit of a crossfire there, but they just missed the timing.
It's unfortunate, but it's the way it goes. Oh, guys. Rough attempt at the boost. Thankfully, there's nobody around to, you know, capitalize or necessarily even hear it. Still, not a good look. Moving in towards B, going to be difficult. There is a classic CT smoke at the moment that might be able to deal with the boost, but it's a question of whether they get that down. It looks like they want to try and burst aggressively. They're going to send it. Madja, big kill from him. However, Vinny up top, again, ready for this hit. Trades things out, keeps the advantage, buys time for those rotations, keeps on doing the damage. Currently doing no wrong. Phelps trying to spam away. Nothing coming for him. Got to be careful not to lose his life, but this retake looks pretty good to me.
Vantara low. So is Phelps. So is Vinny. A chance both ways, and it feels like this first fight going to really give it all. No util for the T side. A flank coming through as well. One smoke for Phelps to work with. And Vinny leading the charge with the AK in hand, looking to swing, looking to find, will find one. Look where the second of the trade will work, 1v2, and as Calyx now thrusting himself into the 1v1. Henny knows on the rotation, time is ticking, got to find this fight for Henny, deleted, and he just about has enough time for the defuse. The win streak continues, and Imperial are going to lock themselves into an 8th, and a really, really stellar retake. Good on them.
Definitely one of the closest rounds that we've had. Of course, Eternal Fire take one, but in terms of the stakes and the swing back, it all comes down to this kill for me in the start. Eternal Fire, they ultimately play that as best they possibly can, but it's the numbers that get away from them. Calyx, again, looks great in these types of situations. Timeout coming in again. Second one used for Eternal Fire. Game really starting to get away from them, though. 8 rounds on the CT side already. It's brilliant, isn't it?
It is. It is. So far, very little that we can complain about. I guess if you're looking at the side of Imperial, but Eternal Fire, plenty. Attack pauses got to start being used already. You can see both Madja and Wox are getting very vocal here, but they are crumbling at the seams. Eternal Fire, you know, even taking us to this third map. It's really good, and with how dominant it looked as well on Anubis, there's so much to like. We're just seeing none of that at the moment. Wicadia trying to make a move. And in through apartments, Calyx are being given a decent amount of room in all fairness. Much further than they got last round where they got core and there was no trade. Nothing towards Baug, nothing towards Boiler. This is decent information early doors.
Could certainly work. Henny around this corner. Molotov comes in. Oh, they do hear him there. Got to be wary of the AWP now. Flash comes around as well to allow them a slightly better position, but he moves straight back into it. Not really done anything to fully force him off, you know. Secondary flash. Oh, nearly good. Makes it around the corner. They don't want to follow him too aggressively, so it's just little bits of damage for now. Phelps, his position also going to be known in at the arch. Smoke goes down. More damage done, but still no kills. Cadia feeling greedy for this move. He has made a step. Phelps going to be ready. Wicadia still wins it. That's where the HP makes a difference in the end. 5 on 4. Still not secure in terms of where they're going to go. Only 30 seconds, so it feels like it has to be an A hit here. Slow creep in. Henny deleted. Descentian at pit. Dealt with. And that's the round.
It has to be. It really does. I mean, maybe some exit kills and consolations would be nice, and it will only be 1 for No Way, at least for the time being. AK scooped up. Whether he keeps hold of it, who knows? Yeah, he turns away the worst time. Woxic will see him off. The most conclusive round we've seen out of Eternal Fire so far, of their 2 in all fairness, this map. But, I mean, you can honestly make good conversations to be spoken about here where we can say, if they don't even get up towards the likes of 4, it could actually be quite a precarious spot. Already 8 on the CT side by Imperial is massive. Even making it a 9-3, you do start to worry about Eternal Fire. They're a side who we generally love to watch them for a lot of their T-side protocols, and we're not seeing any of them at the moment. Proto round of the half. What have you got for us? Well, considering Imperial don't have a bye, you'd hope it's around.
Slow encroachment again. Eternal Fire, I think, a little weary. What the move is, because, yeah, to be fair, they may well expect a force here. USP reveals itself. Arcadia confident. Oh, he's got to be careful, though. There's a lot of bodies coming his way here. It's all a distraction. He's going to lose the AK, but he's spotted at least 2 more there. They'll be pretty confident for a B hit now. Might have seen all 3, I'm not quite sure on the death cam type thing, but I don't think so still. Yeah, I mean, by the fact that they're using utility, I would assume that they're unaware of at least 1 player. Gonna get that bomb down. AK lost, but it's not the end of the world. Eternal Fire just desperate for the rounds.
Exactly. AK saved as well for Henny. It's not the worst thing in the world. He got a couple of bodyguards as well to try and make sure that is the case. But Madri's gonna have a little look over. Gonna see whether he can make it any more uncomfortable, but they themselves don't really need to overface. You know, Zantara's got 400 in the back pocket. Cade's got 1.9. Granted, is the second to last round, though, so they don't need to take really any risks. Go for that full save. Keep on what you got. Only the 1 casualty. Not too bad. Eternal Fire going to find their 3rd. Final round of the half coming up, right? And when you look at this, it's very important to see kind of what we get out from its Eternal Fire side. 9-3. I'm worried to the point where I don't even think it's sort of manageable. 8-4, it's workable. It's not great. You know, not impossible. Still does feel improbable, yes, but at the very least, it's still got some world in which we can work with. A pistol round, force buy, and before you know it's only a 2-round game. 9-3, though, that is quite the deficit to try and clamber back into. Woxic into an AWP. Been a little quiet this game. Calix as well, right? He's someone we highlighted off the back of map number 2, but in a bit of a shadow of his former self. Vinny hasn't got his favoured AUG for him. Just an MP7. And it's decent he's going to get caught early.
Calix looking to track someone in the back here. No one around just yet. Doesn't want to give away this opportunity that they have. You know, 8-4 versus 9-3. It's a really big deal. They need to keep this gap as slim as possible. So Calix playing it safe. No one peeking in from the Imperial side either.
And he's got a nice little angle. Got a decent amount of ute around the belt. Molotov dropped in towards apartment just in case there was a little bit of a move making its way up. Double stack here by Henny and Vinny in towards apps. I like this. They're getting a bit proactive. With a number disadvantage, why not? Only thing is Arcadia is holding, Arcadia is finding both. Arcadia is so damn crisp as Woxic answers one of his own, and he can't make it to. That'll be the half, 8-4. Eternal Fire answer back a little bit, but is it enough to keep them alive in the series? We'll have to see after the break.
Hey Future Pros! Getting control on either side can be pivotal, so let's look at a deep banana incendiary you can throw. To throw this, get in line with the left doorknob. Aim to the left of this pole in the middle of the lower brick. Then jump throw the incendiary. This util will cover both hidey spots the T's might seek to play, unless you are just unlucky with the spread. Pair this up with a close molly and banana will be yours.
Welcome back. Second half and final half of Counter-Strike between these two teams. It is looking pretty good for Imperial at the moment, but Eternal Fire managed to find themselves some control, some confidence, you know, a bit of belief. They proved to themselves they can take the rounds, but a very rough start to this map. 7-1 we were down, I think.
Yeah, it's been a tough time out for Eternal Fire, but 3 rounds at the tail end of the half it's something to work with. I'm not gonna sit here and try and, you know, sell the dreams already. I still feel like we need a pistol round. We probably need a force buy as well to start to open the door to that conversation. They are on arguably the more preferential CT side. So there might be a world if they can find a pistol, then it's on. But, you know, if Imperial do find it themselves, right, it flips this right back on its head. If Imperial find a T-side pistol here, the expectation is they get a bit of a 2-for-1. There won't be that much of a force, or even if there was a force, that much to bring to the table. So a good chance for Imperial to get all the way up to 10 rounds. And 10-4 would feel outlandish. So what I'm trying to say here is this pistol is so damn important for Eternal Fire.
Not much going on, to be honest. Really, really quiet here. Imperial just waiting to see if Eternal Fire are going for something a little cheeky. Archer going to get a preemptive smoke down, in fact. Now just waiting with the flash. He thinks maybe he's going to bait them in to moving forwards. Maybe he's going to scare them with this flash. Not quite sure, but an early smoke down is just a little bit of confidence, isn't it? Looks like it might end up being a B fake, but then they're not necessarily heavily leaning on A. So maybe they send these B players in, yeah, see what they can find, and then, work around that. Bit of a rough flash for Zantares. Madja, though, he looks good, saves his teammate a little, and they think they will be ready for this A hit now, and still going to be a lot of players ready to go on this one. Calyx up close, 2 for him on the P2K. Julie's still alive up above, and it is indeed 4 pistols left for that Eternal Fire side. No time now to get the bomb down after that frag. Just Wakadia on this short area. He didn't end the round himself, but Zantares on that rotation gets it done. Either way, round was secured. 5th in for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, and there is actually an interesting thing now as well, because Vinny died off the time. So So they might actually force if you're Imperial. I know they didn't get a bomb plant down, but just because of Vinny's low econ, they might want to try and reset it. They might go in for a bit of a force buy, despite really not having that bomb. It looks like the answer is going to be no. So yeah, Vinny only 700 to his back pocket, which means he won't really have a fantastic buy next round. Maybe the likes of a little armor if he's lucky. Mac 10 primarily, but MP9 can just mow them down. And he wants more. He's hungry for the frags. As Manja swinging in for them all. Okay, you'll see off the final two. Pistols don't really do any damage. And a nice simple 6th one on the board for a 10 of 5. This is what I said, right? Find a pistol. The force buy feels like it's a surefire thing if you don't have that bomb plant. And before you know it, 2-round game game absolutely on.
I feel like we've got it on, to be honest. I think the Eternal Fire will look a lot better on this CT side. Individually, you know, the wall that they're able to put up is really quite scary. Xantares is the only one, for me, letting the side down slightly. But then he's over on B with Madja most of the time, so Madja's looking good. Quiet start again. Usual utility around, but no kills coming down just yet. Not even really a lot of damage traded here. It is this mental bonus buy of 5 MP9s, and somehow they make the first frag work.
Swinging through and delivering. Yeah, like we said for Vinny, right? Taking a real knock in terms of his investment. We're only on a deagle. Thankfully, though, I guess there's an AK to scoop off the corpse. Oh, no way. Vinny's had a really good game so far, right? 17 kills already. Isn't too shabby. Smoke will come down off the back of that tap. What is the play here? Walks it up close. Going to be tested. Phelps going to come around this corner as well. Does he clear him, though? Because it's at range on long. There's a bit of pressure. It's a 1-2 punch, make it a 3-punch as well. As Calix is coming through short. The MP9s are causing problems, and the MP9s are delivering. Hang on a second. 1v4, turn 3. On a turn of fire, they are continuing to chain these rounds together.
Monstrous round as well. So big in the grand scheme of money and just that roll, that snowball that you're talking about. Descenti not finding enough kills to go in for that bomb, so he will take the save. Counter-terrorists win. They're not going to hunt him, but they will look to upgrade their weapons here. Looking very good on that Eternal Fire side. Then Imperial quickly running out of room, very quickly indeed. So I feel a timeout going to be required sooner rather than later. They really should have had at least a bomb plant out from a round like that, you feel.
Great round, though. Honestly, really great from Eternal Fire. Just making sure those MP9s do what they do best. Get into the thick of it, into the chaos, into the carnage of those fights, and utilize that kind of accuracy while moving type vibe about them. They were swinging into mid, trying to catch the AKs off guard, and they're doing exactly that. And I think it's just, well, for Imperial, they don't expect the sheer volume of MP9s here. 3 of them. 1 up close, 1 long, 1 short. It was beautiful. Phelps with that Mac 10 sneaking past through the smoke. Calix doesn't want to give away his position. Feels like he's going to be tested any second. Phelps is trying to sit the smoke as it dissipates, but at range, surely. A dead man walking. Calix will just dip away.
Phelps quite quickly up here. Alongside the AK as well, yeah, they do have to be careful here. No flash available is kind of wild, but I think they might be looking for a contact play. Oh, the nade is out and misplaced. They're going to take the scrap towards middle. That's a pretty big deal. They drop everyone at mid. Unfortunately, the low buyers not able to survive. Descenti takes a tag. Surely not long for this world here. Molotov, oh, nearly enough to finish him off, but a stray bullet from somewhere has to do the job here, you'd think.
You'd hope as well. Swinging towards graveyard. Oh, Sentinel out 1. And again, only consolation. 8-all, we're all tied square. Game opening up 8-4 half. We said it's workable, it's manageable. All it takes is a pistol and a force buy conversion. Before you know it, game is on. Pause called it by Imperial. They want to get into towards the conversation, but interestingly enough, it's primarily Vinny speaking rather than Zach, and he's doing the bulk of the talking. But I think it's probably also one of those ones where it's a pause call, just take a little breather. These have been some quick rounds, and they've been quickly going downhill for Imperial. Just try and ice out your opponents. Vinny trying to rally the troops a little bit, but seems like quite a calm tempo over towards that side of the camp. To a turn of fire. Loving life at the moment. 4 rounds in a row. You cannot complain.
Simple stuff thus far on the Eternal Fire CT side. Here we are. A big round coming out once again from Imperial. All the trimmings for this. As Woxic on his trusty AWP will be looking to get into the action.
Well, Galil, the Senti, is the only real, I guess, bit of a hamper on the full buy. Help's going to eat a grenade here. Tag damage and information, of course. Only on towards the boost on shore. Nothing showing. For Arcadia, it's just a fight that he doesn't have to take early here. He doesn't have to reclaim some space. So very, very slow. Early to mid-round. The Senti's holding. And now he's getting met with a smoke as well. That'll make his life a little harder. Nado coming towards Pit, but doesn't make a difference. Kalix is already out of there. So these mind games are being played, are very much being won by the likes of Eternal Fire thus far.
Descenti, first one to peak round, wins his fight. Big deal for Imperial. Can they work with it? Only 20 seconds though. It's a lot of pressure to get in. Woxic going to go wild off the back of the flashes. The bomb still hasn't moved yet. 15 seconds. A well-placed frag could end it all here and now. Is that going to be it? Bomb hits the deck. The trades have got to be fast. Woxic gets himself another. Wikadia's still alive. He's done enough. Phelps in behind. You know, very cool kills, my guy, but there's no time to get the plant. Oh my goodness, Imperial, just that stutter. You know, they found the first kill in a balcony and then you gotta go. And they stood for 5 seconds easily.
Oh, that hurts, that really does. It's just in the chaos of that site as well. They just don't clear it effectively. Even that one kill that's found on site by Arcadia is so important just to sow the seeds of doubt. And a turn off 5, that's now 5 in a row. Found by them, and another timeout called by Imperial, and you just can't blame them. Without the bomb plant too as well. Yes, they got lost bonus, but they haven't got, you know, a fully fledged buyout here. It looks like it's going to be a Hero AK and a Galil picked up by the Senti with the rest of the team just dipping into upgraded pistols, but so far so good for Eternal Fire. We said about them kind of flexing their muscles a little bit in towards map number 2, and they're doing that and some here on the CT side. Arcadia's double, so important. It absolutely kills the momentum for Imperial. They had a chance there as well, and it just so rapidly slips away. 8 to 9, Eternal Fire for the first time. This map taking a lead. A deep nade here could do a chunk of damage. And it does.
Kalix, picked up from somewhere. Left quite low onto the AWP. The old Bogdan's Law. I've said that one for a while. Either way, what are we cooking up here on the Imperial side? It looks like Eternal Fire finding the pace right when it counts. Yet to drop a round. Looking good at the start of this one as Antares takes a dry swing and a key fight won for him. They will start to encroach towards this B-bomb site on the Imperial end. But Eternal Fire, very, very ready for what they have in store. Madge has got this smoke. Soon as there's a bit of presence over the top. Oh, it will be a bit late, you know. The flash kind of messing with him ever so slightly. He does spam down one. No way with a big frag. Oh my goodness, Madge bailed out by his teammate. 4 on 2 ensuing here. They do get the bomb down, which in the context of the round itself is pretty good, right? Definitely what they wanted, a return on the investment, but they need the wins no matter where they come from. They have to be scrapping and vying to win every single round. No way looking away from Banana. However, the nades give it away. He's good for the first, not ready for the second quite yet. Tries to push in for more. It's a P250 of any, and he misses out on those headshots. Double digits now for Eternal Fire.
Not bad. This is a beautiful display. A flawless half. A Counter-Strike still out for this side at 6 in a row. And we'll continue coming back to this number because it is just miraculous. A really solid showing. And Eternal Fire, so confident to take fights back in themselves. A little bit close that round, maybe arguably closer than they should have been considering what they had, but Eternal Fire, all they care is that they're seeing it over. And they're inching ever closer to the map and the series. Imperial, this has been a lackluster T-side showing. Struggling to find anything back into an investment, heading back on the AWP, but what can you do with it? No way! Oh, that's a beautiful double entry. Hello, welcome to the server. That is the Imperial we know and love. And that's the B-side.
Exactly what we expect out of this guy. New blood on the block, surprising everybody over the past month or so with some of the numbers that he's been putting up, and a really great way to get Imperial potentially back into the matchup here. We'll see. Eternal Fire will be the first loss that they have stomached in the second half, so big questions around how they respond, how they look when they have to come up with something new. Maybe this now activates their trap card, as they say. Time will tell. And they've got plenty of timeouts to work with as well, so maybe we get one of those.
Exactly. You know, it's one of those things where I don't think it's enough to make them feel that much pressure, but I think it's just one of those things where it's okay, you know, we've tried to be a little aggressive in towards Banana, and for the most part it's been working, but all it does take is just one individual like that to really pop off, and our B hold is a little fragile. I think for Eternal Fire, it might just force them to slow things down a tad, pump the brakes a little bit in terms of the aggression, prioritize utility rather than the manpower, so to say. But all in all, really great work from the youngster. Double entry, double kill, and before you know it, a 9th round put on the board, and making this a one-round game, right? That it just shows the foundations put up by Imperial in that first half, even though this run of form has been rough, you know, 6 rounds in a row they lost, they still find themselves now only just one behind. Not the end of the world. No need to panic just yet.
Deep nade damage coming in here. A lot onto the Imperial side, but no way again playing confidently. Going back to its roots, I suppose. The dry swing of a pug. Again, finds success.
And now, it all goes eerily quiet off the back of it. Eternal Fire trying to figure out how they want to play this. Double stack through B, double stack through A seems to be the play. No, it's not a lie. Okay, dude's actually just going over to drop some util. And Tara's got a molly nade to work with. Smoke going to come out towards long as well, but it is a bit of a ruse. It still feels like this bomb wants to commit towards B. And for Imperial, they've got the bodies here. It's only one man. Zantares been a little bit of a quieter map out of him. What have you got for us? Nade on the corner. No way takes a tag. That might be a bit of information. And a Molotov and a smoke is being lined up as well, both ways. The body miss from the T side, however. That might change things.
Still going to go for it. 30 seconds, and Zares, oh, he's still in an awkward spot, but they go in a little bit later. The molly actually spread down slightly. I think they paused because they figured that it wasn't going to go at all. But he ended up being Molotov. Ooh.
Man, Zantares done so well there, so well. Molotov comes down. That buys time for a rotation of the long player, that Arcadia, to come over to support him. Finds that first fight. It's a tough angle as well because he has to basically just only connect with the head. That's all he can see. And he waits for the swing on the second and he delivers really nice stuff on towards Vinny here. And that drops the bomb too. That's the round. Dead in the water. Done and dusted. Even if Santaris has fallen towards backside. I don't think they're given the luxury of a bomb plant out there. Eternal Fire back to their winning ways. Really nice round out of Santaris. Like we said, been a little quiet here in this third and final map, but the impact ever present from the Talisman of Turkey. A 2-round lead, 2 rounds away. Even a shot from Woxic, but he's given the luxury of life as he can get out of dodge.
What's the response going to be from Imperial then? They themselves out of timeouts, I believe. So not much they can do but roll with the punches and hopefully try and take it in regulation, but I don't think they would be too afraid of playing this into the overtime. Slow roll up banana. Utility is going to be quick moving. They're ahead of everything here. Phelps eyeballs that smoke ultimately. Not even a lineup, just throwing it straight in. They've got the site control. Not even a coffin smoke here from Imperial. Trying to mix it up, keep it fresh. A dangerous swing from Madger. He does so much damage to these players, but unable to finish any of them, unable to drop the bomb. However, he keeps his life, and yeah, this is just such a weird... You'd call it a post plant now, but like they're very, very close for this retake, looking to overwhelm before anyone gets into a decent position. Everybody like out in the open for Imperial. Just really, really awkward spots to deal with.
A couple of them low as well. Phelps, no way. Henny. Phelps, the lucky man to even still be alive as well. Yuta would be brutal. Madger going to spam down for one. Does he expect a second towards Dark? He definitely does as Phelps will fall. Dropping down as he finds one, but Vinny going to line up two. A chance here, but denied as Woxic will see it off. 2 kills to his name. In the 1 versus 1 as well. Means Eternal Fire map and series point. An 8-4 half for Imperial. And since then, just 1 round. And Eternal Fire have run it all the way back to what has been a beautiful display. 12-9. They find themselves 3 match points they've got to deal with to see off Inferno. What a response. What a showing. And again, what a round there, showcasing the individuals. Over towards Eternal Fire. Beautiful stuff.
Imperial frustrated. You can see there were notes everywhere there for Eternal Fire is what I noted. Imperial, not as many, and it looked like Vinny had some that he maybe kind of screwed up a little bit, frustrated with them, and he's going to take a bullet in the back of the cranium. Not the way you want to start what could be the final round of the series here. IGL out of action. Top Fragger out of action. Oh my goodness, no way. Indeed, no way that he doesn't go down there. Holy.
A lucky man. Lucky man indeed. Oh my god, another tap around that corner as well. Santaris will just dodge it. 1 minute to work with. Life on the line and the numbers disadvantage situation for Imperial. And no way, of course, as we saw, as he was having not so great of a time in the flames, it could all come down to this. Will they make it?
Madger. Up top. A position that Imperial have struggled with in the past. A well-timed Molotov, but Descenti finding Wicadia getting excitable down middle, I suppose. Still going to look to go B, so still got to worry about this boost for my money. No way is low. Phelps looking, creeping forwards. Yeah, Major is right on the silver platter. Can't deny a frag like that. He gets himself a second through the smokes, and Tara is still alive at the back end of the site. Easy find onto No Way. It's Henny all alone, and he gets traded out. Eternal Fire take it, and the energy out from the IGL. You see what it means. A hard-fought battle the whole way through. Map 1, so damn close. Maybe should have taken it. Map 2, a little bit of an outlier. And map 3 started very, very poorly indeed. So I think there was maybe a moment in there where we felt, oh goodness, 2 or 3 more rounds out from Imperial, and they might just win it in the first half.
Yeah, and it just shows as well, for this Eternal Fire side, just mentality monsters. They never give up on themselves. They always back. They can find a way in towards these games at 8-4 down, like you were talking about. there's probably a world in which a lot of teams, a lot of individuals will say, maybe this is it. They never gave up for a second, and that second half was stellar. 6 rounds in a row to start off your second half is a beautiful, beautiful display. And, you just made sure that Imperial never, ever get going. That is a fantastic display. But I think we've got to look at the other way as well. Imperial, just 1 round on your T side, simply put, not good enough. And considering you had what? Vinny, I think it was 17 kills at the tail end of that first half, and he only got 19 overall. Everybody across the board tailed off, and that T side really did struggle to find any sort of form, any sort of impact, and that's just how scary Eternal Fire can be.
Yeah, really, really explosive, and I think fantastic finish out from them. Very impressive indeed. A great series all round, though. Imperial, credit to them as well. That first map, a little bit of a mini comeback for them. Not quite as deep, maybe, as the Eternal Fire one just there. But yeah, the opener looked good. Mirage looked good. They showed us why they are a really solid team on that. And indeed, why it is a worthy pick. So I'm liking Imperial. Certainly feel like a good team at the moment. They just lack a little bit of experience in places, and the activation of those individuals is not quite as easy to replicate. There's maybe not as much method in the process right now. Still working that one out. Still a relatively young team, both in terms of age, experience, like I've just mentioned, and also in their coming together. So yeah, I think there's potential here, and maybe we'll see some of that potential in the last chance.
Yeah, I could see as well that, we kind of guarantee we're going to see Eternal Fire heading towards the playoffs. It felt like a guarantee, right, for us coming in towards the tournament. They're a side of that caliber, of that standard, and I think that's the expectations that they would have set for themselves. And yeah, made to work for it, right? I think there's no doubt about it. This is a side who, for me, that game against Astralis really just showcased kind of the weaknesses of them, but also probably I think was a real rarity. You'd usually expect them to be able to put up a challenge there, and maybe also just showcasing how good Astralis are, right, on the other side. But I think for me, this is the Eternal Fire, really good side, never dead, always finding a way back in, exactly what we want to see. And I think we have Majid to come and join us for an interview to talk through all of his thoughts off the back of what was a really good series of Counter-Strike, and it'd be good to kind of pick his brains as well. So Majid, thank you very much for joining us, brother. Appreciate having you on. Let's start with the age-old classic, the basic. How did that series feel for you? Things were looking a little rough, man. 8-4 down heading into the second half, and you brought it back. How do you do it?
Yeah, first of all, hi everyone. I hope you guys fine. Yeah, it was a very good BO3. The last map was really intense. The T side, yeah, we lost. We just win 4 rounds. We lost 8-4, and we did a really good job on City side. But yeah, really intense, really great to play this match. Imperial is a great team, so yeah, happy about our performance.
Yeah, for sure. It was an exciting game from our perspective, which is ultimately what we're after. Talk me through that first map in particular, right? Because you were in a bit of a winning position on Mirage, and then Imperial just, turned it up out of nowhere. And we were a little bit worried moving into the second. It's not like they're sort of pushovers on Anubis, let's say. So what was the team talk like in between map 1 and map 2?
Yeah, I think Mirage was a complicated for us today. I think from a perspective, like we didn't play really well on City side. We lose the important round on clutches, like a lot of clutches. And then T side, we're starting very, very well. And then I think they adapt us. So maybe I didn't call really well, to be honest. We have to be honest sometimes. Like I think I didn't call really well. And also the execution of my team was really not good, not on point. And then after the Mirage, I say to my teammate guys, like we have Inferno and Anubis. First of all, know how pick Anubis and Inferno. So 2 maps that we really love. And now I just say don't. It's BO3. It's a long way. So just keep fighting every round. And I'm very glad that after the first half in Inferno, we did the comeback, a really good comeback on City side on Inferno.
I wanted to ask as well, overall, what's kind of the thoughts, what's the vibes feeling like coming in towards this tournament? Obviously, you've had, a bit of a break from the major until now. You had 1 qualifier online in between, but what's kind of the preparations been like? What's the feelings been like coming in towards Pro League? Obviously, a big event, a long event as well, which can be quite draining. How do you guys kind of prepare for that, and how are you guys feeling?
Yeah, it was like we just do a boot camp in Germany to play the qualifier for a tournament in Dubai. I don't remember the names, the ISWC, with the new tournament. So we did a boot camp in Germany just after the major, like some days of rest. I think we didn't rest really well, to be honest. We keep fighting every day. So maybe I feel that sometimes we feel tired a little. So we need to keep to be careful of that, because we need to keep care of our health, because we need to be in good shape mentally to be good in CS. So yeah, it's rough, it's difficult sometimes, but we have to do everything we need to do. Like, it's important to fight everyone. Like I said, today I'm very happy that we finished this BO3, and tomorrow is a new day. We need to fight again, and like this.
There you go. That feels like a good spot to leave it off on, to be fair. And indeed, talking about the energy and all that kind of stuff, I think it's fair enough that we let you get a bit of rest. Saw at the end there with your celebrations what it sort of meant. And obviously you put a lot onto the server in every matchup. So yeah, thank you for the entertainment. Thank you for joining us for the interview, and hopefully chat to you a little further down the line. Sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I love you guys. Thank you very much for the support. See you guys, and take care of yourself.
There you go. What a ledge. To be fair.
What a guy. What a guy.
Very wholesome.
What a lovely guy. And I'm sure he was, saying love you too. No, great guy. Always good to kind of have a conversation with him. I got to catch him speaking at the HCV confirmed at the major as well.
An episode of Counterpoints, I think, as well. So, plenty of content out there.
He's a cool dude, man. He's very easy to speak to, and he's also very easy to kind of just, really going to dive into the mindset behind it. Eternal Fire is such an interesting topic because of, how last year was so in flux for them, and then they've now come out flying into 2024. And again, I thought a really good victory to see out under their belt. So, I mean, it is really impressive. So I always like having a little conversation with him. And, a hard-fought series, some really rough moments, having to essentially reverse sweep it off the back of a bit of a lackluster Mirage, I think we can say. It's good to see. Mentality Monsters, as I said, that is Eternal Fire. And really, really solid Counter-Strike.
Yeah, for sure. And as I said, as we kind of reiterated a couple times, just a very entertaining game. And I think that they always give us that. It does feel like a vast majority of the series that they're in, it will come a bit close, or there'll be some explosive rounds in there, and a very, very passionate team. And that much translates onto the server. Sometimes it can get away from you. You got to be careful, high highs and low lows, controlling those emotions. But ultimately, it's great to see them find success, I think. We do have the AM High player of the match for that series. And I think it's a little bit evident once you get towards the tail end, and once you talk about the importance of that third and final map, it's going to be Wakadia. And again, this kid keeps impressing us.
There's a couple of different ways you could have gone about the MVP. You could have maybe spoke about Vinny at times where he propped up Imperial, or obviously Xantares, especially the tail end of that map specifically. His Biancring was incredible. I mean, every single time stepping up for 1 or 2 kills. But I think in terms of consistency across the maps, what this guy brought to the table was brilliant. He dropped just 20 kills, I think it was, on towards Inferno. A really good showing, and was so important to that resurgence. If it wasn't for Wakadia and some of these rounds, that resurgence may never have happened. So I think we wanted to give it to him for exactly that, but also across the series, really had his moments. Especially, you look at Anubis, I think that guy stepped up in a really big way, just shy of like a 1.4 rating. So yeah, for him and Xantares, it was very close, but I really did want to give it for Wakadia for what he did in towards Inferno. It does feel like if they didn't have this quotation marks, the young gun on this team, really showcasing his prowess as well. He's so talented, and it's really great to see him when he gets going.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. I think, into that Inferno in particular, like you say, there was only 1 round dropped in the second half. Is that going to be possible without a bit of resurgence from Wakadia, from his showing towards the tail end of the T side there? It's difficult to say without that. So I think, in terms of like your impact and where it falls and whatnot, Wakadia really did allow Eternal Fire some more breathing room into the second half. Not that they needed it in the end, apparently, but it definitely does help. So yeah, really impressive stuff from him, and hopefully again he can continue it into future series here and get themselves into that playoff spot. We do have a little look at the brackets here, of course, as we come towards the end of the day. First going to check in with the Group A side of things. I caught some of the games. Obviously we're casting, there's 2 streams going on, so it depends on where you want to come in. So yeah, today we had those secondary matches updated. Astralis taking down FaZe Clan, what the heck. 3D Max taking down Fnatic, what the heck, in 2 maps at that.
Yeah, 3D Max being actually the first team guaranteed through to the playoffs is sick. I mean, who said French Counter-Strike was dead, huh? Right, we'll take a look at the mid-bracket as well. Of course, this is where we did a lot of our stuff. Of course, Center Fire now take on Fnatic, and we also see Virtus Pro taking on FaZe Clan. What a game for a mid-bracket. One of those 2 teams is going into the last chance. That was never an expectation out of us. I mean, I think that Virtus Pro loss in that first game has really put them in a bit of a vulnerable spot, let's say. And of course, the last chance currently being set up with Imperial versus Sword. Now that is quite literally, as the namesake says, last chance. Lose and you are eliminated. Win and you have to make a real decent run because there's only 1 spot available.
Yes, indeed. It's pretty rough. It is pretty rough. We got the Group B side of things as well. Roll through this. Very much, again, a few surprises in there, I think. It depends on which side of the coin you're on. Maybe you'd say, oh, Falcons, Mongols. No, but yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of pundits including ourselves. Yeah, a lot of pundits out there felt like Mongols could have taken that one, and they did indeed. It was pretty close. It was pretty difficult, but like Falcons, no major, and now this. The signs are there. It's not looking great at the moment.
True.
Yeah. So we'll see. Mongols up against G2. Always a fun matchup.
True. Bit of history there as well. Should be a fun one. And of course, G2 had a very easy win over Tai Lu. And then towards the mid-bracket, you got Sharks taking on M80. That's going to be a cool game played out tomorrow. A bit of a kind of a regional derby, so to say. And of course, Team Falcons taking on Tai Lu. Another kind of wild game that you only get to see at the likes of EPL. Just matchups that were never expected, never really what we would have predicted, I guess you could say.
In a way.
In a sense, right? And it gets in a mid-bracket. One of those teams. I mean, it's a crazy world, but you can have Team Falcons immediately going down to the last chance, which would be insane. I think it's unlikely as well. My expectation is they take down Tai Lu there, just with how rough current Tai Lu look. And yeah, really interesting time here in Pro League developing. We've had a very fun couple of days, and it only has been a couple of days, right? This is the beauty. This new format of Pro League means that we get Group A and Group B simultaneously, which means a lot of Counter-Strike, exciting times, and of course, basically all the groups done over across the span of 2 weeks means it's just non-stop Counter-Strike action, which is exactly what we want.
Yeah, love Counter-Strike, me.
Really? The thing, mate,
wouldn't be here if not, I suppose. Oh man, yeah, but no, it is a lot of fun, and we get loads of Counter-Strike. There's games going on all the time, days full of BO3s, and it's a lot of fun, a lot of different teams for everybody to check in with. But of course, folks, that is going to do us for today. We have to continue on the action into tomorrow. More and more Counter-Strike on your screens. It will once again be 3BO3, so make sure that you are indeed here for it. Same place, same time. We'll see you there.
Twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite.
years, a lot of fights, big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray, will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance, indispensable, I'm not redundant, incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me out, I'll shove it, I'll rise above it.
Fight or flight, we will stay. Through the perils, we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite!
Hey, Chad.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
That's simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
To swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do. This is what I gotta do to feel alive.